What is going on? Jukes! Jukes! No, you go ahead. You go ahead. You're muted. Oh, what's going on, everybody? We're back. Day number 3, PUBG Mobile North America Club Finals. Nothing awkward to see here. 6 more games to go, Hot Jukes, right? 6 more games, and then the top 8 make it to PMPL. It's insane, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, indeed. I mean, this is what we've all been waiting for. All these squads, right? Starting all the way from the bottom. Now, in that little middle area, trying to make it all the way to the top. Trying to make it to the top.
Trying to make it to the top, man. Yesterday, pretty interesting games. I know the first 3 games, you and Zute were casting. Interesting place. I'm just gonna say,
yeah.
I'm putting the word interesting on it because I don't want to put other words on it. But
true,
I feel like
true.
as the night progressed, a lot of teams, you could tell, they definitely started playing a lot more comfortable compared to the start of the day here, Hot Jukes.
Oh, 100%, 100%. And I'm hoping that, I would say I'd wish that those initial nerves have passed now that they've actually been there, right? But at the same time, it's the last day. It's the most important day. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see still some of that little shakiness at the start. But here are the participating teams to remind everybody watching, for those of you guys that are just tuning in here for the first time. And remember, majority of these squads, we had about half and half, right? Came from PMPL. These are the last placing teams. They've been relegated down to PMNC, as well as some squads that qualified all the way from PMCO competing here today. And we've had some PMCO teams pop off, Dave.
Yeah, it has been a lot of ups and downs, and a lot of teams that we look at that we expect to be performing well. Has to be those PMPL teams, right, that got relegated just because the simple fact that they have some experience underneath their belt. But like you put it, these new teams, these new players, the fresh faces are definitely, Hot Jukes, giving them a run for their money here in this tournament.
100%, 100%. So here's the format, everybody. I just mentioned it before. So that open qualification, done. Group stage, done. We are here in the finals. It's the last day. And there's a lot of teams on that second page of that overall leaderboards that are sweating. They're sweating, Dave. But we saw some squads, you know, especially like Excuse, right, go off and actually catch up yesterday.
Yeah, day 1 for Excuse, horrible. They were nowhere to be found. Day 2 started pulling up the ranks just a little more. And now they're in that top 8. And looking at Excuse in particular, group stage, they finished 4th place. PMCO, they finished 7th place. So they have been doing a lot better every single stage here, Hot Jukes, on their journey of becoming a professional player.
Yes, sir, indeed. Here's the point system for everybody watching. First place gets you 15 points. But that one elimination for 1 point is so huge, right? And I think we're going to need to see some teams get a whole bunch of elims early on if they want a piece of that big prize pool, baby, that cheddar. 10,000 grand on the line, 3,000 first place, Dave. You know that's what people are hunting down for. Yeah,
it's on top of the 8 places that you need to find yourself to move to PMPL. There's also going to be a prize pool on top of that. First place, $3,000 after 3 days is a pretty nice chunk of change. And as of right now, after yesterday, we had the Golden Eagles back-to-back chicken dinners here, Hot Jukes. You know they are eyeballing this 3K to take home today.
Bro, they popped off at the end yesterday. I wish I was casting those games, you know. But man, Golden Eagles finally got warmed up, hot. They got their claws sharpened, and they were just picking up everybody, man, and flying them across the map. I think you think they're going to start off doing that today here, Dave?
Well, I was talking to them, right? I was talking to them before today's matches, and they said, Dave, listen to me.
Dave.
They said, Dave, we're going to get another 3 chickens. I said, no way. They're like, that's
what?
how confident they are. Yeah, that is how confident they are here today, Hot Jukes. You'll love to see it. You'll love to see teams just feel themselves, and who can blame them? They're at the top right now, Hot Jukes.
They are at the top, but I'll tell you what, these 2 players are at the top right here. BOPE, Fuego on fire, and the Cutie Pig legend himself has been doing great today. The 2 pigs, honestly, have been having some great performances. But man, look at this on the board. Tied with 22 eliminations here, Dave. One of them, you know, they want that MVP. They want that Twitter bio.
Yeah, it's all about that Twitter bio. And looking at the two different teams, BOPE Esports, they have a lot more elims compared to SLR, Super Lazy Reflex. So I am really impressed with what Fuego has been able to do here over the last 2 days, and we still got 6 more games to go. So not only are we going to be watching the race for top 8, the race for that first place finish, but we're also going to be looking at individual players who are trying to make a name for themselves here in this tournament, Hot Jukes.
Yes, sir, indeed. And Fuego has been that guy, right? Cutie Pig's been it. Chronics from the Panthers have been it as well. And I'll tell you, the Panthers have been that squad that, you know, I was just really nervous about, because you used to see them just dominate, right? Push from the outside in and just take on any squad, no matter who they were, what their name was, or who was playing in them. But lately, they've just been not as sharp, you know? But I think yesterday we saw some big signs of life, and the Panthers popped off.
Yeah, for sure. Day one, another one of those teams that we really didn't see much, and we were expecting a lot, but then day number 2, it all started to kind of come together a lot more for the Panthers. And it's very interesting because the Panthers and the Golden Eagles, they both kind of have similar play styles where early game, they're just chilling on the outskirts, they're taking their time, they're not afraid of the blue zone at all in the early game. And then their goal is to show up to that mid to late game with everybody alive, Hot Juke, so they have that numbers advantage in these team fights. And hey, right now, first to second place between the Golden Eagles and the Panthers. So that strategy has been working here tonight so far.
Oh, it's been working indeed. This is the map schedule for everybody watching. This is the old school OG map schedule. 3 Erangels today. We're going to be covering the first 3. We'll have, of course, the Legends, Sute, Red Eyes. Handle the next 3 matches after that. But man, this first 3 are so important today, because at the end of the day, we've seen it, right? You know what I'm talking about, right? Those last games.
What are we talking about?
Some of those teams, they are going to know they have no chance. And you do not want to depend on the last game to get some big points, because there's going to be too many shenanigans at the end of it all.
Yeah, not only that, to make the shenanigans even more shenanigan, we always see the 8th and the 9th place. Yeah, I'm trying to roll with it. We always see the cuss. Almost every tournament, Hot Jukes, the cutoff line. It's always decided by 1 point. Like, why is that the case?
Yep.
I don't know, but that's what it's looking like right now. Blinded by Win, they're just 1 point ahead of THIRDEYE. And I'm already picturing it's game 6. We got not only 2 teams, but maybe even 3 or 4 teams within 2 points of each other. We're claiming that 8th place spot. And then to add to it, like you said, the shenanigans from these teams in 15th and 16th, nothing to lose. That's just going to make it even more chaotic for these teams truly trying to compete and just give it their all in the 6th match of the day. And it's on Miramar as well, so it's going to be it's going to be crazy.
Oh, it's going to be insane, man. And that's crazy, is that those last place teams, I can't tell you how many times that I have been, been so blessed, right, to cast and view these games since the inception, right? The last games of the day is where the last place teams just start beast mode, right? Like, because now they got nothing to lose. All those nerves are gone because they know that, hey, we're done for. So why don't we just start, fragging out, playing our own game, and then finally we see them pop off, and then after that they're just like, why didn't we do this from the start?
Yeah, and we kind of saw that last night towards the game 5, game 6 with SEMPER and INVICTA. They're dead last, and we haven't seen anything from them. But then the last couple matches last night, they started to play a lot more aggressive. They started to go for some team fights, and they even had this one play that I'm going to keep talking about because I loved it a lot. They were getting bridge camped by Blinded by Win in the blue for that eastern bridge. They drove past them, avoided the sight lines, and instead of going for the zone, which a lot of teams would probably do, they held out in the blue and did the reverse bridge camp on Blinded by Win. And I loved it, man. It's like it's in the blue. Right. We're talking about risky plays, and they pull it off. They took out Blinded by Win, and that's what we got to see today from these bottom teams, just these aggressive plays trying to get as many points as possible here.
And I think especially right now at the start is where I want to see them, because that's where those initial nerves are going to happen, because there's going to be still so many teams that are thinking, oh man, dude, this is it, right? We have to pop off today. And that extra added pressure, right, is usually going to cause some mistakes at the start. We've even seen it at the highest level, right? So here in PMNC, I'm not surprised if we see it at the start. So if you play that little extra aggression, you know, just do something that players and teams aren't expecting, I guarantee you're going to catch them off guard.
Yeah, definitely. If you're at the bottom, play outside that comfort zone. You're at the bottom, you know, it's the last day. If you're a little uncomfortable, just go for it at this point. 6 matches to go. I'm looking at dead last. You got 38 points, and the cutoff right now is 78, Hot Juke. So I'm not saying it's impossible. It's definitely doable. I mean, we've seen it from day 1 to day 2 with a couple of these teams really rising up the ranks. All it takes is one good game to really get that confidence back in the squad. And not only that, I know for a fact, a lot of these teams, man, they got heart, dude. They got heart. They've been practicing. They've been scrimming. They've been going over the VODs every single night. So it all comes together today here, Hot Jukes.
It's over. It's over for them. Sorry. I'm saying
No.
It's
6
over.
games. Come on, man. It's not over.
It's over, bro. It's over.
Relax.
It's over, you know? Hey, you know what? I like saying it's over because if they do make it happen, it's a miracle. You know what I'm saying? It's a miracle. Because at this point, I think that's what they're going to need. They're going to need a Christmas miracle day. But guess what? We're in December, baby. Christmas is just around the corner.
Yeah,
right?
That is true.
Oh,
is
man.
true.
You got to get in that Christmas spirit, Dave. You got to get in that Christmas spirit. Come on.
So talking about Christmas spirit, what gift did you get me then, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, dude, it's in the mail. Coming.
Okay.
It's on its way. Should be in there anytime soon, you know, just stand at the door, right?
Just bringing it up, just saying. Game 1, though, 20 seconds away from game number 1. Erangel, we saw the map pool today. These players already loading up on in the map, getting pumped up, getting ready to go. Erangel, early game has been kind of chill, kind of quiet, relaxing. You know, all these teams have their own desired spots to drop here. Not a lot of hot drops so far here in the tournament, but it is the last day here out, Jukes, and some teams are going to be desperate, man.
Super desperate, super desperate. And right now, I'll tell you what, it's all about getting at least 8th place. And these teams are going to do absolutely anything that they can do to get there. Because if they do not get 8th place, PMPL's over. And they don't have a chance all the way until fall of next year. So they are going to be just sitting there, just crying, just wondering, why didn't we play a little extra safe? Or why didn't we go a little bit more aggressive on that squad? And, you know, immediately what comes to mind is yesterday in that Miramar match was THIRDEYE, right? Ooh. THIRDEYE saw 4 bros in the blue zone. They knocked one and didn't commit to go into that blue zone, right, to get the finish. They get a second one. And after having 2 knocked, they still didn't commit on them. And the blue zone took out those 2 eliminations. Papa Blue came in heavy. We know that's what Papa Blue does, right?
Hey,
but if they would have
Blue,
committed, that would have been 2 more points, Dave.
Yeah, and I feel like that was the fight. Since that fight, THIRDEYE slowly just losing their top 8 spot. Right now, THIRDEYE right there in 9th place, only 1 point behind, so they can definitely clap back here today.
What about that 2, right? If they would have gotten that 2,
exactly,
they would have been in 8th place. And this is what I've been saying. It's like, guys, if you ever hear me being hypercritical on a team and be like, oh, why is he saying this kind of stuff? They did okay, right? We've seen it. I've seen it too many times where teams' dreams are crushed by 1 point. We're going to keep saying that all the time because I wouldn't be surprised if we see 9th place separated by 1 point at the end of the day here today, Dave.
And that's what you want to see. That's what I want to see. That's what I like to see as a viewer. You know, the last game, we got 15 minutes left. There's only 1 point deciding who makes and who doesn't make it here, Hot Juke. So I'm looking forward to that. Shout out everybody joining the live stream, joining the VOD, whenever you're watching this. Shout out to you. Yeah, what's up, real quick? I see Red Eyes already getting banned in the chat for spamming. Red Eyes, what? Red Eyes,
yo,
how you,
hey,
relax.
Bro, Nightbot, don't play. Do not mess with Nightbot.
Oh, man. So, Hot Jukes, any hot takes from you here today? Red Eyes had a super hot take yesterday saying how PUPPETEER can take out Golden Eagles. I don't know, but do you have any hot takes like that here today?
Okay. The hit list is going to make it. I'm gonna say that. The hit list will make it into top 8. All right, that's gonna be a.
You
That's
think
gonna
that's a
be
hot
on
take,
fence,
though?
right?
You think that's a hot take?
They're in 12th place. They're in 12th place. That's not good, right? Right.
8 points though. 8 points.
I'll still say it. Right. I'll still say that. BOPE Esports is gonna throw today.
Oh, whoa! I asked for one hot take. Now you're giving me 2. BOPE Esports, even if they throw.
Oh, I don't know why I said that. I don't know why I said that, but I had just all of a sudden in my brain just came to see like who could possibly. And I don't know why. I don't know why.
Why?
They've been so
Why?
hot. They've been so
Yeah,
amazing.
why?
Who knows,
Why?
dude?
What do you
Who
got
knows?
against
I don't know why.
Esports?
I don't know what I even had for
This hair-
breakfast this morning,
You
Dave.
know, this hair
You know?
keeps bothering me. I don't know what's happening here. BOPE Esports.
Flip it back and forth, baby.
Yeah, flip.
Back and
We gotta
forth.
Get some gel in here or something. But
That's right. That's right. Well,
BOPE.
dude, hopefully, oh look at both number third. They're third place.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say
What are you talking
BOPE's
about?
gonna drop to 6th.
Okay, but they still qualify. So they lose some money because of hot jukes, but they still qualify to the top
Because
8.
I think now they're like, hey, you know what? Let's not give any more teams our strategies. You know, we've done so well. We're gonna get top 8. You know, let's just kind of throw them off the scent. Of
Yeah.
sorts, you know?
Listen, I always agree with you when you're going with that, but at the same time, there is a prize pool on the line. So if you're going to intentionally throw just so your other squad mates or enemies don't see your strat, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So
What can I say?
we're having a remake, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, just in case you are wondering if you tuned into the Hot Jukes Mustache Day podcast or if you're actually here watching the PUBG Mobile North America Cup Finals.
Hot Dave podcast.
Hot Day.
Hot Dave.
I didn't know you felt that way about me, man. I appreciate it.
Bro, it's back, dude. Back, dude. Oh, I missed you, baby. So glad to
Oh,
finally be
man.
casting with you here again. It's been too long.
Wow. I'm just trying to unpack everything, man.
There's
there's
a lot.
a lot to unpack here. 6 more games to go. These players are nervous, you can tell. We're having a remake because one of them disconnected. So, I mean, it's good. It's good to see.
I had a panic attack.
BOPE Esports, though. You're saying they're going to not perform good today.
They're gonna throw today.
They're going to throw today.
Yep.
That's a hot jukes, hot take.
They're gonna throw today. HITLIST is gonna finally show up. First place is gonna go to, let's see,
Golden Eagles. Come on, they're feeling too confident. I told you. They
Noobs
told
Galaxy.
me they're getting 3 wins.
Noobs Galaxy. Noobs Galaxy NA. What can I say? Hey, a team from PMCO, Dave. Okay? Not a PMPL team. Not a team that's had PMPL experience, right? Comes out here and starts dominating. They're owning, right? I think
don't know,
once
man.
they go and just let themselves fly, I think this could be a heavy hitting team.
They have been performing a lot better since PMCO. They've been slowly progressing as a team. And one of their highlight players is Ronnie, in my opinion. The dude's been putting
Ronnie,
a massive amount of damage and elim points throughout all the stages. So I always like to keep tabs on individual players as well and teams that are standing out. But Noobs Galaxy yesterday, I know they're top 8 right now, Hot Jukes, but yesterday I didn't really see too much from them here, man.
And that's why they're going to go nuts today, Dave. Noobs Galaxy is going to step up and show everybody what's up. Dude, yesterday in the YouTube chat, we had the Cooperino in there, right? Coops
yeah.
himself was in the chat.
It's all
The
that.
legendary Joey was in the
Joey.
chat, dude. Best player in North America, right? And, you know, Coops saying that he convinced Xenox to go for another year. That's great to hear, right? But which is going to be that next big NA player, right? Who knows?
Carnage.
Could it be one of the dream. The dream. One day. Hope you guys also find us on social media. Make sure you guys go ahead and hit the follow. And of course, anytime you're chatting with us, or if you think my takes are crazy, right? Or if you agree with them, right? Throw me a tweet, baby. Throw me a tweet at Hot Jukes, at Mustache Dave, and make sure you use the hashtag 2022 NA Cup. The more you use that hashtag, better it is for everybody.
Yeah, I really like this format too, the NA Cup. I believe it's one of the first of its kind where we had these opens that went to group stages that seeded some squads here. We had the PMCO that you were recently at that also seeded some squads.
Yeah.
And then the teams that got relegated as well from PMPL. So it's definitely a nice little mixture of a bunch of different players on all types of skill levels. And we were talking the other day, some of these teams, they literally came together one day before PMCO, and they're here now. Like, that's amazing. And they've been performing really well, all things considered. So I kind of want that team, you know, I'm always rooting for those teams, those brand new teams to really come in here and just continue along with their PUBG Mobile careers here, Hot Jukes. And I gotta say, a couple of them, they might make it a reality here tonight.
Yeah, that's what I'm so hyped about, you know, Noobs Galaxy, right? They're one of those new squads, and I think that they are doing better than everybody else that has at least not been, right, in the PNPL before. It's no shock that we're going to see, you know, the PNPL teams dominate. They should, by all means, dominate here. I'm honestly surprised to see some PNPL squads struggle in the slightest. I think the biggest shock for me is the hit list, to be honest. Like, I am so shook. You know,
so I got some things. Yeah, I got some things for the hit list. The hit list's interesting. Let me get your take, because we haven't really talked about it amongst each other. But since they got relegated, talking to the squad Flash, now Flash is the IGL. So
wow, okay, so a switch up.
Yeah, they switched up. They got relegated. Flash is now the IGL, making the calls. They got Trickster back from their vacation. Then, of course, we saw a couple plays from their new player, Big Draco, as I like to put it. So there's a lot of new moving parts on the team, and I'm all for it, man, because if you're a team that got relegated and you're here, you obviously have to do something different, right?
Yeah, something's wrong, right? If you're getting relegated down and have to really qualify again just to be in PNPL, definitely some mistakes were made. So I like the fact that, hey, the hit lists are mixing things up, right? They're trying new things. Like, hey, let's give Flash in the IGL role. Let's see how he shot calls. Because honestly, the IGL role is the hardest one, in my opinion, because you have to make the best call possible, but you have to do it with the full respect of your players and team, right? Because you can make a great call, but if your team doesn't respect you and doesn't believe in your ability to make play calls, if they have any kind of hesitancy, they're going to think, oh, maybe I don't want to push after he said push. And that little delay is all it takes to just completely destroy your squad.
And we've been seeing that delay on multiple team fights here throughout the event, where one player might send it, might make that push. Meanwhile, the other three are kind of hanging in the back lines, and then another one comes a couple moments later. And then it turns into a 1v1, essentially, right? So I feel like a lot of these teams definitely have been tightening up throughout the entirety of the event. And with today being the last day, you would hope they're performing at peak performance, you know? But I totally agree with you. Like, it is a challenge at the end of the day when you have so many new moving parts going on. You got the pressure, you got the prize pool, you got a lot riding on the line here, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, and sometimes we see like some teams swap a player out, right? And sometimes we see that team swap a player and then all of a sudden have a really big performance and start doing better. It's not necessarily because just that one player just is doing the whole work, right? And the team's just dominating. Sometimes you bring in that player and maybe he's the hype man of the squad, you know? He just comes in with a really good energy, hypes up his teammates, and sometimes you can have one player that is just so good at making his whole team better, right? And that really makes a really, really big difference for the overall squad. Because sometimes, especially in North America, I think North America is a little bit too heavy on just like, oh, how good is this player's gun skill, you know? How insane is it? Which is important, right? At the same time, though, having a great team synergy, be able to just think like one brain, cover each other, support each other, man, I think that just is so much more important.
Totally agree. And when you bring up that point, something that immediately pops in my mind is when Coop first got introduced to the scene a couple seasons ago. I remember, I think it was you and I casting a couple games where we started to realize like Coops was the highlight player, was that star player like you're talking about, who brought the vibes, who brought the energy and had the gun skills to match it. And I remember it was Coops and then three teammates just making sure Coops is alive, making sure Coops has the room to make moves happen, right? Like, it was all support Coops, let Coops do what Coops needs to do. And they went pretty far with that. But then the next season, they realized, okay, it's not a one-man show. So then the whole team started kind of making the plays together. And I feel like they all kind of just bounced off each other and learned a lot from their past experiences here, and I feel like a couple of these teams are kind of in the similar situation where they have one player that's just popping off, but they're going to quickly realize it's the whole team. You know, it's the whole team. You need to work together
100%.
as a unit, like you just mentioned.
Yeah, you got to be able to bring each other up too. Like, I mean, you know, Coop's great, phenomenal player, probably one of the best that NA has ever seen from gun skill wise, you know, decision making. You know, at the same time, you know, when it comes to thinking about the hype man though, I got to think about when we saw that player cam, right, in PUBG. But you know what? We'll talk about that in a second because game number 1, baby, is now underway. Nice mid-plane play path. About time. Let's get it going. Get some hype in the chat. It's Erangel, baby. But back to what I was talking about. Talking, right? What I was talking about. Talking, right? Talking. I can't help but remember, right, just that screenshot, right, that JPEG of Coops just with his head down in that chair. You know what I'm saying? Just obviously disappointed at his performance and the performance of the squad, right? But I'll tell you what, like, if you're the head of the squad and you are already, you know, putting your head down and having that mentality, it's over. You're defeated already, you know? The whole team's going to feel it, everything like that. So regardless of whether you go down, hopefully we see Coops, you know, really bounce back strong. I hope the best for him. I can't wait to see him. I believe he's going to another region, so I can't wait to see him really shine with another squad. At the same time, though, right, you got to have that killer instinct. I don't care. I want to see here in PMCO a squad that I don't care if they're down 30 points. I want them to do everything they can to get those 30, not just give up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. I was going to follow up, like, are there any teams just based off of their playstyle? I know we don't have the webcams. Any teams based off of their playstyle that you think are kind of performing with that down-and-out mentality? Or do you think, okay, we're 40 points behind qualifying. We still got 6 more games to go. We're still in the race type of deal. Like, what's your take after the last 2 days of watching these teams?
Out of all these squads, I think Excuse has shown, right, that they have that bounce back factor, right? Because to be honest, like, day 1 was abysmal. Like, that was a horrible performance. I think the first 5 games, they only had, like, what, 7 points? And then they popped off in the last game.
Was like 1 point. Their first 3 was like 1 point. So they started.
Yeah, just terrible performance. So, you know, in the last game, they got some good, solid points. But then the next day, you could tell that they came in with that effort. They came in with that hype. They didn't let that get them down, right? They didn't stay down. They stood up and they put themselves in a dang good position here to make top 8.
Show up and pull up, as kids would say. And looking at the game number 1 here, Hot Jukes the zone. Circle number 1, getting flashbacks. I believe we saw this circle a couple times throughout the event where we had a little smidge of military base island in play. But based off of the plane path, teams that like to drop down there just not able to do so. So it's going to be a nice little rotation down there, free and open for any of these teams on that east side if they choose to do so. But we're going to be looking at blinded by when one of the teams that coming into this day 1, everybody was looking at because they finished first place PMCO, first place in the group stages. Nothing was stopping them. As of right now, they are right there on the line here, Hot Juice, on the cusp of qualifying or not qualifying. So it's going to be a huge day for that one team in particular.
Yeah, I know that, you know, Zute was really hoping to see them just have a comeback day in day 2, but they're in big trouble here. I mean, there's only 3 points separating them and THIRDEYE from 9th place. So blinded by win, they know that they need to have a strong game at the start, right? Because like I said, you know, we've said, you do not want to wait till the last game to get points, right? Don't just think like, hey, it's okay. We got 5 more left to go. Like, if I was the IGL right now, I'd be telling my team, we need to pop off these first 3 games. Because the last 3, they're not going to play the same, right? So you can't use your same strategies and hope that you're going to get those 20 points, right? You got to be able to make it happen right now.
Yeah, blinded by win. Ander, the IGL for the squad, and they told me that the team, their play style is courage and confidence. The double C's. That's how they play here. And this is one team, when I mentioned teams with that dedication, they told me 10 scrims a day minimum, Hot Jukes. Like, I'm not making this up. I'm not making like that. I've never seen
That's what I'm
dedication
talking
before.
about.
I've never seen it. And they've only been playing together for 3 months. So that might be why they're scrimming so much, because they're really trying to get in the hours together, work on that synergy together. So it makes sense to me. So I think if you're dedicated that much to the game, I would hate for you not to qualify.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. 10 scrims a day, man. That's
Minimum.
putting in some good work. Good work together, right? But, always the question is, how are they scrimming? You know what I'm saying? Like, what kind of effort are they putting in, and what are they getting done with those scrims? That's always the big question, Because you can practice all you want, but, what are you practicing on? What is your team working on? What are you developing as a squad? And, here's the place to display that, right? So, hopefully, you can see them just boost up the leaderboards here in the last day. But there's the one thing, Dave, that you can't teach. You know what that is, Dave?
What's that?
Clutch.
Clutch. You can't teach clutch.
Can't teach it.
Yeah. You either got it or you don't got it.
Yep.
Who's had it here so far? Lori? I wouldn't see Lori's on the line for me because it was like a 1v1 you won. If it was like a 1v3, I would have been like, yeah, okay.
He put himself in that position though, right? He put himself in that position. Some players will just be like, I'm done. It's over. So I would say Lori has I'm gonna give him a clutch minus badge.
Clutch
you know what I'm saying?
Okay. Does
Clutch
anybody
minus.
have the clutch plus badge? So that's what I posed.
I think Golden Eagle, right? Golden Eagle yesterday.
Oh, what was that? Wow. Okay.
All right, BOPE.
Okay. Puppeteers and BOPE.
Hey. Let no hacks get up to full. Yeah, okay. This is one of those situations where I think that we see a player just like disengage completely, but at that point you have to make a risk unless you can hit a nade like that. Beautifully done by Faye on the Hot Zada. Can he pull off the miracle though? Oh, that nade, that one hurt.
Making a lot of damage right there. We were just talking about who's got that clutch plus badge. Faye trying to earn that right here, right now in front of our face. Now it looks like BOPE, the whole team, going to be piling on in with the support. Looks like they're going to get the pickup on the Hot Zada. No hacks cooking a grenade, tossing that grenade, trying to avoid a grenade themselves. This is just an all-out grenade battle right now, Hot Juice.
Okay, so I wonder what Puppeteer's thinking right here. Are they come to support their teammate? They came right on time, right? Faye bought enough time to be able to let this happen in the first place, but are they trying to get an ejection here and get away safely as 3? Just lose 1? Because I think they're now waiting way too long, because now they had a 3v3 situation, but by delaying it, now they're stuck in a 4v3.
I can see them trying to get an open knock with a grenade and potentially make the push, because they are 10th place on the overall leaderboard, so they could use these points, and it is up against BOPE here, who is number 3 overall, so it's definitely a strong contender. It just comes down to who can hit the grenades first here, in my opinion, Hot Jukes.
Oh man, that's so risky. That is so risky right here. I mean, Faye can hit those. We saw him hit it earlier. Yeah. Ooh, can he snake one here, get a lucky bounce? Not gonna happen. So here comes BOPE now. I mean, this is what we saw. That was gonna happen. Once they get all 4 up, now they're the ones in charge. Oh, nice.
You're going to be peeking on over. 2 down for BOPE.
Angles!
1 confirmed. Faye still up on the rooftop here.
Oh my gosh.
With the UMP still putting in the work. Puppeteers down to just 2, but it is a 2v2 right now, Hot Jukes.
Oh! Are they going to push 2v1? Yeah, there we go. This is what I wanted to see. Them just send it together. Don't separate too far, though. You don't want to get caught in a 1v1 situation. And that's exactly what Faye just did. Beautiful angle, though, from Slowy. Wow. Okay, he has the full set in here. He knows it. Oh, he knows where they're at. Faye gave him the information. That Molotov was so perfect. Wow. What a finish from Puppeteer onto BOPE, nonetheless.
You said BOPE were going down today, man. You put that out there.
I said it.
You said it. You said it. I liked how Faye was able to relay that intel. Throw the volley, throw the volley. They're going for the pickup. Right there, that volley was just money. That volley was beautiful, and wow. Puppeteer, that had to have been the best play in this tournament so far from that team in particular. Puppeteers. They lost a lot though in the process. Huh? It's not gonna lie. They lost a lot, but if they can continue the day, they already got 4 elims. So if they can continue the day just like that, 5 more games to go, they just might qualify here, man. They just might.
Wow. I mean, that's the best way to start right there, right? 4 eliminations. I mean, it would have been better if they had their whole squad up, but man, those 4 points are going to be huge at this point for them. So now what they need to do is just play it just very carefully, very tactile, maybe even, camp it out in a couple shacks and just travel from shack to shack. Just try to get some placement points, and then you'll be in a good spot.
Yeah, 4 elims equals 6th place overall when we're looking at placement points. So with 15 teams still alive in game number 1, that's a great start. Great start, and definitely agree. Just trying to get some placement points here. Maybe steal a knock out there on the battlefield. Maybe I don't know, something along those lines. But regardless, great team fight to start day number 3 from the Puppeteers here, Hot Juice.
Absolutely. Well, that's what I'm talking about. I mean, and that was a tough battle for sure. Like, Faye had to clutch up a lot of knocks to allow that to happen. So, I mean, talk about clutch badges, right? Faye was looking to get one right there.
Clutch minus. I think that's a clutch minus. If they wouldn't have gotten taken out, that would have been a clutch plus. What I do appreciate how Faye was able to just keep the attention of BOPE pretty much the whole time. Faye was always there poking at BOPE, making sure, hey, I'm up here. And that allowed their teammates to get a nice little rotate, get a nice little angle through a window. So Faye was doing a great job at just kind of keeping the attention throughout that whole fight up against BOPE as well.
Yeah, man. I mean, not to mention, finding those little cheeky angles, hitting those clutch nades, that's not easy to do. And not to mention being bold. I like to see him, make that second peek on that second player and putting some damage onto him. I mean, it was just beautifully executed. Unfortunately, he couldn't keep his whole entire squad up. But regardless, right, it ended up working out in some way.
Yeah, sure did. So we'll keep tabs on the duo that's still alive from the Puppeteers on their journey here to qualify top 8 overall at the end of the day. BOPE did get 2 points out of that, so they're going to be waiting for next game. But getting back into this right now, the mix of things, looks like the next circle did pop onto the mainland, so military base completely out of play now. A lot of teams right now, Hot Jukes. A lot of teams looking to center up here in Texas.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the best areas. I mean, Chopsticks is kind of an interesting place to hold. It's kind of like one of those 50-50 areas. It could really work out, or it could just absolutely crush you. I much prefer the place where we see, like, Noobs Galaxy at, right below Everest in those couple buildings right there. I think that's the best location right now on the map because it really, really just allows you to rotate pretty much no matter where you're at. So I think they have one of the better positions, but still, anything can happen.
Yeah.
SLR has a good spot as well.
So you're looking at a little north of Gatka. That's where your favorite.
I think that's the best spot. Yeah, because no matter where the zone goes, right, you're able to rotate to it very easily because there's just too much stretch of land, so you're safely able to move your vehicle. You're not able to do that anywhere else.
Just kind of looking at Gatka as a whole, you got the Golden Eagles, you got Planet by Win, you got Crows, you got SOLR, and then Dream. So there's about 5 teams kind of all hovering in this Gatka area. Safe for the time being, kind of just hoping that the zones continue to pop on top of Gatka. Meanwhile, you got THIRDEYE going for a ultra wide rotate all the way out to the north. You got the HITLIST all the way out on that west coast with nobody near them for the time being. So a lot of teams just kind of holding it down for the time being. Hot Jukes, waiting to see where this next circle takes them.
Yeah, it's that planning phase. So all the IGLs right now, all the teams, what they really should be doing is they should just be talking to each other, right? They shouldn't really be so much focused on just like waiting for a team to crash because it's just most likely not going to happen, right? Like you should be deciding, all right, if the zone's going to go north, we have a plan and this is how we're going to rotate. If it goes south, we're going to go this way. East, west, we're going to go that way. And if it stays on us, then we ain't moving a muscle.
And we've seen a couple teams be able to really pinpoint a great location early on, and those circles just continue to pop and pop and pop right on top of them, allowing them to really show up in that late game with the whole team alive in a really strong power position. I'm thinking game 1 of this whole event that happened with SLR. They were able to rack up 14 elim points based off of their early game positioning. And of course the zones favoring them. It was just an all-out bloodbath. And they walked away really happy, and that kind of set them up really well on the overall leaderboards, because SLR right now 4th place overall here, Hot Juice.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, SLR, I think they're in, like I mentioned, a dominant position right now. So, I mean, when it comes to them picking spots rotationally, I think they're doing great. So I think this should be a solid game from them, pretty much no matter where this zone goes. If it goes on them, then they're going to be really set up. But, you know, at the same time, you know, there's some teams getting some pretty decent, I would say, kind of lucky rotations. THIRDEYE is going onto the north side, and luckily for them, there's not one squad pretty much holding that northern area. So they can pretty much push in for free, unless the zone, of course, shifts south. Then they can kind of have a little bit of a headache for them. We'll find out right now.
Yeah, and a couple things that these teams that we haven't really been seeing is like just that leapfrog scouting. You know, what I've been noticing for a couple of these teams, they just full on send it from point A to point B, and the next circle does go up. Okay, the hit list, that west side definitely gonna be paying off. And going back to Gatka, oh man, look at that. Look at that. Everybody's gonna be rotating through this really tight area.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of big spots. That's what I'm talking about. This is why you wanted to stay right below Everest, right? Because it's very easy to rotate away if that zone goes in any direction. So Excuse are going to be able to move pretty easily. So is NOOBS. Galaxy, there's quite a few spots available on this side because nobody was taking this area here. So I wonder which one is going to take Antenna. That's going to be an interesting area to take.
And you can see on the API, if you are just tuning on in, day number 3, we got the live API. You can see what players in a vehicle, you can see what players alive, knocked out, or in the blue zone. And, well, I'm seeing a ton of vehicle icons as all of these teams right now are looking for a new position in this circle.
Well, it looks like one of the 4 pros just got ran over. So that's tough. I believe that was the Panthers that ran him over. So they're going to be in some pretty big trouble. I don't think they're going to be able to get that res off. But hey, when you have a rotation like this, sometimes you have to make a sacrifice. Here we go, the Panthers versus 4 pros. That's over.
Oh, it's over. It's over. Just as quick as it started. We do still have Lori up there on the hilltop with their vehicle. But I do believe Lori, last one alive here, Hot Juice.
Much plus? Can you do it, Dave?
As a solo, 1v3. Panthers got a compound. I don't think so. I'm not seeing it. I'm just not seeing it.
Yeah, Lori doesn't even look like he has any first aids or nothing because he hasn't healed up yet. So it looks like he's just gonna hang out right on top of that hill and not move a muscle. Next zone is locked and loaded. It's starting to close, but
you got this.
Yeah, look at
that.
that.
You got this, Lori. You got this. They don't know you're here.
I mean, that's the play, right? I mean, just hold that edge and just try to get some placement points.
I think Lori's actually crawling towards the edge compared to crawling towards the center of the zone. Talking about playing it nice and slow, though. We were saying from day 1 to day 2, night and day. Looks like we got Matt cooking a grenade over here. Trying to toss that into that little building. That's going to be third on the opposite end here. Matt making the push, trying to group up with James. James is just in the front lines here, Hot Jukes.
Where's Rut? I don't understand where the rest of the excuse is really trying to support James, you know? Now we finally see Josh get an angle that can kind of help him out. James is holding that front edge. Matt needs to hit that rotation. He needs to pick a side already. Like, playing split's okay, but you have to put your players in positions to support your front line one. You can't just be hiding behind of a building. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and it looks like because of their indecision to either push, not push, or support, it looks like THIRDEYE, they're able to pop a couple of heals, a couple boosts right there. not really being punished for the time being, Hot Jukes. And there goes a couple of smokes to kind of block the sight lines from both sides here. It's very interesting play right here. Not really being able to see anything now at this point. Just random grenades getting tossed.
Next zone goes on up, so now they need to get this fight done with. Like, Excuse needs to push this heavy, and they need to get it done. I'm surprised that he didn't throw that nade through that second window, just in case. But he tried to go for a little bit of a bounce shot. He's going to throw another one right here, or maybe he might cook this one for... Nope, he's going to go for another one. Yeah, he doesn't catch it. So I wonder if he's going to try to thread the needle through that second door. Nope. Hey, if it didn't work twice, try it a third time.
Both teams definitely feeling the pressure, though, because like you said, the next zone did pop, so either one team makes it torn out alive or nobody does, you know, so...
There we go, finally. Oh. Baltans. Thought that was actually perfect. He's out of nades. So, look, this is a bad fight at this point. Like, Excuse is taking way too long to finish this fight. Like, at a certain point, you have to realize, like, hey, there's only 40 seconds on the clock. We need to secure these fights so we can get to the next one, or we just need to leave. Like, you need to make a decision. If you're going to fight, you should have been already fighting.
Oh, here we go. Making the compound breach over there with the spray down with the UMP, but they did not expect the THIRDEYE squad mate in the building behind the wall. Just be quiet. Out of off guard, was able to shoot them from behind. Now it's up to Matt with the M4, going for that quick switch, but peaceful. Taking them down, and wow, Hot Jukes, the THIRDEYE player in the building. They did not even expect that one right there.
I don't know why they jumped that ledge. Like, I don't know why they jumped through that window. Like, that is like the worst place you could do it. When you have 3 players, right, you could easily just circle that building on the outside, cover each other, have one player pre-fire the edge, while the other one pre-fires as they go up little by little together. And then you're going to dominate. But instead, you jump through the window, and every time you do that, you're going to have to deal with the animation of falling down. You know you're going to get busted up, and yeah, it's just a bad decision from Excuse right there.
Didn't even see it coming. And while that fight was happening, the Golden Eagles looks like they made a push over here. They're going to be up next to Angry Amateurs. Like already inside of the Golden Eagles. Angry Amateurs are super split. As you can see on that map, it's like one of them in blue, Leon out. Then we got another 2 right on the other side of the field from D-Wolf. D-Wolf looking to get this heal up real quick. Atomic just waiting. Skur, both Atomic and Skur just kind of waiting, buying their time here. Skur? As Golden Eagles, 4 limbs so far.
Ooh-wee. Golden Eagles flying high once again. Here to start off the day. They're out of position of the zone, so they're going to have to probably push Hellcrime. Try to get into this next zone. Yeah, you can see them trying to decide. They're going to go ahead and get that full boost going because they know that rotation's going to happen. But I think they got an eye on the last 2 from Puppeteer. Did they? Okay, they had to hear Hellcrime right now. Oh, one of them got caught.
Oh, no.
Yep, the trap has been sprung.
What a trap. What a trap. Atomic now with the molly trying to turn the favor. Baby Tang cooking a grenade.
Amateurs.
Angry Amateurs, though, playing spoiler right now to the Golden Eagles. Skur from downtown. Really nice little trade right there here on Jukes.
Yeah, see, but Golden Eagles is smart enough to realize when they needed to push this fight, right? Because look, now they still have 37 seconds left. That gives them enough time to get this revive and still move, right? If they waited any longer, Blue Zone would have been coming and they would have lost a player. So I like the fact that Golden Eagles are heads up enough to realize clock management and when to make a fight happen.
See if they can get on out of that situation, as Skur's now going to be in the zone, and 2 Puppeteers also going to be blocking their initial approach right there on the south end of the circle. But the Crows, Semper and Invicta. It's like we're popping on the tail end of this fight. Semper and Invicta saying nope. Blue Zone going to start the close up. Semper and Invicta already on the approach. Crows right behind them.
Crows, here they go. Looks like they're possibly doing a little bit of a vehicle switch. Luckily for them, there's nobody covering this edge, which I'm very surprised. So they're going to be able to rotate into here for free. I don't think they would be able to do that at higher stages, but hey, here at PMNC it works, so hey, take advantage of it.
Right into the swamps, the HITLIST, 4 up, trying to reposition these vehicles, create some type of cover because right ahead of them, Hellcrime laying it down in that compound. Also going to be getting third targets a little bit here and there, but Jimmy with the Bison over that spray onto Trickster, and that's it. Out of HITLIST, swamps belonging to Hellcrime right here after that push.
Wow. The HITLIST unable to hold on once again, so this is not the game that they needed. I believe, how many points did they get there? Looks like they got a 2? Ooh, that's not good by any means. Let's see where Golden Eagles is going to end up. I think Golden Eagles is going to put a heck of a lead here at the start.
They win this so far, yeah, and the only member that they lost on their squad, Stranger, because of that trap set by Tommy. But over here, oh,
see?
another vault through the window.
Never vault through the window. If I could say it once, I'll say it 1,000 times. This is a lesson I learned years ago, right? I used to get yelled at for vaulting in windows. You can't do it. You have to restrict yourself, and there's a reason why you separate the vault and jump buttons these days.
Number 1 rule of comp: never vault. Never vault. You heard it here first.
Just go through the door.
Examples time and time again here in this match alone of why Hot Juke says that number 1 rule.
Number 2 rule: don't go on the rock in Sanhok. Just don't go on the rock. Oh, you always get knocked.
Knowledge.
And then
about the Fiesta right here. Looking like Golden Eagles are trying to send a couple vehicles, trying to get a couple runovers, trying to take out the snakes, but finding out firsthand it's not where they want to be. Missed. Trying to crawl their way up. Grenade range. Their teammates are just getting picked apart from the Puppeteers.
Wow, Hellcrime just absolutely dominating Noob Galaxy as Rushy had to just run in the wide open. Here goes Vist. Vist was a little bit out of position there. I don't think they expected to see 2 players just hanging on the edge. So he did end up helping his team. It was a little late though, so I believe they did lose an additional player. Noobs Galaxy eliminated. Hellcrime. Okay, yeah. Hellcrime finally showing up at the start.
This is what they needed coming into day number 3. 15th overall. Right now they got 9 elims, top 4 situation, and they still have the entirety of the team alive. The only squad with all 4 up, and Hot Jukes, they got a nice position in this zone.
Ooh, they've already got a great game under their belt. 9 eliminations, so they're crushing it. Let's go, Chino, rest of the squad. 3 eliminations on that player as well. Oh man, blinded by wind's in trouble. 1 nade's all it takes.
Right there, looks like Jinx was able to get that heal off in the smokes, but they see the smokes, they know something is not right, and one of the members trying to prep a grenade right there and just kind of go fishing. Hot Jukes.
Yeah, what are you gonna catch? What are you gonna catch? Hopefully a chicken dinner.
Yeah.
Yeah. A chicken dinner. Right now, they're going to be throwing them all out at this point. Maybe even catch a crow. Hellcrime. Oh, going to go through the buggy play. Unable to do it. Oh, he pops out. What an angle. Okay, Hellcrime feeling themselves.
Chino was traded in the process of that play, but Jimmy with the support from behind, and now it comes down to a trio from Hellcrime, a duo from the Golden Eagles.
See, I love this Hellcrime. I don't know where they were the first 2 days, but today they are balling out. Like, I love to see that aggression. This is what you need to do. Like, when you have the player advantage, just stand up and just abuse every player on the field. Just make them scared to even stand up and take a shot.
13 elims here.
Look at that. He said, you're gonna have to crawl to me, Chino. That's what you get for getting knocked.
13 elims. That's Jimmy. Jimmy, another
over.
molly on a baby tang. Jimmy looking to close this one out with the Bison. 50% HP gonna be standing up, and Jimmy getting it done here in game number 1. Hellcrime taking the winner chicken dinner.
Woo-wee! Okay, Hellcrime. showing up strong today with a ton of points here. They got a massive amount of eliminations, and more importantly, right, this is going to do so big, I mean, just wonders, right, for their overall just mental health when it comes to starting this game, right? Because now they know that they can win. That's the most important thing, especially if you've never been here before. Just knowing that you can win at this stage is so huge.
That's pretty much 2 chicken dinners right there in one. That's the buy one, get one right here. And they came into this match 15th on the overall leaderboard. Ooh. They pretty much got 2 chickens because I'm counting placement points and I'm counting elim points. We're talking about games needed from these bottom teams to really help them climb up these leaderboards on the final day. They just got it. I mean, talk about making the dream come true here, Hot Chicks.
Dave,
yeah.
This is 15 eliminations, right, with a chicken dinner. That's 30 points.
That's pretty much 2 chickens. I won't get one, man. Come on.
Oh my gosh, right? I mean, the Christmas specials are on fire here at the start. Because, I mean, think about it. Hellcrime had 57 points, right, going into today. THIRDEYE in 8th place with 78. Oh boy. Hellcrime is going to be going through the roof. We'll find out a little bit more about them right after the highlights. We're back here. Let's go. Match ranking. 30 points from Hellcrime. I talked about it just a little bit earlier. This is a monster game for them. Golden Eagles is a great game for them as well, considering that they were already in first place. So that's going to, I think at this point, right, you might as well start going to the shopping cart and start putting some stuff on layaway, Dave.
Yeah. For me, there's some new skins coming on out, so I'm getting all that UC. I could use it. But Hellcrime, 30 points. Pretty insane start to day number 3 here of the PUBG Mobile North America Cup Finals. As this is do or die season right now for all these teams on the bottom half of the leaderboard. And Hellcrime, they are clocking in and putting in some work so far, Hot Jukes.
Oof. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better game, literally. I think that's the best performance we've seen so far in this tournament, too.
From
15 eliminations.
Definitely.
Yeah, so that is a record right here for the North America Cup. And wow, you couldn't ask for a better time to do it. I mean, I'll tell you what, Dave, we're talking about clutch badges. That's a clutch plus badge right there, without a doubt.
Okay.
Put it on the shirt. Well, actually, you know what? I am going to take the clutch plus badge out of the bag. Okay? It's out of the bag. It's in my hand. I'm not going to pin it, right, until they're in the top 8 at the end of the day.
And the thing is, you can't give a badge and then say it's in your hand and say you don't have it.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, you still got to make top 8, right? If you don't make top 8, what's the point?
Yes. I have to, and if I had to make one more guess, they should be top 8 after that one game. 30 points was massive. And if they're not top 8, they're probably like 1 point from top 8. Just doing quick math off the top of the head. And we saw right there, Jimmy, MVP after game number 1 from match number 1. You'll love to see it. Jimmy rocking the Bison that last game here, Hot Jukes. We don't see that very often.
Dude, but you know what's even more impressive for me? Fate. 20 grenades? 20?
They took out BOPE. I mean, we saw boom, 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 a ton of grenades being popped right there. And that fight between BOPE, that was like, what, 4 or 5 minutes into the game? So, I mean, when you toss about 6 grenades 5 minutes into the game, it adds up. It makes sense here, Hot Jukes.
Definitely, definitely. Onyx 370Z is the MVP of the last match. First one here of the final day. Well deserved, man. 5 eliminations. Bestia with 4. I mean, this Hellcrime team straight popped off. And Golden Eagles, I mean, still having a player make it up on the top 3 list.
Yep, that was Vist. Remember, Vist kind of doing that army crawl towards the end.
That's right.
End zone, trying not to be spotted, was able to get a couple more placement points for the team. And Golden Eagles, man, if we have to give another badge for consistency, I gave it to them yesterday, Hot Jukes, after 3 chicken dinners.
Wow, the consistency badge already given, and I gotta say, well deserved. Well deserved, man. I'll tell you what, this is huge, right? I think this is gonna mix up those leaderboards and make things so much more dangerous here, Dave, because Hellcrime popping off 30 points, that's gonna make every team, right, on the cusp of making it in the top 8 just be like, are you kidding me? Because now there's another squad that can do it.
Yeah, exactly. At the start of the day, I think there was maybe, I had to guess, like 4 teams that were like right there on the cusp, but now we definitely have 5. And the thing is, with 5 more games to go, we could have another squad dead last or 15th, like 4 Bros. They can do the same thing, get 30 points, and guess what, Hot Jukes? They're going to be right there as well in the mix, trying to compete for that 8th place position on the overall leaderboards.
I mean, that's kind of the benefit of having a 3-day tournament, right? But it's also the detriment of it, right? Because any team could just pass you up with 1 game, right? You could do so well, but if you leave yourself in that 8th place-ish position, you know, 1 team from the bottom or just a little bit below can pop off and just jump you and knock you out. So, but for those teams that have had a rough first couple of days, you can still make it happen, right? We just saw Hellcrime do it here, but there's only 5 matches left to go, Dave, and the pressure is going to be way higher, and it's going to be much harder to do.
I see a lot of e-sport poses in my day, and I love Jimmy's right there. I call that the crusher pose. Jimmy's going to put you in the crusher if you
crushing the walnut.
Crushing the walnut, man. Getting ready for the holidays. Don't get in the way of Jimmy and the Bison, because if you do, guess what? Jimmy's putting you in the good old-fashioned crusher here, Hot Jukes.
Woo! Love to see it. You know what I love is, I love the fact that Hellcrime, right, as we take a look here at the top 3 teams, you know, I love the fact that Hellcrime didn't just realize, okay, we have the game in our hands, let's just play passive and get points. And some teams on the bottom will do that, right? They'll hesitate and just be like, okay, we've already got enough eliminations, let's just kind of play more passive and just try to get placement. No, they saw the opportunity and they flicked that aggression switch and they took full advantage of them. That's exactly what you're supposed to do. And man, they just did great.
Yeah, and the thing is, Hellcrime, they weren't one of those teams that competed in PMCO as well. They competed in the Opens and qualified through the group stages that happened right before this cup to make it here. So to me, it's like the team just popping up out of nowhere and showing up just in time with 5 more games to go. And now their name is in the running here, Hot Jukes, as we see this head-to-head up against the best team in the lobby, #1 Golden Eagles, and got the damage, we got the heals, the knockouts, elims though, you said it, setting the record so far, 15 elims coming in to the Hellcrime.
Wow. Man, I'd pay to hear their comms after that one. You know that they had to be so high.
How much? I mean, we could make it happen, right? How much
hey,
talking?
$2. $2.
Come on, double it up.
Make it 3. Make it 4. The quad.
Look at it, Hellcrime, 8th place.
Hello.
Hellcrime.
Hello.
8th place.
Hello.
And they're tied with Excuse.
Wow.
7 points is the number now. Hellcrime, 1 passive game. You go from, what, 15th to 8th?
Second to last. Second to last to 8th. Wow.
My goodness.
Unbelievable. Nuts. Nuts.
Yeah.
And look, they just knocked out Blinded by Win.
Oh, hold up.
Who's also tied.
7. Wow.
Wow, 3-way tie.
And the Crows only 1 point behind. Like, this is getting. You know these players.
All we need.
Tell me, Jukes.
Look,
What?
we need Semper and Invicta to get 30 points in this next match. Could you imagine? If Semper and Invicta, if Semper and Invicta gets 30 points in the next match, oh my goodness, right? These last 4 are gonna be crazy because that means anybody can make top 8.
Well, let me ask you though. You're a player. I want to ask you, like, you keep seeing these leaderboards. Now you're seeing there's like a 3-way tie. There's like 1 point behind 8th place if blinded by win. Like, how nervous are you starting to get now that you're starting to see like all these points are almost identical as the games continue to progress?
I think the average person would be nervous, right? Personally, I get hyped. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, yo, like, this is the time to shine, boys. Let's go, right? Let's do this. Like, that's the kind of person I like to be on my team, right? Is that one that just kind of calms everybody down, hypes them up, and just say, hey, you know what? The way that we win this is we cannot, right, change our play style, right? Let's not hesitate. If we feel our gut instinct says to push, push. You know what I'm saying? Get it done. Don't switch up your gameplay style right now, and I think you could make it easily, right? But if you do, and you hesitate, it's going to be all over.
And the thing is, we've seen it time and time again where some of these teams that did start at the bottom, they're finally there, and they start to hesitate because they don't want to let go of that lead. They don't want to lose it, right? That they misplay.
Yup.
And then they go into the whole passive mode, playing it so safe, just not really doing much. And they might not lose their position on the overall leaderboards in one game, but they continue to play that style. 3 games later, they're down points just because they stopped. They let their foot off the pedal a little too soon here, Hot Dudes.
Can't do it. You really, really can't. Like, I love the fact that Hellcrime did exactly what I said a team at the bottom should do, right? Put the pedal to the full metal right at the rip, because you're going to take advantage of these players that are off that gas pedal, right? You're going to be right up on in this thing, right? And that's what they did, and look how well it worked. It worked so well that it ended up being a record here for PMNC.
And you said it too. I asked you, Hot Dukes, give me that hot take, and you said, Dave, Hellcrime are qualifying. And everybody in chat's like, Hot Dukes, are you looking at the leaderboard? And you're like, yes, I am. Yes, I am, chat. And I'm putting it on the line. Dude, all they needed is that Hot Dukes hot take, and they're here now. They're in top 8 after just 1 game. Round of applause, Hot Dukes, honestly.
Bam! Not to mention,
they're not going to be happy about that one, though. they're. I hope this next game.
They should have listened to me. They should have listened to me and done the opposite. That's why. That's what happens.
Bope, don't listen to Jukes. Don't listen to Jukes.
You gotta listen to me.
This. 5 more games, Bope. You're going to stay up there. Where's Bope? Still in 3rd, though. So, still in 3rd. But they can't continue to get wiped out in 16th, though. I definitely agree with that.
Yeah, they can't afford it right now because Hellcrime, right? All these other teams, they're coming for them. They are coming for them here. There's still 5 matches left to go. We could still see one of those bottom teams pop off here in the next couple of games.
Well, you called it Semper Invicta. You said it. So you said Hellcrime game 1.
I want to see it.
Semper Invicta game 2, the Hot Dukes hot take. I keep seeing though.
Okay.
Wait, I'll let you go.
Yeah. All right. I said I wanted to see it. I didn't say it was going to happen.
You said it's going to happen. Listen. The thing
okay, you know what? All right, fine. I'll commit to it.
It's all recorded. So you said it's happening in this game. I'm believing, and I'm going to go with 4 Bros though, and I'm going with 4 Bros because they have like the community support. You know, people in the community love this squad. You got a ton of fans in the chat. So you would just hate to see this squad not qualified, you know. So let's see what they can pull out here, out the hat in game number 2, as we're gonna be sending it to Miramar, Hot Dukes.
Oh baby, let's go. We'd love us some desert, right? Oh man, this is gonna be intense. I wonder.
Tell me. Tell me. Say it. You gotta say
Nah,
it.
it's a dumb
you gotta
question.
say it.
I think that I was like, okay, at what point do we see teams at the bottom or teams at the top start hop dropping people? You know what I'm saying? When do we see that?
I think at the halfway mark. Especially, I think if you have that thought in your head, I think if you're four bros, Dream Esports, Semper, Invicta, and you're kind of starting to think that way, but then you saw what Hellcrime just did, I feel like you're a little more focused now. You're like, okay, let's just try to imitate Hellcrime, get the chicken dinner, and we'll be right back in it. But if you're still at the bottom, at the halfway mark of today, hey, if you talk trash to me in the DMs or in the Discord before, I'm hot dropping you. I don't care. You know, I already feel like I'm not making it. So guess what? I got a grudge, and you're not gonna make it either. And that's where you gotta start to worry for those teams on the cusp here, hot chicks. And we've seen this play out multiple times.
Hey, what about the Golden Eagles? Right?
Nothing's touching them.
Even
Nothing's touching them.
Hey, exactly. Nothing is touching them, Dave. So what if a team that's on the cusp pissed them off, right?
Yeah.
That's the benefit. That's the benefit of being at the top, right? You could say, hey, you know what? I really don't want to deal with this team in the next stage, right? Let's go ahead and hot drop them. And if we go out, it doesn't matter. We're still going to get first place, most likely, right? But let's take out at least a couple players and make them have a hard time. It could happen. It could happen.
I think if the Golden Eagles can get one chicken today, I would definitely be afraid for the other team, just based off of what you said right there. Because one more chicken, they can go out in 16th multiple times, and they're still going to get the 3K and make it to PMPL 2023. So, listen, go check the DMs right now. If you were talking trash to some of these other teams that are now at the top or at the very bottom, delete it. Delete it. It never happened, hot chicks. Delete it. Because you don't want. I would hate for that to ruin your chance, right? So that's why you gotta be nice to everybody here.
That's right, man. Send them apology letters to Golden Eagles, right? Just say, hey, man, you know what? I didn't mean that last week. It was just all a prank, dude. Like congratulations. You know what I'm saying? Hype them up. Do whatever it takes, because literally, I mean, man, your future is on the line. I mean, careers have started here. I mean, my career started, all the way from the bottom, and then now look where I'm able to cast this, and who knows? Maybe we see one of the players from here do something like that in the future.
If I had to guess, probably Jimmy. Put him in the crusher. The crusher. Oh, it's good old-fashioned Jimmy with the bison right there. You love to see it. What else have we been loving to see here, hot jukes, as we prepare for game number 2, Miramar? What have we been loving?
Hot Dave podcast.
Welcome, everybody.
Pow, dude. Pow. Wait. Pow, dude.
Boom.
Yeah, let's go.
Boom,
dude.
So let me get your take. Yesterday, I don't know if I was being too hard on Red Eyes, but when Red Eyes told me that the Puppeteers take out Golden Eagles in a team fight, I was like, come on, man. What's your take, hot jukes? Give me the scoop, man.
I think Red Eyes' eyes were a little red yesterday. You know what I'm saying? Right?
Okay.
A little too red. Looking like my shirt right here.
Yeah,
no,
we're
that's not that ain't gonna happen. Right? Golden Eagles have it just Golden Eagling, right? Really, really well here today. Super lazy reflex. Now then, I would be like, hey, possibly. Right? Because we've seen them have that pop-up potential, but who knows? Maybe even Hellcrime. But though after they played in the last game, I just don't want to see them, right? Just think like, oh, now we could just push everybody. You know what I'm saying? Now we could just do whatever we want here, baby. We got 15 eliminate. We're the best. And I think we've seen too many times that can also spell a disaster.
Yeah.
So, hey, just do what you did last game, right? Play it tactile. When you see the opening, run through that door, baby.
Yeah, it's definitely a balance, right? And like you said, we've been watching these games for a long time now, and we're talking from experience with watching MCOs, group stages, all sorts of competitions. That one game like this from Hellcrime, you have to have like really high adrenaline. You're probably high-fiving each other, fist bumping, screaming, just excited. What you should be. You just set a record.
Sure.
You set a record in the lobby and for yourself. The thing is, you also need to be level-headed. Let's run it back. Let's try to do it again. Let's try to get the chicken dinner again. Let's try to show up in the late game with 4 up and use our numbers to our advantage and just keep your eye on the bigger picture. And that's qualifying. You know, top 8. They're in top 8 now. So GG's to them. But we still got 5 more games to go. So it is nowhere close to being over yet, Hot Jukes.
It isn't. It isn't. And you know what? I don't think that we are going to see the last ledge jump either, right? Hopefully players have learned their lesson. Don't jump through windows, right?
Number 1 rule.
Especially when a team is right there. It just never works out, you know? Rotate around, find those angles, get through a door. Because, man, that animation gets you knocked every time.
So that's, okay, let's go over the rule book. Because I know one thing you and I are known for is reading the rule books. You know, we don't write the rules, we just read the rules.
That's right.
I remember we had one of them being no vaulting. You don't want to do that. Number 2, you don't want to stand on top of a rock in Sanhok. Another rule for Sanhok, and we've seen it yesterday, you don't really ever want to ride a Vespa, a scooter. And on top of that, as a duo, you know,
That's
scooter, it's fun. You
One's
know,
too
you
much.
can have
Yeah.
the breeze go through your hair while you drink a cappuccino. But in competitive, I don't know, man, it's just too open. You're just too exposed to the elements in that vehicle. So that's rule number 3.
Yeah. Vespa, 1's a party, 2's a crowd. You know what I'm saying?
True.
Yeah, you just way too much weight for that Vespa's rating, you know? So yeah, 1 maximum, you know, but even then, right? Better to stay on foot and just push together as a team, you know? 3rd one, I would say, of course, you know, safety first.
4th one.
Then teamwork, right? I think those have to go first, second, right?
Safety first.
But yeah, safety first, then teamwork, right? Then those 2. Another one, right? Another one is always listen to the IG. Okay?
What if you know the IGL is just wrong, though? What if you just know it's straight up wrong?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, right? You always do what the IGL says immediately, right? I know you guys watching have watched a lot of movies, right? Where doing the opposite of what the boss says, right? And just being the hero, right? And doing that works. It doesn't work in PUBG Mobile. I'm telling you, it does not, right? The reason why is because now you've created indecision, you've created insecurity in your IGL, which is one of the worst things you can do. But here's the deal. If your IGL is wrong, right, then what you do is...
What? Replace
you
them.
do what he says.
Oh.
Right?
Okay.
But then you can go into the VOD afterward, right, and say, hey, you know what? This wasn't it, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And replace them. Replace them. Send an email.
I mean,
the manager.
That's the wrong thing to do, I think. You know what I'm saying? Don't go for the full replacement.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? But like, have a conversation.
Not first or last,
right?
though, Hot Jukes. If you're not first
That's
or
true.
last, though, what about
That's
that?
true. I mean, if the IGL is too hard-headed to make changes and wants to keep doing the same, I mean, that's insanity, right? Then at that point, there's you want to go through that. But I think that it's better to stay together as a team, trust each other, and work together. If that player's hungry and willing to make changes, then, I mean, that's the person you want, right? The person that's going to put in that work.
Very true. Very true. And if you are out there watching the VOD, watching live, shout out to you. Keep playing PUBG Mobile. And if you're thinking about getting into competitive, I hope you got a pen right now and a piece of paper and you're jotting down these rules, because I guarantee you these rules are going to help set you up for success in competitive PUBG Mobile Esports, which, by the way, just won Esports Mobile Game of the Year. So it's definitely a good time. Definitely a good time to get involved. And the thing is, Hot Jukes, you and I, we're giving the rule book right now for free, you know, so you should be writing down these notes if you're looking to get into competitive play, because these notes, they're crafted over thousands of hours of gameplay, watching all types of levels of competition. We just know at the end of the day, we can tell patterns and what works and what doesn't work, and we're seeing today, prime example, the vaulting through the windows is not working at all, and that's why it's one of the rules. No vaulting through the window.
100%, 100%. Vault to the windows ain't it. But, you know, like I said, I can't tell you again. You know, it's just, if you don't listen to your IGL and you don't do what the IGL says immediately, right? You can argue with the IGL afterwards all day long. But the thing is that if you don't do what the IGL says, right, you give that IGL the argument to say, hey, well, it didn't work because you hesitated, right?
Yeah.
Right? Even though I told you got to push, the fact that you hesitated and you were behind us all, that ruined it. So you give them that opportunity to do that. Just do what the IGL says, deal with the aftermath afterwards, right? Because at the end of the day, you have to work as a full unit. And I think we've seen too many times here at this stage, right? Players just kind of looking like they're doing their own thing, right? Like you see some pushing, some holding some weird off angle split. And yeah, I want to see them just be like this, because you see the teams that click and just look like they're on point, man, they just take out everybody.
Golden Eagles being one of them. The Panthers also up there at the top. Now the Panthers have a lot more experience, of course, when it comes to the whole clicking and the synergy and paying attention to the IGL compared to the newer teams who I have only been playing for a month or two, right, before I get here. So of course we're comparing apples to oranges. But at the end of the day, if you have an IGL and the IGL says let's go here, let's make the push, just do it. You know, just do it. Might as well.
Send it.
And we have been seeing improvements though, for sure, from a lot of these newer teams from day one to now. Like the lobby definitely has its own vibe now. I feel like the skill is a lot higher in day 3 than it was day number 1 for sure. Like we've seen massive improvements from some of these newer squads here on Jukes.
Yeah, I mean, I think we definitely have. I mean, we just saw it from Hellcrime, right? They just came out strong here at the start, so we know that any one of these teams could definitely do it. But, you know, it's all about being able to communicate with your team. We can't stress it enough. It's just how important communication, just clear comms, being able to let another player know exactly what you're seeing with as few words as possible and letting them understand it, right, is so huge. And I think that we're starting to see teams adapt and just get better at that as time goes on.
True. Nothing but facts here. So, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for tuning on in to the podcast hours, as looks like the next match about to get underway. Miramar, game number 2 of day number 3 for the PUBG Mobile North America Cup Finals. Baby, top 8 makes it to PMPL Spring 2023. Yes. There's a lot on the line here as we start to dive deep here, hopefully very shortly, into Miramar, Hot Jukes.
And it looks like that time, Dave, is now. Let's go, baby. Let's go. And Miramar, match number 2 on the way. Let's get it. Get it, Dave. Let's get it.
Oh, I'm getting it. Oof. And NOOBS Galaxy going to be the first team you drop out. You got Crows. Pro Esports right behind them. 4 Bros. So going to be dropped out. What are your thoughts on this this plane path? To me, I like it, man. I think with this plane path, you can pretty much parachute anywhere on the map. Pretty fair, pretty solid here in my opinion.
Oh yeah, just a super clean, right down the middle plane path. So there shouldn't be really any excuses here at this point for these players. They should know exactly what they're doing. But you know what? I mean, I'm looking right now. I like to see how, like, NOOBS Galaxy, they go quick off the drop, right? Straight to Valle del Mar, so they're going to have an interesting rotation. I always like looking at the center of the map, right? Who's dropping Pecado? Who's dropping El Pozo? Those are the big spots to get some loot.
And Pecado looks like BOPE might be dropping straight down, getting some vehicles, and potentially going up there to get some loot. They're the only team in the general area. El Pozo, like you mentioned, looks like maybe being contested between the Golden Eagles and the HITLIST. Possibly, as we see Flash all the way up there, almost near Crater Field. So all teams so far so good. Zone number 1 though. Zone number 1. I really like this circle for NOOBS Galaxy. I think with this circle, they can take their time down there. They're the first team to touch down onto the field, and they should be able to loot everything. And they can pretty much just stay in the southern half, or at least zone number 1, and play the coastline. You know, play it nice and safe, nice and slow. Currently, they're in 4th place overall, so they don't really have that much pressure up against them right now. It's not like that do or die moment like Hellcrime in game number 1. So I really do like the decision from NOOBS Galaxy and their drop right there. And with circle number 1, it's just even better, Bachu.
Oh yeah, definitely such a great position for them to be in, especially after that that match, man. These guys are going to come into this one confident. I just want to see that confidence continue, right? I think if Hellcrime has a good match here in match 2, they are shoo-in for a top 8.
They do have a long way, though, compared
That's
to
true.
everybody else on their journey for circle number 1. Now, Miramar, huge map, we all know it. There's definitely a lot of room for them to rotate down into circle number 1. But Hellcrime, the most northern team, almost in Campo Militar. So we'll keep tabs on Hellcrime. Let's see if they continue their hot streak here in game number 2.
Let's see if they can do it, baby. Let's see if they can do it. Easier said than done. I mean, I'm still kind of hoping for that insane, SEMPER INVICTA 30-point game here, just to make this whole top 8 situation just absolute madness.
SEMPER INVICTA, it's your moment to shine. Currently in 16th place overall. Looking at it, 43 points. 43 points. So if you do off the top of my head, I think they're like 44 points. Yeah, 44 points to reach that top 8. So one good game could definitely put them on the right track for success here, Hot Jokes. And SEMPER INVICTA, they out of everybody have the biggest challenge up against everybody else, just because of their points and how far down they are compared to the rest of the lobby.
Oof, yeah, they're gonna have to make something magical happen. Something magical playing. But we've seen crazier things, right? We saw just what Hell Circle did, so it's possible. It is possible. Well, hopefully I can see some magic happen here in the last match. Nice little slow start here. No crazy, nothing crazy at the moment.
Yeah.
So looks like everyone's just looting up, getting ready for the match.
Shout out to everybody who has been tuning in throughout the entirety of the live stream, by the way. We got Nox, we got FM, Geo, Loss, ton of supporters here. Let us know right now which team you're rooting for. Crazy, 4K, which team you got? Which team you looking? Hot Jukes looking at SEMPER INVICTA. Mustache Dave here looking at the 4 bros to really climb up the ranks here. And hopefully set themselves up in a good position on the overall leaderboards here as the day number 3. It's quickly winding down here, Hot Jukes.
Yes, it is, man. I mean, this day is going to be over just like that, So this is what I was talking about, is you want to be able to bust out these points and secure your place immediately, right? Like as soon as possible. So we saw Hell Circle do it, right? Can we see some of these other teams at the bottom? Absolutely, but I think you have this and next game, and that's it, right? After that, oh man, it's just rolling the dice.
Yeah, and just in case you are now tuning in, as it's day number 3, this is going to be the PUBG Mobile North America Club Open Finals. So this is it. It's 3 days, 18 matches, and as you can see, we're on match number 14. After the 18 matches, the top 8 teams from the overall leaderboards from this lobby, they're going to be getting shipped off to PMPL NA. So spring 2023. Oof. So it's a big moment. It's a big moment for the teams that got relegated. It's a big moment from the teams that qualified to the Opens, and it's a big moment for those teams who have been competing in EMCO. And it's do or die, man. It is do or die for a lot of these players if they want to continue living that professional PUBG Mobile player dream here and racking up the prize pools. I mean, the prize pools have been insane. Almost every single major event in PUBG Mobile, the prize pools have just been increasing here, Hot Juke. So it's a great opportunity right now in front of a lot of these players.
Huge one, a huge one. I mean, this is where dreams come true, literally, right? The dream of, getting on an org, being able to play mobile games professionally. You know, it's a dream that I had, and I was very blessed to achieve that dream. And it all started right here, right, just a few years ago. And I've been, you know, now had the pleasure of being able to do this for multiple years now. And I know a lot of these players are looking to kind of get that started here and now. And it's all about just getting into that top 8. That is the door opening up. If it doesn't, you have to wait half a year to get that chance again.
Insane. And the thing is that I always like to look at as well, if you're not one of these teams that are qualifying, but you're one of these players who have just been popping off, there's also a chance that you might get picked up. You know, there's also a good chance actually that one of these teams looking to make a change in PMPL, they might pick you up just based off the stats. So this is also a great opportunity for individual players as well to really shine and be seen here and make a name for themselves in the competitive scene.
I would say, like, for teams especially at the bottom, like like players and teams that definitely know, like, hey, you know what, we don't have a chance of making it. Right now, that's SEMPER INVICTA, unless they have a crazy match, right? If they have a crazy match right here, then that's going to change for them. If they don't, then it's going to be oof. It's going to be pretty tough, right? But for those teams on the second page, that's what I think you need to do the most, right? It's going to sound a little toxic, right? And I know I was talking about how always follow the IGL. At the same time, though, if you know that you got no shot, you got to also focus on yourself a little bit, right? And at that point, start getting those eliminations, right? Put up those huge numbers. If you walk away with a 20 elimination game by yourself, the chances of you getting picked up are ridiculously high.
Hold up. Yeah, so one game you got 20 elims by yourself?
If you do that,
yeah.
you get picked up 100%.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you can argue that for sure.
Yeah, exactly, right? So it's like, if you're out there just, you know, getting bodies, and you could just say, like, you know, the numbers really help. And especially here in North America, like I was talking about, a lot of people really focus on that gun skill, right? Those eliminations, that tally. I'm a much more of a team synergy kind of guy, but at the same time, I mean, if you're looking to get that opportunity, those numbers are what help. I remember the first time, this was back in the day, okay? We're talking 2018.
Oof.
PM, what was it?
PM. That's how new it was. It was just called PM.
It was so, no, it was
letters.
I believe it was PM, was it PMWI? No, it wasn't. It was, oh my gosh. It was one of the first ever tournaments, right? Hold on real quick before we get into that. 4 bros. Panthers. Uh-oh. Not Lori. Again. Gonna have to make a play against the Panthers. Panthers and 4 bros seem to constantly just be getting into it.
Both teams from PMPL as well, right? Relegated, so
Yep.
this just might be
Oh,
the
what a
Panthers
shot.
trying to get revenge on the 4 bros, kind of kick them while they're down. You know, the 4 bros currently in 15th place, and the Panthers in 2nd place on the overall leaderboard. So the Panthers have a lot more wiggle room here. These aggressive plays, riskier plays early on, and oh, right there, one elim. Got the Lori also on their knees. Gatsby in the front lines with the M249 taken out as well.
Okay, here comes Chronix. One of the top players so far in the tournament. That's one player you really don't want to have down your sights. And Clock, yeah, looking like it's just about his time to go back to the lobby.
So what was up with that story, though?
Okay,
What's
so we're talking way back in the day, all right? This was one of the first ever tournaments for PUBG Mobile, okay? This was back when they had a very large streamer had to sponsor you and your team, you know? So they had to go and get you onto your squad. Well, you know, I was really blessed for, you know, TSM This to pick me up, right? On the squad. But back then, how did he choose players, right? He chose off stats. You know, he was like, hey, who's got the highest KD? You know? And at the time, I was going crazy at the game, so I had so many games played. I had a high KD, and that's what got me in, right? At the start. So, doesn't matter how much you know of a good player you are, having that data to kind of back it up helps you make that argument for yourself.
Totally agree, and especially as the Data Dave guy, is my nickname around the office. Couldn't disagree with that. And well, the hit list. Okay, we see you trying to make some moves. Jat G and Drake trying to get within grenade range. Drake with a nice grenade, 4-3 right there. Now here comes the push. Jat G trying to get the confirm. Trying to get the wraparound here on the duo from the Puppeteers right in front of them. And looking at the Puppeteers, bang, woo, baby, the M4 way downtown with that gun. I don't know how much support they'll be able to do, but we'll see if it even matters because the team, they're just getting peppered from grenades right here. I mean, the duo in the front line, they're doing a good job at keeping the hit list at bay.
Yeah, the hit lists are just falling apart once again. I don't know what's going on with the squad. I mean, I had so much faith in them. I used to see them just dominate, you know, and had a rough PMPL. And now, I mean, to be honest with you, if you're a PMPL team, you should not have a problem here. I mean, I have to be honest, you know. This is the North America Cup. This is against teams who have never played at this level. You should be a shoo-in to get into the next PMPL. And, I mean, the hit lists are just not it right now, you know? I don't know what's going on. This looks like a totally different squad than from the past.
Yeah, Fang with the oversight right there, the additional support from the high ground. Well, it allowed the duo on the front lines to make sure that their backside was free and clear, right? And maybe even provide intel on which angle, which side of the hit list they were making that push from so that the duo in the front could turn their attention accordingly. And, well, that's the Puppeteers taking out the hit lists, like you said. The MPL relegated team here, taken out from Puppeteers. That's a big fight.
Huge one. I mean, Puppeteers, especially, you know, being a squad that was the last place team to qualify from group stage. You know, coming in here and just seeming to wipe the floor with the hit list. Not a good sign. Not a good sign. Hopefully. I mean, there's still quite a few matches left. Yeah, still you can still make something happen. But man, I mean, just the way that the hit lists have been playing, it just got me really just questioning what they're doing. You know.
Well, Hot Jukes, kind of pulling it back to your main story here with the stats. So I wanted to kind of bring that up while we have a little lull in the action. We saw the pre-show, and we have updated ones as well. Fuego, 4,200 damage so far in 14 games. Like, Fuego has been popping off. The Panthers Chronics right behind it with 4,200. So they have been putting in the work here when we're looking at just individual players and their numbers alone. And Cutie Pig tied with Quan for most elims at 23 so far. So we keep seeing Cutie Pig on these graphics post-game. You know, Cutie Pig just underneath the radar, just continuing to get elims every single game out, Jukes.
Oof. I mean, just that's what it's all about. That's honestly what it's all about. If you want to win a championship, I've always said that's the formula, okay? Is whenever that you get a good zone, you get a good position, you have those 4 players up, you need to stand straight up and just put on that full, you just need to see red, go crazy aggression, get a chicken dinner with a ton of eliminations, right? And those games where you don't get that fortunate position, you're stuck with a tough rotation, the zones will get your side, you're being gate kept. Try to be able to put up at least around 8 points. You know what I'm saying? Like, try to get some eliminations, try to get a decent point. If you're able to do that, you can end up with a championship belt around your waist, right? And that's the way to do it, is you got to put up points no matter what.
Ooh, and we were just talking about SLR, Cutie Pig as Peekaboo on the low ground, taken out, flushed out from the Crows over here. The Crows definitely needing some points. And then to make matters worse, looks like THIRDEYE on the opposite end getting involved. So SLR kind of getting sandwiched here on this rotate as the new zone did pop, and they were just looking for a tiny smidge to call home. But unfortunate for them, just kind of getting blocked out right there on the edge from multiple teams, Hot Jukes.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Indeed.
Looking at the Crows in their position. Gotta throw that indeed out there.
Indeed.
You know,
the Crows are in 10th place. So
Just for that one person in the chat. Let's see. We have. Okay, what is Dream gonna do in this situation? Because now they are in really big trouble. I want to see Blinded by Wind full send this building.
Yeah, I don't like how far back Jinx is still from the team. Like, the squad mates are already committing to it. Jinx, I get you're trying to kind of play oversight, but at the same time, Blinded by Wind, you're right there on the cusp. You're tied with 3 other teams. You cannot let this slip out of your hands here. This was a 4v2. Jinx has a vehicle. Not like this.
Wow.
Like this.
Oh my goodness. Blinded by Wind. Yup. Yup. How do you think? What do you think is going through Jinx's mind right now?
I mean, they still got 4 more games to go, right? Blinded by Wind. The thing is, Blinded by Wind, they're on the cusp. So I get the fact that they don't want to play too aggressive. That they don't want to make mistakes. But it goes back to our podcast that we were talking about. If you make a call, I feel like the team was committing to the Dream push. I feel like they were committing to the compound clear. You might as well send everybody. It was a 4v2 right there, but with the angle that Jinx had, I'm not sure how much help that off angle can provide on a compound push like that. At that distance as well, Hot Juice.
It just you're doing nothing. Like, this is what I'm talking about. Is I think that too many teams are looking at certain strategies and thinking that it's the meta, and just thinking, you know what? Okay, let's emulate it, right? Like the 3-1 push strat, okay? Or the 4-man split, and they think that they have to commit to it. You realize that that is only useful in certain situations. Like, certain teams use it for certain things. It's not something that you do 24/7, Yeah. Like, there's sometimes you gotta send all 4 to building.
Well, they do still have that solo alive, Jinx, who is now going to be in a building of their own in the next circle. So we'll see if they can survive. There is a good chance if the zones continue to favor Los Leonas that solo player can definitely rack up some solid placement points. As city finishes, they are really challenging. But over here, teams looking to breach the southern part. You got Hellcrime, you got Golden Eagles, SLR, at least who's still alive from the squad, Angry Amateurs, SEMPER, INVICTA, and THIRDEYE. So there's a good amount of teams in the south here, Jukes, who need to reposition. And, well, they're just buying some time right now. They need to take each other out, because if they don't, they're just going to get backstabbed if they don't have those vehicles available.
Yeah, that's right. That is right. So they got to get this fight going. And this is where, again, I get a little frustrated, because, like, I see some teams just realize that, oh, we're in a tough spot. Like, at a certain point, you just got to commit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just got to just say, hey, you know what? Yeah, we're in a bad spot, but we either rotate away or we take this fight. And you have to look at the clock, and the clock decides when you have to take that fight.
So what's the clock telling you now?
Oh, the clock? If this is Circle 4,
yeah.
Circle 4 gives you enough space to possibly rotate around and make something magical happen, right? But for the most part, it's time to go. Like, you got to take a fight and get going if you're in trouble. Like, especially if you're being gatekept from every position, like, you still got to move.
Ooh, talking about that clock.
You might even be able to eat a little blue. Like, you could still travel back through the blue and rotate all the way around to the hardship side.
Talking about rotating, Diamonds looking for that wide flank onto Puppeteer, as looks like Faye was just pushed up a little too far on the front lines, catching a grenade to the dome. Now it's up to Slowy and Fang over here. Noobs Galaxy, though, not looking to fully commit. I feel like they're trying to reposition here, knowing the fact that there's some potential points right behind them, Hachu.
Yep. Here comes Fang. Sending it on in. Beats up Wizard a little bit. And I wonder where the rest of Puppeteers looks like. Yeah, it's only going to be Slowy up for them. They're in the blue zone here. Possibly trying... Oh, yeah, Papa Blue just too strong at this point.
Sure, who's going to survive at this point with the additional pressure of the blue zone? Oh, okay.
Nice one.
I'll take that, though. Extra
Take the point. Take the point.
Extra point right there. Don't worry about the blue zone. 5 elims so far on the Puppeteers.
Oh!
As we say, see ya to them. 5 elims, that's a little better than a 6th place finish. So respect to them. But popping back over to Dream Esports, the trio that was still alive. They were able to defend their building up against Blinded by Wind. Looks like they're going to be right here on the edge of the zone, Hot Jukes.
Here they go. Angry Amateurs versus the Crows. See how the Crows are able to make this push. Again, another 3-1 split right here, you know? And I wonder if that here you go, finally. Here he goes, yeah. This is a point where you got to send every single player in and just clean the squad out sooner than later.
Love it. Hitting them from all angles here. Ghosted.
That's how you do it.
First one to breach it.
Overwhelm them.
Take it down, but from behind, their squad mate with the support. The backstab right there. And that was clean. That was clean.
It's money.
4v2, but at the end of the day, you keep stressing about just committing to the plays. And, well, this is why we stress it. You know, the Crows committing to the play, and they won. They won the fight. They should be able to pick up. Nobody got thirsted because they were all there to support each other. And guess what? That was a huge little mini win for the Crows because they are in 10th place overall, right there on the cusp.
100%. I mean, that was an obvious push by every single stretch of the imagination, right? Like, no matter where you're at or what position you're in, right? You got to realize that, hey, let's take this fight early. Let's get these points and secure this side of the map.
That's what they did. Let's see if Dream Esports can defend another building, another compound push up against Excuse. Like Snap trying to cook some grenades, trying to toss them out the window, trying to underhand. Might be a good spot. Look at this, Excuse. They're really tight on top of each other. So one Snap grenade could possibly take out 2. Just kind of paying attention to the kill feed here. It is just popping off, and 4 elims so far for Dream. Here comes the follow-up volley, Hot Jukes.
This is a tough one right here. This zone is just burning people alive at this point. And now there's only 59 seconds. For all those teams that are on the edge, they have to push now. Like, they have to push if they want even a chance at getting past in the zone.
Excuse looking to toss a couple grenades up there themselves, but Jinx from Blinded by Wind, the solo player from across the street, looking at third party. That's a surprise, and I believe that's also going to surprise Excuse, as now they're getting shot from multiple angles here, Hot Jukes.
Here we go. Here we go. I wonder what Snap's going to do up top. Oh, Matt's going to be coming with that nade. I think he realized it. Okay, finally he comes on down. Now we just see Dream getting picked apart little by little. Great execution here from Excuse. They need a full send in on this player. Literally just run in. All 4. There you go.
Jinx!
Oh, Jinx and my elimination, son. That's my point. That's my point.
The revenge play.
Let's go.
After watching their teammates die one by one up against their push against Dream. So Jinx still putting some work over there. You'll love to see it. Jinx will have to reposition, though. No longer favored in the zone. The Panthers, 9 elims. 9 elims up here in the north. They're trying to fight, hold off BOPE, and also SEMPER INVICTA.
Wow, let's see how the Panthers are going to be able to hold this position. The Panthers, I like. This is a split that makes sense. You know, they're holding multiple different angles that could support each other. And they're applying pressure with their gun skill, making it so difficult for any team to just try and even look in their direction.
Come on, though. Spotted in the process. Curious to see. Yep. So that support you were just talking about, the support is there. Quan will begin to pick up. They have their attention on the Golden Eagles across the road as well. But it's just a bloodbath over here. 3 teams stacked on top of each other, and to make matters worse, across the way, Golden Eagles third party in this, Hot Jukes. And I believe the Panthers feeling that pressure now, opting to push a building and get some type of hard cover.
Yeah, here they come. Like, they're going to come and make things difficult for the rest of these teams. They're going to go ahead and just secure this building. Meanwhile, we see SEMPER INVICTA, the squad that I want to see get 30 points, right? Pick apart BOPE. Now it's just Fuego up. Oh, so they gotta be really, really careful for the Panthers.
I love
Fuego's, I can't believe he's still surviving up there in that building.
in the smoke too, but I just gotta give it to the Panthers, able to continue to get the pickup on their teammates to remain 4 strong here. When we look at teamwork, the Panthers have been demonstrating
there he
that
goes.
as Chronix on the roof on the high ground, able to spot out that additional elim point, but a grenade.
That was a great play. I mean, yeah, that was a great play and a risk that he could make, because even if he gets knocked, he's able to just kind of fall down back into the building and get rezzed by his team. So I love the positions that the Panthers are putting themselves in right now.
Yeah, their teamwork has just been on another level. And that's to be expected. PMPL team, of course, and taking out SEMPER and INVICTA here in the north. Now they gotta turn their attention to the new zone as the Crows still in the game, still up and at it. And okay. 3 teams to go here, Jukes.
Look at this. I like James's position. Like, he's going to be able to get some good placement points.
Oh,
And you let him see him? Why did he not crouch?
Oh,
he
James,
actually defends himself. James, he can push out. He can push this out of here. I think he's going to just try and throw a nade and try to get this finish. Can he get it? That would be huge. Oh, he's going to eat a little bit of blue trying to back up. Oh, stuck. He is so stuck. Yep, he did it once, but he couldn't do it twice.
The thing is, the distraction from James, it allowed the Panthers to just freely push up. Or free right behind him.
And that's tough.
Yeah.
That is not something, that's not a squad that you want to just push up on you for free. I'll tell you that right now. Here come the Crows.
Chronix.
Yeah, this is a Panthers game.
Chronix taken out. Ooh,
Oh,
nice
boy,
trades.
where's the rest of the team? The rest of the Panthers coming in a little bit late, but here he goes. Oh, no, that hurt.
Free-fire?
That hurt, the free fire.
The reload.
Got him!
The reload.
Let's go. The Panthers busting out a much needed chicken dinner, you know, because I mean, this squad is one that I really wanted to see just dominate, because I feel like they had all the experience in the world to really do it. And it's good to see them now just do what we expect of them, you know?
Yeah, and we were talking about them. The teamwork from this squad is just on another level when we look at their competition, and it's due to the fact that they've been playing together for a hot minute now. They got the experience and competitive. You can tell that they're remaining calm, collective, and working together as a unit. You know, one of the players get knocked, well, they have another teammate immediately ready to get the pick up. They toss the smoke, and they also have another squad mate providing that support to allow the team to just continue kind of playing that leapfrog and move from position to position, meanwhile supporting each other in the process, not just YOLOing and saying, hey, we'll meet you there type of deal. If you make it, all right, cool. If you don't, well, you know, better luck next time. No, that's not the case. They are definitely demonstrating their teamwork abilities here, Hot Jukes.
Absolutely. That's exactly what you're supposed to do if you're the Panthers, right? Just cover, like that's how you do a split. That's how you do a split push, right? You have each player just covering each other's angles, pre-firing for each other, and it just makes it so difficult, especially if you're being pushed on while your team is split up. It's just so easy to just knock out, Dave.
Wow, and to think we're only in game number 2 or heading to game number 3. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back after the break.
we're back. Bam, the Panthers now taking the record, Dave, away from Hell's Crime. Just like that.
Yeah.
32
like that.
total points.
They didn't like the fact that Hell's Crime set the record here, right, for the PUBG Mobile North American Cup Finals. They're like, nah, that's ours. 17 elims, massive here on this Miramar map. So GG's to them. Now that's going to make the first place $3,000, that cash prize. Remember, at the end of game number 6, there's a nice little cash prize at the top. That's going to put that race and kickstart that between the Panthers and the Golden Eagles. So there's going to be a couple storylines here to follow as the games progress, Hot Jukes.
100%. SEMPER INVICTA putting in a couple points. That's really good to see. 4 Bros putting up a goose egg. That's tough there. But man, we saw, quite a few squads put in some much needed points in match number 2, and there's only 4 more left to go. Top 8 is the goal.
Yeah, can't argue with that. 4
That's
Bros, though, I could definitely argue with them getting 0 points. And they're probably arguing themselves because the goose egg, as you put it, you know, 4 more games to go. I don't think. Let's start looking at this, Hot Juice. Let's start chatting about this a little bit.
Okay, talk to me.
Don't get it confused with excuse to team. All right, I know there's a team called excuse, but I know one term that you like to that you coined back in the day is the excuse card, right?
Oh, that's right.
How many
the Hot
games?
Jukes excuse card, yes.
Yeah, how many games can you get the goose egg and play the excuse card? Now I think with only 4 more games to go, I don't think you could play the excuse card anymore. You can't get the goose egg if you're in 15th, 14th, 16th. Like, it's just not. It's not supposed to happen. It's not allowed to happen if you want to make it to PMPL. So 4 Bros, the pressure after that goose egg, that 0-point game, the pressure's at an all-time high right now, Hot Juke, because if they want to make it back into PMPL.
Yeah, just to remind people what the Hot Jukes excuse card is, means that I give, some teams a card that they could be punched, right? With how many excuses I'll give them, right? Like, okay, you know what? You have 1 bad game, you can punch that. That's fine, right? 1 bad game, all right. Right now, the Golden Eagles, that card is unpunched, right? They can punch that card for the rest of the day, and they'll be good, right? But when it comes to teams like 4 Bros, some of these squads, that excuse card is completely punched out. There's no more excuses available, right? They cannot afford a bad game from now to the rest of the day.
Yeah, and don't get it confused. Normally, like for me, I got a couple of cards like this that you go to a smoothie place, and the more punches you get a free smoothie, right? Like usually the more punches, the better. But when it comes to the excuse card, the more punches, you're punching yourself out here, Hot Chick. You're punching yourself out.
That's right.
Of the competitive play for PUBG Mobile. So 4 Bros, SEMPER, INVICTA, Dream, Esports, their cards maxed out. All those dots punch. There's no more room on that card. They need to get some solid placement points. I'm thinking a top 5. Top 5 throughout the rest of the day. That gets you 6 points in placement points. And maybe like 3 or 4 elims every single game here. Because the competition, man, 8th place, 9th place, 10th place, they also keep performing well. So that number, that cutoff number, keeps rising as well. So you just can't get 0 points if you're one of these bottom teams.
100%. I mean, now it's time to really show what you're made of here. So you got to rally your squad. You got to have that little, meeting right before these next few games, and you got to just talk and say, hey guys, like, come on, let's just clear our heads. Let's just play our game. Let's just play our game and, get it done. Get it done, because now is the time to put in that work. No excuses. No excuses. Top 3. By my man Nate. The Panthers popping up big.
Ghosted right there. We don't even know what they look like with that profile picture. They're just ghosting us. But Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel, Miramar, Erangel.
Gale 2
One of the hottest
left.
debates in the game.
That's what it is. It's Erangel. It is 100%. That is the full pronunciation because of the creator of PUBG, right? Player unknown, I believe, named the map after two family members, right? Aaron and Gale. Erangel.
Wow. Just imagine having your name like that just be known worldwide. Because
Wow.
like that's history. That's just history right
100%, dude. 100%. I mean, I love this game. It changed my life as well as so many others. Let's take a look at the overall rankings, though. This is where it all comes down to, right? The Panthers now taking first place, Dave.
Wow. Yeah. And first place,
Let's go.
$3,000 at the end of the day. So those two teams going to be duking it out at the top. BOPE. I mean, 4 more games, right, Hot Jukes? Do you think BOPE can also kind of get in the running to possibly compete that $3,000 first place spot at this point?
That's going to be hard. That is going to be hard, especially with how many teams at the bottom are going to be just so desperate for big points here. I mean, one name that really just stands out, though, is the Crows, right? The Crows have pushed themselves all the way, right, to the first page after that last match with that 20-point game. At Hellcrime, knocked down to 10th place, blinded by Win, are still stuck at 9th. PUPPETEER, THIRDEYE, I mean, the HITLIST Dream. Any one of these teams could still make it, but they got to pop off now.
Yeah, definitely. There's just no more games left at this point.
That's
It's only a 3-day event, 18 games in total. No more games left to get the golden goose egg. Look at this. 8 with some decent numbers. Oh, this is the Panthers as a whole here. Nate definitely showing
Wow.
up with damage. And Chronic
Boy,
with
Nate.
elims, but Quan with 7 elims here.
Whew.
Good. Day 3 stats.
Popping off. Quan. The rest of the whole entire squad have just been doing really good here. And that's why they're deservedly in first place, you know? This is a squad that we've seen just be so hungry that has that ability to be in first place. They should have been in first place this whole time. But now they're finally starting to say, hey, you know what? Let's take that $3,000 to the bank.
$3,000 in the pocket after 3 days. Everybody going to be walking away with a lot of UC if they do decide to use it to purchase that, of course.
Yep.
What would you purchase now at the holidays? Not too far from now. Like, I know you got my gift in the mail, you said.
Yeah, dude. I'd buy another gift for you, Dave. Why not? Double
What
it
would
up.
that be? What would that be?
A plane ticket, dude,
Right?
to my house, baby. Let's go.
Hey,
You know what I'm saying?
to your house.
Reunited, and it feels so good.
So is it really a gift for you or for me, though?
Depends who's cooking.
Oh, okay. Well, if you're cooking, then it's definitely a gift for me. So I'm all
Heck
for it,
yeah.
man. I've seen them steaks. I follow your cooking vlog, all right?
Bro, we're on it. We're on it, Dave. I'll tell you that right now. But you know who else is on it? The Panthers. The Panthers. 17 eliminations. A new record here for PMNC. The Crows. Honestly, we didn't talk about them a lot in the last one, but that game rocket launched them up onto the first page. That was clutch.
Yeah, the Crows, and just in case you are just tuning in and you're like, who are the Crows? Who are the Crows? Well, the Crows, they used to be known as Angels of Death, and they were number 2 in PMCL, and then they were able to acquire a 6th place finish in the group stages. So, in case you're wondering, like, the Crows, what is that team? Angels of Death. That's the team. New name.
That's the squad.
Who it is. They're looking to get this money here tonight.
Yes, they are. I mean, all these teams are just hunting it down, and I guarantee you, like, I think so many of these squads would be happy to be just in 8th place, you know? Like, 8th place, 1st place. 1st place is amazing, but I'll tell you what, like, it's really just 8th on up, because that ticket, like, $3,000 is great, right? But a ticket to PMPL, I guarantee you, there are teams that would happily pay way more than that just to be able to compete in it.
So 8th place team, let me ask you this, Jukes, just kind of like a side thing. 8th place team, you're in 8th place. I'm getting the plane ticket for Christmas. You already said it. Go
That's
to your
right.
house and get some of these nice steaks that you're known for, Chef Jukes over here. Which team would you like to also travel with me? Because we're bringing the 8th place team to also go to your house to celebrate.
Hey,
Who do
yeah,
you
I know
want
who it
riding
is,
with
baby.
me? Who?
I know. It's the Panthers, baby. Big Nate and I, dude, Hot Jukes and Big Nate, dude, walk into a buffet. Tell you what, tearing it up, baby.
So the Panthers showing up with Mustache Day for nice little retreats. Love to see it. Angry Amateurs, another team that has just been low-key throughout the last 2 days. Day one, we didn't see nothing from them. I'm just gonna tell you the truth right there. We didn't see much. Day two, they started to improve game after game. Now they are in 8th place. 8th place with a 6-point lead over Blinded by Win. Every single game, we keep talking about the cusp. We're talking about 8th place, 8th and 9th. And Blinded by Win has been right there almost all night long. The thing is, though, we saw last game, we were talking about their commitment to their pushes, to going with the play. The lead keeps slipping. You know, that cusp, that cutoff, it keeps getting bigger and bigger for Blinded by Win here, Hot Juice.
Yeah, it's getting really, really tough. And I really don't want them to really have to deal with being in a deficit and then having to go into Sanhok. So I think that right now is the time for Blinded by Win to show up. And you know what? I think it could be possible here, Dave. You know why?
Why?
Joey's in the chat, dude. Joey PUBG Mobile is in the chat, dude. The legendary pro player, you know. I think Joey is going to give his blessing to Blinded by Win. If he wants to give his blessing to someone else, let us know, Joey. Let us know in the chat right now. Who do you think is going to win this next one?
All right, so Joey, let us know. We need the hot Joey prediction right now.
That's
Whatever
right.
Joey says goes. And looking forward to it, man. Maybe Joey will put that blessing on to Blinded by Win. Blinded by Win, the team, let me remind you, first place PMCO, first place in the group stages that just happened right before the finals, which we've been playing for the last 3 days. So it all comes down to the Joey blessing for Blinded by Win.
That's right.
I'm looking forward to it.
It's so tough, too, to be like the top team in PMCO and then just not make it to PMPL. Because let's be real, like, there's other stages where you have to make top 3 to move on. If you can't even make top 8, oh, that hurts.
Maybe it's a nerve thing, you know? Maybe it's a nerve thing. The pressure is on for a lot of these teams. And the problem is, if you are having a couple bad games, say 1, 2, or even 3 back-to-back bad games, like, you're just full-on tilt mode. That's just the name of the game. You know, obviously, if you're not performing, you're going to be a little down and out, and probably second-guessing every single decision you make in-game. What would be some advice, then, for anybody looking like that, your Hot Jukes, in your opinion?
Just don't die. Die, dude. Survive. Just wait.
Go back to
the
the
end.
basics. Go back to
That's
the
right.
basics.
That's honestly what it is. You know, it's like I think what I see is I'm seeing too many teams at this stage bite off more what they could just choose strategy-wise. You know what I'm saying? Like I see them doing too wide of splits. Like they're doing too much fancy stuff. Like just look back to the basics, baby. You know, if you get a knock, push it. Get those eliminations. You know, if you know that you're at the edge of zone and that timer is on the clock, go for the push. Like push them out. If you die and you go out, you lose. Like I get it, right? But you got to be able to put up those points on the board. If you wait too long, you're done anyway, right? Commit.
Commit to the play, back to basics, rock, stone, fire, you know the drill. Someone in the chat, Hot Jukes, someone in the chat, listen, tell me this. You're on the first place team after the end of today, and one of your teammates says, hey, I'm going to use the $3,000 to buy a pair of pants. What do you say? Someone in the chat said they're buying pants for $3,000. Listen,
hey!
You got to get your teammates to agree. All right, let's just put that out there. But Hot Jukes, game number 3 of the PUBG Mobile North America Cup Finals is now underway.
Woo! Here we go, baby. But I don't know. First off, who gets the pants? That's the question, right? Is it the top fragger? Is it the IGL?
You share. You rotate. Listen, you rotate.
The sisterhood of the traveling pants?
Sisterhood of the traveling $3,000 pants. See, I
Wow.
would agree with that. I would actually sign off.
I agree.
with that.
Hey, you know what? Imagine the synergy that they're going to have afterwards. That's good. Yeah, it works. I agree with it.
Yeah,
I can see it working.
actually see it now. But at first, I wasn't quite understanding the concept, but Now that we kind of talked it out and unpacked it a little bit, it makes a lot of sense.
You know what? Like, you know, if you want to be a professional PUBG mobile player, right? Like, you kind of want to get in the mind of your other teammates, right? You want to be able to think the same, right? But imagine if you're able to get in the same pants as your other teammates.
That's just
That didn't come out right.
Yeah, that's just next level.
Yeah.
So getting into the game, you wanna pull it back a little bit? You wanna try to word it a little
Let's pull it
differently,
back.
or should we
I'll
just
take that one back.
continue?
I'll take that one back. You know what? Yeah, it's better to just, you know, think alike. Yeah. You know what? Scratch the pants. Don't buy the pants. You know, invest.
What
Invest,
the
maybe.
thing
You
is,
know what I'm
what
saying?
if Joey's the one who said to buy the pants? Does that sway your?
Oh, then you buy the pants. 100%. Yeah, then you buy the pants. That means Joey. Dude knows everything. He's the best PUBG mobile player there is.
Well,
I've said it multiple times. He's the GOAT.
Yeah, pants or no pants aside here, Hot Jukes. Game number 3 is underway. Circle number 1. It's going to pop there on that west side. Corey, Primorsk, PUPPETEER, Gatka, all just wide open for the taking for the time being. We got blinded by wind and the Panthers in. Yes, Naya. This could be a great fight. The Panthers currently in first place on the overall and blinded by wind in 9th place. 6 points behind that cutoff point in 8th place. So if the Panthers wipe out blinded by wind right here, oh man, blinded by wind. Ooh, man, 3 more games to go. Good luck. Good luck.
Good luck indeed. Speaking of good luck, right? I see Katarius Harris in the chat saying, "Excuse, come on, y'all got it. Stay top 8." So Excuse getting some hype from the chat, right? Trying to give them that energy to hold on just a little bit longer, so that way they can get that ticket, that golden ticket to PMPL. Groundscast said that Golden Eagles is not relenting, and that is a fact as well, man. Golden Eagles have been doing phenomenal so far this tournament, but hey, the Panthers just passed them up.
Yep. Newsflash right there. Just happened. The Golden Eagles have been holding that first place position for a hot minute now. For the Panthers, setting a record here in this event. 17 elims, 1 game. Oh, they passed them up by just a couple points on the overall. But those are the overall points, Hot Jukes. What's even more kind of shocking to me to really break down those points and see the different play styles and strategies. The Panthers, they have 94 elims. All right?
Oof.
The Golden Eagles, 69. So the Panthers have just been
Nice.
popping off in the elims department. Meanwhile, the Golden Eagles, they've been gaining a lot more points in the placement points department.
Makes sense. Makes sense. I mean, hey, that's what I love about this game, right? Is you could apply different strategies to win, right? Especially nowadays, though, you need to have a high blend of both. I will say, if I had to go with one, those heavy eliminations seem to be the big winner these days. You know, I think that's going to bring you out of the hole rather than just placement points. Because there's some times where you need that 15 elimination chicken dinner, and if you're a team that can just go and get that done, then man, I mean, that's where you want to be.
And looking at that blend, obviously they would like to see it blended up a little more, but Angry Amateurs, 8th place, they got 48 placement points with 49 elim points. So almost right there, dead even. And then the Crows with 55 placement points and 52 elim points. So there are definitely a couple teams with that 50-50 when it comes to where they're gathering their points. But like you said, the Hot Jukes, you'd rather see the team be gaining most of their points from elims. Why is that though? Why do you say? Why is that?
Well, number one is that if you're getting most of your points from eliminations, like there's a factor. I don't know exactly how to describe it, but I say it's like just like being warmed up and hot, right? Like when you're taking on fights early on, there's something about when you engage a team that's been sitting, right, the whole time, you always tend to beat that squad just because you're more warmed up. You've already been in fights, and your reaction time is going to be just that much faster, as opposed to a team that's just been holding back. They haven't gotten in a fight yet, so like their fingers are just a little bit more cold after just, you know, camping it out for 10, 20 minutes. And I'll tell you what, like we've seen it so many times where those aggressors are the ones that usually come out on top.
Yeah, I definitely see where you're coming from. Like, if you're just constantly in vehicles, pushing teams, winning fights, you're gonna have more adrenaline. Your senses are gonna be a little more elevated compared to somebody who's just been like sitting, sitting, relaxing. Your heart rate's gonna be a lot lower. Your senses, your spidey senses, also a lot lower. So I definitely really see where you're coming from there. And well, it seems to have been working out that way for the Panthers with their 94 elims here so far in this event. And not only, not only are they racking up the elims, they're racking up some style points out here on that 3-seater pumpkin bike, popping a wheelie.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Love to see that right there. I mean, hey, just trying to pull out all the tricks of the trade at this point. Try and get a little bit of an advantage for your squad. As we take a look here at the Panthers, top team right now. It's always good to see the top teams rotations.
Yeah. Panthers. They are rotating just north of Yesnaya, heading towards Stahlberg. They're probably going to be working their way in through Severnian shooting range, which currently is wide open. We'll keep tabs on the Panthers, looking for maybe some potential conflicts here. The hit list do like to go on top of Mount Everest. We've seen them do it multiple times, but this game looks like NOOBS Galaxy are going to be the team taking up that position first here, Hot Jukes.
And I can only be like just speculating on what is going through the mind of the hit list at this point. Like what you've been doing with all your skill, it's just not working, right? So like, what do you do with? Oh, meow.
That wasn't me. Yeah, that wasn't me. So the hit list, what do?
You have to be like that cat. You know what I'm saying? You got to turn your head to your side and just look into the souls of your teammates and bring out their full potential.
Talking about full potential, this is real early on in the game. Dream Esports already kind of getting caught in the mix over here. Looks like a lot of... Oh! Whoa!
What?
Okay. Is that 4 bros tossing some long-range grenades right behind them?
That's what it looks like.
It is. Got him.
Got him.
Be right there. Nice little
Dream in
spray
trouble.
down. Nice little exchange. Looks like the 4 bros going to be just smoking out that shack, trying to allow them to get some heals off. Meanwhile, Dream, they are just in a tough spot because no matter where they go, they're finding out that they're getting shot from multiple teams. They're just getting shot from everywhere.
100%. They are just in a bad spot right now, trying to figure out how to get out of it. But I mean, they're just stuck. They're trapped, and they're getting chased down. Well, I thought they were getting chased down by the Excuse, but it looks like Excuse is looking to possibly find another way.
This is the way. It's,
The way.
At least Dream Esports were able to get a trade. You know, they lost one, but they also got a elim point. So Dream Esports, I can see why they're playing like this, though. Instead of trying to go for the fight, of course, like we just said, they were getting shot from multiple angles, so they didn't really have a clean fight ahead of them. But they're also in 14th position on the overall leaderboards here, Hot Jukes.
Yes, they are. So, man, I mean, Dream are trying to make their dreams happen, but it's looking very, very dark right now, Dave. Okay, look, I love hearing this, okay? I need to hear some Coach Dave action, okay? Coach Dave, you're walking into the Dream locker room right now, right? Yeah. What are you telling them? What are you telling them?
First of all, why are we trying to center up right now? I feel like if I'm Dream, if I'm in 14th position, I might want to just have the team, and this is me talking to them. So I'm saying, team, I feel like we should be just coasting on the edge, just looking for fights. You know, we see a team, let's just send it. We got nothing to lose at this point. And I'm going to say this. I'm going to say, listen, team, we're here for a reason. We're not just some randoms, all right? We made it here. We practiced, we scrimped, we stayed up hours on hours watching VODs on these teams. We know these teams inside and out. Now is our moment. Now is our moment to start to get some of these elimination points. We could do it. We should do it. And that's what we need to do. What we don't need to do is find a compound in the middle and just chill. That is what I don't want to happen right now.
I agree.
Hot Jukes, hey, listen. If it works, it works. There's nothing to lose at this point.
You're right.
Nothing to lose. So
You're
now
right.
walking out the locker room, though. So as a spectator who was in the locker room and I didn't see, and you actually saw my whole speech, what would you think after that speech from mine?
Well, first question, I'd be like, okay, what song is playing as you walk out the locker room?
I believe I can fly it, maybe. I don't know.
Oh, okay, okay. I would be like, you know what?
Inspirational.
I would believe like, you know what? This was perfect, perfect speech, and now we're gonna see Dream just go absolutely insane for the rest of the day. I think it was perfect.
So you
perfect.
feel
And I think that's the
pretty
best
good.
advice.
So
I
that's
think
pretty
the best
solid advice. Like you're in 14th, you know, you much rather them be proactive, try to get some early game elims compared
They
to
need
finding
to.
a safe compound.
100%. Like they need some big elimination points right now, and you usually find the teams that are the most weak hanging around those edge areas. You know, like I understand that you're trying to play central because you're trying to get a good zone blessed chicken dinner, but you can't depend on that. You know, it's not guaranteed, and if it's not guaranteed, you're gonna put yourself in a really big bad position. So might as well be proactive, go get those early eliminations, and then hope that that zone comes to you at the end.
I love it. You know what? Dream Esports, if you're looking for 2 coaches, hit us up. We're here. You know,
Let
we're
us
here.
know. Let us know.
3 more games to go. Dream Esports, you got this, especially if you're in that locker room. Nothing but motivation after that. And looking around, we got Angry Amateurs hot on the trail of the hit list. Ooh, but we'll get back to that because NOOBS Galaxy in here, one of the chopsticks as they call it. And Gatco, Ronnie, popping their head up, Ronnie. Trying to get some elims here.
Getting into it early. This is a beautiful dip right here in Gatka. It's right above chopsticks. It's a really famous position. So they shouldn't have a problem holding it down here, but they just got to be able to get those eliminations and then get ready to move as soon as that zone pops.
Still 16 teams alive. 14 minutes in this game. Gatka is going to be the most center on the current circle. A lot of teams going to be eyeballing this position here in Pachuk's.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, this chopsticks dip is a very, very high sought after position. The one thing I don't like about it though is that it's very difficult to rotate away from if the zone hardships away from you.
Yeah, if you're inside like the NOOBS Galaxy and A team are, you're kind of just committing to it. You know, you're just full committed that these zones will continue to favor this position for a good amount of the game, right? Because making your way on out, you peek your head, there's a high chance someone's going to be looking over here already, right? And
Yeah.
it's just very challenging. I know they have some vehicles to work with as well, but since it is so center and such a well-known area that a lot of teams play, it's also going to have a lot of eyeballs on it as well.
Yeah, not to mention that hill right above it is completely open. Like a team could just roll up on that hill and straight dominate you. So that's another thing right there that you got to kind of worry about.
Talk about dominating. SEMPER and INVICTA, last team versus the first team. They were able to kind of scare off the Panthers, or at least Quan that was driving up. But two members,
this is not a team
make it 3.
you want to be
proactive
proactive against, to be honest. Not to mention
Oh,
like how they're
Nate.
split. Look at the difference between the Panthers, like how they're positioned versus SEMPER and INVICTA. Like right now, SEMPER and INVICTA are in no spot to help each other, but with a nade like that opening it up, that's gonna help things out big time.
Got Quan in the back line, ready for need. Will they need the support? Chronix popping up with the UMP, getting ultra aggressive. Here comes Canary driving through with the buggy.
What a throw! Oh, never
Okay.
mind. Canary, you have to be the hero here.
Quan with the scar.
We saw Quan in the chat earlier saying that he was going to be the MVP, right? That he was
Wow.
fragging out of his mind. Canary, where are you? Why aren't you pushing this? What are you doing?
They're dead.
Wow.
They're gone. Quan pulled up with the Scar Hot Jukes.
I thought
Just in
Canary was still alive. I do not know why. Maybe it was just me hoping, you know?
Yeah,
The
it was
Canary would
definitely
pull
a hope.
something miracle off. It's
Yeah.
over.
It's, yeah, 0 points right there. And now the Panthers just continue to get stronger too when we're looking at their overall points up against the Golden Eagles, who are competing for that $3,000 prize pool for that first place. Not to mention the bragging rights, of course, of being #1 in PUBG Mobile North America Cup Finals, Hot Jukes. But SEMPER INVICTA.
Yep.
3 more games to go, but the
It's
train
over.
might have left after that one fight.
It's over, 100%. Yeah, that's tough, you know? All power to them, you know? I think that this is a squad that had so much potential, you know, and then just could not get things going here at this level. And now it's just too late. It's just too late. So, hey, you know what they always say? Better luck next year, you know? But hopefully, you know, maybe one of the players can really show up and make something happen here in the last few games with the Crows.
The Crows. Ooh, they already lost one though. The Crows off of the back of a really solid game. They're in 6th place on the overall after that last game, but losing one this early on. Looks like Maury sending it right here, trying to get this confirmed from Onyx. Talking about being thirsty out here. I definitely understand. Every point matters, Hot Jukes, and we've seen many of these tournaments come down to just 1 point on whether or not you qualify. So definitely justifiable for Maury to push all the way out here and make sure to get that confirmed.
We've said it so many times. We've said it so many times because it happened so many times. All right, those, you do not want to get stuck with only 1 game left. And 1 point is so tough. 1 point is so tough. And if the game would have ended yesterday, we would have seen it separated by 1 point. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see it here today. Let's take a look at some positions. As I look at the map, I know you guys watching can't see it, but I can. Puppeteers are coming all the way from the blue zone on the east side of the map. They're going to be coming in pretty much for free onto this Pachinki area. This is a very, very common zone for so many of these players, so they're going to know every little hill and angle that they can get.
Yeah, and it looks like the Puppeteers might be eyeballing those little houses on the coastline as well. But BOPE are already going to be occupying them. So if BOPE are set up properly and they see these vehicles strolling on in, they might be able to get some nice shots on those vehicles. But talking about some nice shots, Fetty. The Crows with the M4 down range, just trying to pepper SLR, who are pretty center here in this new circle.
Centered up indeed. Gotta throw that indeed out just one more time here.
Indeed, Jukes.
As we could see, Ghost trying to find some shots. This is gonna be very quiet. The next zone is about to pop though.
Ooh.
Where's it gonna go? Oh, baby.
Bro,
nice and centered up.
day.
Pro feeling really good. The only thing is that this building, this building here makes it really, really scary because it's so easy to push up on. They gotta really be active. Yeah. You gotta be really careful here.
Maury is like way in the blue. Maury is so split after getting that confirmed that we saw near Quarry. So if I'm Maury, do I even attempt to drive to my squad mates? I feel like you need to, you know, support them in that center compound position. Oh, we see Maury right there on the minimap. That's that player in the vehicle driving just north of the 4 Bros, and wow, Maury's making it.
See what the Panthers can do. Top team. Noobs Galaxy, man, a squad that I was really rooting for. Challenging Quan. Can Wizard get the finish? Quan is so lit up. And he's gone. Noobs Galaxy getting the better of the Panthers.
That opens it up for the Golden Eagles. When we're looking at that first place, that $3,000. So Golden Eagles, if they paying attention to the kill feed. They see that, you know, they're happy. Yeah, they're happy about the Panthers getting taken out in 14th position.
See what Blinded by Win can do here. Blinded by Win, Zute's team, squad that he was really hoping to see perform, gave them a little bit of a caster curse yesterday. Hopefully that curse is broken today, at least in the second half. Dream, squad that really needs to start pushing everybody and start getting some big points. They are holding the edge of the zone, so all they have to do is deal with this gatekeep and hold out THIRDEYE.
Yeah, I love this camera angle too. This is pretty nice. We get a nice little glimpse of THIRDEYE looking to pull up behind those trees. Jas trying to toss these grenades long range into smokes over here. Meanwhile, Singh in the back line trying to play that oversight. THIRDEYE though, not in the zone, so they're looking to take out Dream here, who are potentially trying to gatekeep them.
Oh no, now Dream is getting peppered all the way up from the hill. That is so tough. Yeah, Spix trying to just do anything he can to survive. Now Snap is gonna get popped from the side. Wow, so Dreams get crushed here as THIRDEYE picks him up. And now BOPE with a Fuego with a full laydown, trying to reduce that recoil as much as possible. He's got Seeing in his eyesight right here.
Fuego, one of the top damage dealers in the lobby over the last 3 days, is lasering Singh downrange. Next circle goes up to the Crow's compound. It is right there, man. And you also got the Puppeteers occupying the other end of it. So this neighborhood already kind of stacked to the brim. Let's see what THIRDEYE, their play is now after taking out Dream. They have a couple vehicles, so they do have that going for them. But it's going to be a challenging rotate on you.
Yeah, it's going to be a really difficult one. Yeah, Crow just picked the perfect spot because now they don't have to move a muscle. And I'm surprised nobody has pushed up on these buildings. BOPE will have to eventually, especially if that zone centers up on them. So right now, BOPE are just on the edge of the zone. They're holding it fine, but here comes Angry Amateurs. Look at the Molotov nade cocktail. It is an absolute war zone on Angry Amateurs, and the hit list showing them exactly. That was a clinic on how to use utility there, Dave.
Yeah,
clinic.
They do got Jad G kind of really separated from the squad, currently getting peppered by Lori, but talk about Angry Amateurs just funneling right there behind the BRDM and the vehicles, you know, trying to build a car fort, but that car fort got them so close to each other, so bottlenecked that we saw a couple mollies took them out almost immediately. So the hit list able to rack up 2 elims after that, and on Jukes, they still have the entirety of the squad alive. Whoa, what's going on here?
Oh, NOOBS Galaxy Ronnie with the tightest peak through the 2x4s, putting some big shots downrange. And this is on that side, just trying to pepper up so many of these squads trying to get into the zone. There goes Super Laser Reflex. 9 squads remaining here, Dave.
Yeah, 20, almost 25 minutes into this game. That compound, one of the major focal points, and we're gonna be popping over there. Puppeteers trying to
come on,
keep out, Blinded by Win, trying to get some cover.
Fang has that DBS too, man. You don't want to get too close to that. That thing is big trouble. Puppeteer doing a great job of just holding the spot, but I believe they're gonna have to move because I don't think that is in the next zone. And 4 bros trying to put in some work on Excuse. Yeah, Lori. Oh, that one hurt just a little bit too much. Gonna go back and heal.
Yeah, Excuse about to just get sandwiched here from BOPE from the east, 4 bros from the south. The thing is, Gatsby from 4 bros are also keeping tabs on the hit list. So there's 4 teams down here in the south, all competing, all fighting for a little slice of the zone. And Lori with the M4, the spray downrange is doing a ton of damage right now, Hot Jukes.
What is the rest of BOPE though? Like the rest of BOPE should be focused on this fight, 100%. It's just Lori. Like all of 4 bros should have been looking in this direction. And now here comes Beast, but it's way too late. Now there's only 17 seconds on the clock, and his teammate is most likely going to go down because of that. I think that's a big misplay.
Yeah, I believe the thing is why some of these teams are playing so
this is
slow
no,
as well is because if they overextend, we saw in the kill feed, the Crows have sightlines on the other side of that hill, so you got to be really careful where you move. And poor bros are finding out firsthand how careful they need to be, but they got the revive right as the blue zone starts to push on in. Lori, about 3 HP, not going to heal, but instead go for the spray, and Beast!
The
king with the scar! Oh, but the Crows we were talking about. Still, Beast right there. Great play from Beast.
Way to go to get those eliminations. I just don't really like how they were splitting themselves up. They should have focused on one team, knocking them out at a time. But here comes Blinded by Wind, desperately needing points. Ander with a beautiful nade. Gonna send another one to try and evict no hacks from this game and get that point. And this is a big one. Right now, Blinded by Wind need every point that they can scrape away.
Another one right there. Ander showing up with some E-limbs for the squad, 4 all together. You see Ander and Fuego in a snake battle down here. As Puppeteer and the Crows, both these teams, remember, they were occupying that building, those compounds in the zone. No longer favor here, Hot Juke. So we're about to see those two teams fight it out. Puppeteers with the numbers advantage.
Don't take that buggy, Ander. Don't take that buggy. That buggy is GG if you even get close to it. Don't even think about it.
Look at this play.
I think he tried to get in the buggy.
It's gone. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, that's good for Fuego.
Yep,
solo
good for Fuego.
Yep.
And that's BOPE. But I'll tell you what, Blinded by Wind needed those points way more. Here comes Crow, having a great game just to the one in the past. That put them in the first page, and now they're coming back to back.
Yep. Back to back top 3 guaranteed here. 3rd place gets you 10 points, so this is massive for Crow. And Puppeteer as well, 11th coming in this game. So if Puppeteer can get the win here, they just might find themselves in that top 8.
Oh, Fuego!
Yes, they need to watch out from Fuego from downtown, the top damage dealer in the lobby. And looks like the Puppeteers were taken out.
Dave, percentage chance. I need to know it right now that Fuego wins this game.
70.
Oh, you saw a toe.
70.
Ghost needs to get a pedicure. You had to see that rotation.
75.
I'm gonna reduce it down to 50.
You gotta root for the solos.
LOL.
You gotta root for the solos. But the Crows, talk about a team back-to-back performances here. Jukes trying to secure themselves a top 8 finish as we go into the second half of the game.
Woo-wee! Let's go, Crows! I mean, this is so clutch from them because they were really, really in trouble. And having a great 20-point game in the last one boosted them up to the first page. And then now with this back-to-back, they have to be breathing just the biggest sigh of relief.
Look at the player shadows. They're doing the crow symbol right there.
Go!
Yes, sir, they are. Go! So the Crows, pretty solid 2 games in a row. BOPE Esports and Fuego able to continue to secure not only placement points, but also elim points for the squad here. So I'm trying to think. I think out of the top 4, this had to have been the biggest game for Puppeteer showing up in the late game. They needed these points desperately.
Oh man, Dave. You know what's gonna be up next though, right?
What?
Sanhok.
Oh, Sanhok. Yeah. Thanks for reminding me. So Sanhok, let's see real quick. Guess who's the best performing team on the last 2 Sanhok? Just take a look.
The Crows.
No. Okay, good guess. But BOPE Esports. BOPE Esports.
Wow.
Yeah, number 1 on Sanhok. Number 2, NOOBS Galaxy. So NOOBS Galaxy, they could definitely use a pick-me-up here, Hot Jukes. But Hot Jukes, guess what? We're going to send it to some highlights, and when we come back, some stats for you. Don't go anywhere.
And we're back here. The Crows. 22 points off that one there. Much needed win for them, pulling up a big chicken dinner. BOPE Esports popping back up heavy. But you know what? Two other teams that I'm looking at really closely. PUPPETEER and Blinded by Wind.
I am looking a little closer to Blinded by Wind just because of their previous tournament finishes. Of course, you know, you kind of want to continue to see this squad climb through the ranks here. So let's see, with 3 more games to go, can they continue to get, you know, I'm not asking for a crazy 30 point game, but these consistent games of 12 points. You know, I'm very much happy with this right there. 8 points in placement and 4 elim. So if they could do that 3 more times, they just might be making it to MPL here, Hot Jukes.
I agree. Hell Crime having a tough one right here. So, I mean, letting off the gas, I don't want to see that. I want to see them continue to just keep that heat up and bring it in hard in these last 3 matches coming up. Sanhok, the jungle. Man, that's going to be a tough one. And SEMPER and INVICTA, pretty much all is lost at now. So I wonder how they're going to decide to play now that they realize that the chances of them making it to top 8 are pretty much slim to none.
All or nothing, honestly. You know, don't second guess anything. Just, you see a team, you want to go push up on them, take the fight, just go for it at this point. You know, just risk it. Head to head, the Crows versus BOPE Esports. Mori with the Crows symbol right there. And of course, we keep seeing Rego on these graphics almost every single game. I believe Rego is currently one of the players in the race for MVP as a whole in the whole tournament. So can't be surprised when we see that 874 damage here, Hot Jukes.
He's on fire. He's on fire, Dave. I mean, his name speaks for itself. I mean, he has been really just putting up the numbers in pretty much every single department. Longest elimination. He's here always with the most eliminations, damage, and is absolutely having a great game. Faye, 26 nades this time. This man has been throwing crazy utility. I think we saw him with like 20-something the last game.
Yeah. Racking it up here, Hot Jukes. Racking it up. We talk about badges a lot. We talk about clutch badges. We talk about excuse cards. We talk about the PUBG Mobile player handbook do's and don'ts. Well, what we also are going to start talking about is the Grenade Master Award here. And Faye, I think Faye, man, Faye is looking to get that badge here in this tournament, Hot Jukes, with the amount of util that this player has been using here, game after game.
He's been using it really well too. I wish we had a stat to show just how much the percentage of his eliminations come off of nades.
What would you put it at? You just had like,
I'd say he's probably like around like 50.
50%. 50% of the time, his grenades are on money. Hitting it. It ain't getting the top right there.
I mean, he does hit those. We've seen him do it.
He does hit those. We've seen him do it. The grenades and Faye's UMP both have been just on point here tonight, and we've seen multiple times whenever we look at that team as a whole. So 3 more games to go, Hot Jukes. We're kind of checking out SEMPER and INVICTA a little bit here. What else should we look for in the last half of today?
I don't think you really need to take a look at SEMPER and INVICTA at this point. I mean, I think it's pretty much too far done, but I think we need to keep a close eye on every single player and team that is in that 8th place-ish range, because one game could swing them up and knock another team's dreams to the dust. So, hey, you know what? I cleared up here, right? I know Nox is happy, but there's 3 more matches to go here, Dave, so I know everybody is so stoked.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. When we come back, we're going to have Zute and Red Eyes. 3 more matches to go. PUBG Mobile North America Cup Finals. Let's go, baby.
And we are back. This is the home stretch, Red Eyes. This is the last 3 games. This is it. This is where we crown the top 8. And not just that, the first place of $3,000. And there's only 3 games left. And what better way for us to start it off, Red Eyes, with Sanhok coming in?
Absolutely, brother. That lush condensed forest is going to change up the style of gameplay. We're going to see some more CQC, that close quarter confrontation, hopefully. Hopefully, no heal strats, too. Fingers crossed.
Oh, at this point, I think nobody should be heal stratting, because for me, right now, the teams that really need to catch up, this is like do or die moment, right? You need to really rack up a lot of points, and heal stratting, it just, I don't feel like it's enough points at this stage, right? With only 3 games left. I mean, unless if you're in the top already and you're feeling safe enough, then okay, sure, heal strat. But then again, if you're way near the top, you really pretty much like, you got that top 8 secured. Why not play more aggressive? We'll see. Sanhok, it's always, a little bit crazy, especially with the starts. One team in particular, we called it out, much as that Dave brought up, BOPE, a very strong team on Sanhok, and I know they're kind of falling off a little bit from that first place position, but if they could come in and crush Sanhok, this is their like cream and butter, right?
Yeah.
They have a chance with 2 more games to take first place.
Absolutely. And like with BOPE, I guess you could say that first match of the day sort of startled me a little bit, threw me off my rocker, got me a little nervous about them for a second. But, they ended up coming back pretty quickly after that, the next match. And I kind of expect a little bit more of the same in this Sanhok. They've shown that they have a lot of synergy here, and they know what they're doing.
Yeah, but Sanhok, it's always going to be a wild one. Teams gotta be ready for anything that could happen on the Sanhok. 3 games left. The point spread, as you guys can see on the stream right now, it is so tight for that top 8. It's going to come down to the very last match. But of course, before we get to that very last match, that 1 extra elimination point in this Sanhok match right now, right? Like, maybe you didn't get that confirmation. Maybe you didn't go for the hard thirst. Maybe whatever. Point opportunities get missed all the time. And in the thick of it all, like the chaos that is Sanhok, 1 small misstep in a close range to CQC in a 4v4, maybe even a hot drop, right? That could alter everything at the end of the day. You're missing out on that top 8 by 1 or 2 points. So everybody got to play perfect right now, or as perfect as they can to try and secure as many points as they can.
100%. And I mean, we've seen it time and time again where that 7th to 8th place can be spread by 1 point. And as Hot Jukes was saying, literally that split second can make the difference between qualification and not. Because when you're accepting literally 8 spots here, it's gonna get a little bit sweaty here towards the end. And that's why I am curious. You say you don't expect to see the heal strat. I kind of do. Now, that does not discredit. I 100% agree. It comes to the point you shouldn't be heal stratting. But if we were going to base anything off of round 1, that sort of slow pace, I think that we might see it, especially from teams like Blinded by Win or Hellcrime, who held
very close.
That very close, exactly. And honestly, I don't know if it's 100% the wrong move in the moment based on the way that Hellcrime's been playing thus far. Blinded by Win, I'd be a little bit more off-put by it, but I think, by any means necessary, Zute, by any means necessary.
I agree. By any means necessary. Now, once they move into the PMPL stage and higher, the heal strat, does not work there. But if it does work here, may as well, especially this is the home stretch and you just need a little bit more point head-to-head to Crows.
Absolutely,
and
brother.
BOPE Esports.
I mean, we say it time and time again, but first, let's look at the damage here. That's pretty surprising, but as you were mentioning about Sanhok being so CQC intensive, you can tell by that damage ratio there. But look at Miramar, 64k. Wow, that's a lot of bullets being put out there. Anyways, the heal strat. Yeah, it's not the most chivalrous. It's not the most fun to spectate, but to deny its effectiveness is, almost impossible. But I cannot wait to see that thing out of PUBG Mobile.
We'll see. We'll see for next year if things get changed up. But We're heading
I'm not
into...
sure what's happening. I have no sound here, but either way, guys, look at the flight path. We can see it as it stands, and it is not exactly a very centralized path here. But, you know, as we've mentioned with Sanhok time and time again, you don't really need a central flight path. This map is so small that you can get pretty much anywhere you want by deploying your chute early enough.
All right, we're into Sanhok now. I think we're having a little bit of technical difficulties.
All right, ladies and gentlemen,
but that's not going to stop this match from continuing on.
You can see
Players dropping out of the plane.
Alongside
so far, no real hot drops coming in. A lot of teams dropping split as usual.
Beast of
and here we go.
Oh, see, I think our sound cut out for a little bit, buddy. So if I was interrupting you, I do apologize. But getting eyes here, 4Bros, pretty far out from most of the competition. It looks like they got Puppeteers behind them, but Puppeteers doing a bit of a spread out approach, which is probably in the 4Bros' favor. But let's give I know Mustache Day was giving me a little bit of grief for my Miramar prediction with Puppeteers yesterday, but I think we're seeing a little bit different today. I mean, I think they're showing a lot of improvement.
Definitely so. Puppeteers, I mean, they've been doing way better. Same with the Crows. The Crows, right now, I mean, with those past few games, they've really shown that they could do what it takes, and they've shot themselves way up with those map performances. But it's all coming down to the last 3 matches, and things might really, take a turn for the worse or take a turn for the better with some of these teams coming into Sanhok. This is like where I like to say a momentum shift might kick in for the better or for the worse, right? Sanhok's such a crazy map, really. Teams have limited space to work with, limited options to work with. And if a team here really pops off, they could carry that momentum into the last 2 matches of the entirety of the tournament and really maybe do some upsets that no one's expecting. That's what I'm looking out for here.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we've seen how much of a factor confidence can play in PUBG Mobile. Almost every event, you can see it. That 1 or 2 wins can be that boost in morale. It can help your mental, help you think more clearly. But then the flip side, and I know you play poker, Zute. I play as well. Well, you know what happens when you get on a tilt. It's just a mind game from there, and it can really, really take you down a dark path. So they're going to have to keep their eye on the prize here because there are literally no room for error here.
Now the thing with poker's mostly a solo game, right? Here, if one player on your team gets tilt because of one little misstep, that could bleed into the rest of the team. It could get very toxic very quickly. I'm hoping that's not the case for any of these PMNC teams, even at the highest of levels, PMPL, PMGC. One player could really change the mood of everything on a team. So that doesn't even come down to the experience. It just comes down to, like, the synergy on the team. Any team could fall to that toxicity right there. And I'm taking a look at the map. First circle is further towards the eastern side, so everybody's got to close in a little bit more to the east. THIRDEYE already dead center of the zone on top of that hill. You can see right here, this hilltop, pretty difficult to hold, especially if a 4-man team pushes together. And it looks like Dream is going to be the first team to encroach upon here, and they should know by now that THIRDEYE is up here, and Dream getting very reckless right there. That one player should have been knocked. Joss is going to go very aggressive and gets the knock. Very good job by THIRDEYE to capitalize off that damage.
Yeah, 100%, and THIRDEYE needs this. Holding that overall place around 12th, I believe. They honestly are so close to the mark. All that's separating them from actually placing in the top 8, let's see, it's literally just a few points, brother. Just a few points.
Yeah.
But we have seen a bit of recklessness from Dream pretty much the entirety of the event, I would say. It's been their downfall time and time again because they are showing a lot of promise. You can't deny they are showing promise, but then that individual approach has not been working out for them. That spread out approach just seems to be not really their strong point. And so it does kind of throw me off to see nobody pushing up on his own. He's close by his teammates. They're fairly singular, but just that little bit of space, that's all that, THIRDEYE needed in that moment.
Yeah, definitely so. THIRDEYE playing this on the slower side, which I don't disagree with whatsoever. This hilltop could get third party very quickly. So they're being a bit more cautious. You can see already in the distance another team coming up behind Dream Esports. So Dream Esports will get that revive and they're going to back off. Fighting even with a knock advantage here from uphill, downhill could get tricky, right? So many rocks, so many different angles. So I like the fact that THIRDEYE didn't rush it too hard and get some of their own players knocked, because that would have been very bad for them.
Yeah, as you've mentioned, and as we've all just said time and time again, just there's no room for error. And THIRDEYE, all the pressure on them here, because they've shown a little bit of wishy-washiness. You know, they have their good performances, and I feel like they get a little too confident with it, and it borders on cockiness, and they kind of have to dial things back. But now we're seeing it a little bit more reserved, not passive, but conservative. Waiting for the right moment. And on Sanhok, where there is just the likelihood of snaking is just so much higher, that natural cover everywhere, you gotta be aware of everything around you.
Ooh, Jazz's position is found out though. Now he's kind of pinned in here by himself. A nade already came in. I need to see some nades back, some util back, some smokes, create some chaos, create some sort of escape plan, because if Jazz continues to stand here, there we go. No need to escape. If his nade is good, he gets that knock. Don't peek out, Jazz.
Yeah.
That would be a big mistake. Yeah. Let your supporting teammates from the back apply some pressure now. Now that you've pretty much made the move, he's going to get that heal off. This standoff continues.
Yeah, I kind of like what THIRDEYE's doing here. They're spreading out, and you can see Peaceful coming over for a flank. I think he might catch P4 a little unaware.
They need to speed it up a little bit, though.
Yeah.
The first time around being cautious is fine, but we're heading more and more deeper into the game, meaning a third party is more and more likely to happen. So this slow chess match to start off with is okay, but prolonging it can't be good for either teams. Luckily for both teams, though, we can see from the map, no team's getting close for a third party. Everybody's just playing this slow, including the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, but that's just coincidentally lucky for these teams, because usually when the blood is smelled in the water, you can just watch it happen in progress. But you know what, man? For teams like the Panthers, the Eagles, and BOPE, I think you're right. You don't see that hesitation. You see that knock, and literally when they have 2 seconds at best to decide what the move is, they're already on their way for the aggressive push, and that is what's getting them those extra points, and that's what we need to see from THIRDEYE.
Here comes that flank that was set up a while ago. Might work out. If Dream just pushes up one more position, one more rock, he's going to run right in front of Peaceful. And oh, here it comes, jumping off the top of the rock. He's going to pop out, take the shots, but the jiggles, the wiggles, the back and forth behind the tree cover, it is almost good. And here comes a car drive-by.
Oh my gosh, he just turned into a bowling pin right there. It's those split-second moves, man. And honestly, I don't think he needed to peek that far from behind the boulder, but seeing with that UMP, I've been saying it time and time again, brother, that UMP is really underestimated at mid-range.
Oh, man. That's not good for THIRDEYE.
No.
That's almost... I would say that flank around the side, it could have worked out, but just timing-wise, Dream started to group up together, and that's that prolonged engagement. Like, if you're going to get a flank in, the rest of the team got to be ready to execute and push in together. But if you're flanking in by yourself, hey, you might just run into that team regrouping on top of one player, and that's exactly what happened. THIRDEYE now down to 2 players. I think they waffled. They waffled too hard.
Yeah.
Try to get a little bit aggressive, went to the downhill position, right? To get closer, but they completely left all the high ground, everything away, and they were no longer in a position to fight. Unlike the Panthers here, Red Eyes, this is what I like to see. 4 together pushing in all at the same time.
Yeah, and honestly, I say it every day pretty much, but the Panthers is the team that individually they're strong aggressively. But you put them all together, and it is a force to be reckoned with. But at the same time, they are, I keep coining this term, the BOA method, and I keep saying there's 3 teams in the NA Tier 1 community that can pull it off, and one of them is the Panthers. So I don't want to put it past them. But getting eyes here on Dream, Snap, lucky to be alive at this point. He, got that revive, but he has nothing in terms of meds, and that is really problematic as we see Nate perched up on the boulder, getting ready to make it rain hellfire on him.
Yeah, Dream is now down to 2. Same with THIRDEYE. So, not a big surprise, right? Coming out of Sanhok, the first two teams to engage, and neither team, really fully committing fast enough. Those are the two teams hurting the most. Down to 2 players. Taking a look at this, THIRDEYE actually down to just 1 player. They had center of zone, they had everything. And playing cautious first time around, good. But the second time around, if you're going to be cautious, you better pull back and really play safe, or you got to pull the pin at that point. And the next circle did shift already. Didn't really move anywhere, THIRDEYE, so everybody's just kind of centering on just a little bit closer to one another.
Yeah, and UV from THIRDEYE, he's perfectly central, but not in a good way in this case, because he is surrounded on multiple sides by just 5 or 6 teams. And honestly, at this point, as you're down to the last eye, you gotta get the placement. That is, everything rides on all these 3 matches. That's all they have to make it in that top 8. And so with UV being the last hope to carry on the name, yeah, conservative, lay low, let these numbers dwindle, and try to at least get the placement for your team. Make it so if you are, not getting the most out of this match, that you're not hurting yourself that much. Don't kick yourself in the feet too soon, because they really do have a good shot here. But as you noted, THIRDEYE, they had that opportunity. That spread was perfect, and the hesitation, I feel like it just boils down to a lack of experience in that sort of aggressive tactics, and that's something to work on moving forward.
That's definitely something to work on. Zone slowly closing in right here. Not too much movement around the map. Teams are definitely getting very close to one another. However, no one really trying to pull the trigger. We don't see any teams taking isolated fights. Well, besides the Panthers. The Panthers smelled an opportunity and they took it. And they got 2 points. Nobody down on their team. Probably some more loot as well in the elimination feed. SV, one of the teams that HotJukes is pretty much counting out now. They're coming in from the far western side. If they want any chance whatsoever, that 1 knock, they full send it. Take that fight. Take that 4v4. Get those 4 points. And then rinse and repeat for the rest of the Sanhok game. And they might have a chance at the top 8.
100%. And you know what? I see Dream Esports hesitating. We speak about it, but I don't see why. As we've noted, the odds of them really, getting into that qualifying stage at this point, it's going to be a very uphill battle for them. So in my eyes, I say this is the time to just let it all out. Just put it all out there. Why not go for the aggressive push? If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. What have you got to lose at this point?
Yeah. Think about losing things. A lot of teams just lost the circle with that heavy northern shift. That shift is really going to help out BOPE. SLR also on the northern side. Noobs Galaxy also getting a favorable shift. The HITLIST, one of the teams, that is just really needing everything they can take right now, is going to be kind of more towards the center of the zone now with the shift. The Panthers dead center, moving right back to where they were earlier. It's not only creating more space by picking up those 2 points, but now circling back around to get zone blessed in the center of the zone with a strong compound as well.
Yeah, the HITLIST just having another tough day. 2 15th place finishes back-to-back in rounds 1 and 2. Not what they were hoping for on this final day here. But you know what? Just room for improvement. We've seen the HITLIST time and time again. They're in the Tier 1 community for a reason. They're not new to it. We've seen them time and time again, but they can play pretty phenomenally when they're in the right mental. But when the pressure is on right now, it's never on more so than right now, you kind of see them almost cracking under the pressure. And you hate to see it because they do have a lot of promise, Zute. I've seen them in my tournament. I've paid those guys out numerous times. Flash is a phenomenal player, and I think maybe being new to this IGL role here, it takes some getting used to. It takes some adjusting. Unfortunately, you hate to see them working out the kinks at this stage.
For those that missed the points table earlier, right now 8th place is at 97 points, and right below 8th is Blinded by Win at 88, Puppeteer at 87, THIRDEYE at 83, and the HITLIST at 72. Then drops down some more, down to 68, 62, and 52 points. So even though the points drop off quite steep towards the lower end, you can tell that 8th place spot, definitely 1 or 2 games away from being doable. And 4 bros, ooh, They're trying to make their names once again. They're second to last place team, picking up 2 points. They're going to need to pick up quite a few more, and that's not good. That is SV from the blue zone, from behind.
That's what happened when clock gets clocked, but we got eyes on Lori, and we've seen Lori in a handicap situation pull it off. That Miramar match from yesterday, you know, it worked out in Lori's favor. You know, again, we boil it down to 2 different factors. The Crows maybe kind of slipped up a little bit too, but that was Lori capitalizing on it. And it worked out. Unfortunately, it wasn't a great match for him. But catching eyes on SEMPER and INVICTA versus 4Bros, this is what I'm talking about. If you guys are both towards the bottom of that bracket and it's coming down to this wire, why not go out on the aggressive and send that message out? Say, hey, we belong to be here. And as you can see, Gatsby at half health, Canary pushing it just above half health. I think Canary has that right on his mind as we speak.
Canary going in, looking like going in a little bit more solo. He will get knocked. Maybe, he got the trade, or the trade is there, but both teams bleeding in the blue zone. The blue zone right now just taking a little bit, not too bad, especially if you're boosted up. This fight can elongate some more. They'll confirm that point, it looks like. Getting a lot of shots in. Now 4Bros down to 2, and ooh, that's definitely a confirmation for the 4Bros side. Yeah, they finish off Canary. Another knock. Man, both teams not wanting to lose any players because they're going to need all of them, but both teams suffering casualties, and the action continues. The Crows take out the remaining players right there from Dream Esports. Dream Esports eliminated.
Yeah, the Crows just feasting on the corpses here, but getting eyes on Puppeteer versus the Eagles. Oof, talk about an interesting situation. Puppeteers, you know, showing a little bit more promise here at the beginning of the day than we had seen previously, but now up against the likes of these just hat-trick pullers. The Eagles, it's not a good... Ooh! And again, you know, I hate to say I've choked on my words before, but boy, oh boy, I love to see that. I remember yesterday talking to Dave about saying the Puppeteers could take the Eagles out in a fight on Miramar and getting laughed at. Well, what you got to say now, Dave? They can do it.
Yeah, Puppeteers pulled a quick one onto the Eagles right there. Eagles, the second place team. Puppeteers not even in the top 8, but close, very close. That's going to be good for them. They secure an off-center spot in the zone. Meanwhile, on the northwest side, Noobs Galaxy raining fire onto Super Lazy Reflex. Both of these teams sitting pretty comfortable in the top end. But for these teams, it's not just about top 8 anymore. It's about securing that money, that bag. Because first place is 3,000, and then it drops off, so everybody's got something to fight for.
Yeah, especially between the likes of Panthers, BOPE, and Eagles, man. At this point, they all feel fairly confident that they're qualifying. So now it's about who wants it the most, who wants that fat cash, that proverbial dollar. But, ooh, Rushy from Noobs Galaxy in a bit of a conundrum, potentially. He's got Hellcrime here, and we've seen a better Hellcrime, well, yeah, a little bit wishy-washy. I shouldn't say... They had that dub in round 1, but kind of flip-flopped after that. They can maybe pull the tides, change it a little bit. But Noobs Galaxy, this is a team that's been overall fairly consistent throughout the entirety of the event. I mean, Zute, we've seen them placing in that top 5, 6 bracket almost every match.
Yeah, Noobs Galaxy, a team coming in from the PMCO qualifying stages, right? So playing very consistent. Hats off to them, the best performing PMCO team right now.
Yeah.
Could change, though. They might slip up really badly, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to push up this hill together, keeping 4 alive, and they're going to need 4, because that circle just hard shifted all the way down to the southeast, giving the Puppeteers center of zone and a strong compound, pretty much almost the only compound to work with. And the Puppeteers, they're at, I believe, only 3 placements away from top 8, so this could be a huge game for them.
Yeah, I think the Puppeteers, as you mentioned, they're at like around 87 points, so they're 10 points 87. Behind the 8th place bracket. 10 points is not much in the relative scheme of things. Honestly, that could be the difference between a 3rd place and a 2nd place, and maybe 2 extra kills on the board. That might be all they need. But you know what? HITLIST, Trickster, keeping his eye on the prize here. 6x M4 aimed inbound. He's trying to take those puppets off a string.
Ooh, are they going to set down smokes to go for that cross? Ooh, this is going to be a little bit risky. They have
Ooh.
nobody at that compound to go for the revive. Meanwhile, Blinded by Win, another team that really needs a point. This is a 9th place team, 91 points. And they are getting picked apart on this push by the Panthers. Of course, the Panthers pushing in, causing mayhem and havoc, but getting cut down from multiple angles. That is Noobs Galaxy helping out Blinded by Win. Blinded by Win will manage to survive with 2. However, they only picked up 2 points so far. They have the zone nearby. There's still 10 teams left, so none of these teams yet in the range should gain a lot of placement points. There's gonna need to be a lot more teams to go out for Blinded by Win, get those placement points that they're desperately looking for.
Yeah, I was just about to ask, with your experience in the comp scene at this level, if you're Blinded by Win, brought down to half your starting team, you got Onder here with 1 first aid, already at half health, what's the move? Do you go for it, or do you try to hold back and let those numbers dwindle? I gotta go with the latter, given their positioning.
Yeah, I feel like they go for it. Maybe one player hangs back to just play spoiler from inside the blue to pick up these elimination points. It looks like Puppeteers did make that cross and get that revive. They will gatekeep out the hit list. The hit list, once again, having a very, bad game. And it's not just them. So many teams on the lower half already being eliminated out that really need the points to make that top 8. Here's Blinded by Win. They took control of the top hill. Or not really control, but they're just barely scraping in by with the 2 players they have left.
And we've all been in this position in PUBG Mobile where the pressure is on and your nerves can be a little bit overwhelming. Even the sweaty hands that can come with it, man. There's so many factors, but you can't hesitate. That lack of hesitation is what's going to make the split-second difference between life and death.
Oh, they got the zone though.
Yeah. Oh, I was just about to hype up Puppeteers here, and I realized I was going to caster curse him. Legend in a bit of a nice situation. He's got a nice high ground. He's not as close to Onder as I would like for it, but honestly, I think it's going to be okay from where he's at. Puppeteers, still, you can tell they're hesitant. They're all holding down the same compound here, and they're outside. I mean, they had Onder a little bit up against the ropes there for a moment, but a little bit of hesitation. I think, as I said, it just boils down to that. Maybe it's a lack of synergy. Maybe it's a lack of just aggressive practice,
Definitely. Yeah, we had one player of Blinded by Win up there shooting down at 4 players of Puppeteer, and no one from the Puppeteers could fight back. There we go. That's what they needed when they were trying to make that small crossing. They needed just one player to fight back on Blinded by Win. Now Blinded by Win down to 1, and here comes the aggressive push. This is great for them. They don't know for sure Blinded by Win is only 1 player up left here, but it does not matter. If they get the opening knock, they can take advantage of it. And those nades are raining in close. They're pushing in together as 3. It all comes down to Ander. Can he get a knock? He gets 1, but instantly gets traded out. That's Blinded by Win and eliminated in the 4th place position. Comes down to the last 3 teams, and this is a huge game for Puppeteer, especially if they can close it out.
Yep, and it's also a huge game for the likes of Excuse, who came in holding, I believe, like 7th place or something around there. So they performed it's a whole different team than we saw from yesterday. Oh! Draco just didn't have the high ground. I also feel like they missed an opportunity for a third party. I feel like Excuse kind of let that happen almost.
Yeah, now we're down to the 1v1. Noobs Galaxy timing it greatly for the third party of all third parties. Challenging up, zigzagging left and right. Oh, but to cover the treetop advantage for Puppeteers. This team needed that win. This is the momentum that could really take them all the way home to the home stretch. Puppeteers succeeding first against the fight with Golden Eagles, which was a top tier team, and to get rewarded with the zone, they had to make that one last hard push up onto Blinded by Win. Did that successfully, and ultimately that led them to the winner chicken dinner.
Yes, and I know Mustache Dave is looking at me now, just saying, well, maybe Red Eyes wasn't that far off, because this is not the same Puppeteers that we saw yesterday or the day before. They had that locker room talk that we needed. They had that 10-second goldfish memory to reset their brain, and it's paying off. And that's what it really is all about. When you're on that tilt, when you're having those bad games, keeping a strong mental, and they're doing it right here.
Yeah, so the Puppeteers definitely shooting themselves up. How far up? We're not too sure as we take a look at their winner chicken stats here. 1,600 plus damage. So even though they got the zone kind of, towards the end, they didn't get it all the way through, so they had to fight their way through the last bits of it, and they did it in spades. That's a lot of damage. 10 eliminations too. That's a pretty decent chicken dinner on Sanhok.
Absolutely, especially in the context of, how the games have been going out for them previously. But, at the same time, there's still room for improvement, and you can tell. Look at the eliminations to damage ratio. There's still some opportunities that they weren't able to quite capitalize on, but they're doing great, and they can keep moving up.
Yeah, let's see if they can continue to move up faster. And, well, we'll see very soon as we take a quick, short break. Be right back from the highlights.
Well, Zute, have a look at it. 25 points on the board. Puppeteer. I love it.
Huge point jump right there. 25 points. Noobs Galaxy, you mentioned it earlier on in the match. Consistent team. Once again, a very consistent performance. Two teams I'm looking at those, Excuse and Blinded by Win as well. Excuse, hovering towards the bottom half of that top 8. That's a solid one. And Blinded by Win, not in that top 8, in 9th with 12 points. I think that bumps them up as well.
Yeah, and we keep talking about it, but when you're getting eyes on a team like Blinded by Win, who you keep vouching for, they do have the potential, but it's all riding on those few points. Puppeteer, 9th place, that was a complete game changer for them. I hate to see Hellcrime kind of lose that momentum that they started in round 1, though.
Yeah, Hellcrime, they were doing great, but that's what I was saying. Sanhok, it could change things for the better or for the worse for many of these teams. Some teams might have found that momentum. It's just like Puppeteers. Maybe they could keep it going. And some teams, they might have been starting off the day well, climbing up to that top 8, and then Sanhok rolls around and they get absolutely shut down with like a goose egg. Hellcrime and Golden Eagles. Golden Eagles, getting a goose egg themselves. They're safe in that top 8, but they wanted that top 1. And with this performance, 0 points isn't helping anybody out.
Nope, but I guarantee you they're thanking that hat trick from yesterday. That allows some slack in the rope for them. But let's have a look at this head-to-head. We got Puppeteer Faye up against Noob Galaxy Alf, and the damage difference is speaking for itself. Faye almost doubling the damage of Alf, and 3 times the heals, double the knockouts, and you can see why he has more eliminations as well. But they survived almost the same amount of time.
Yeah, these were the two teams that were going at the very end. It came down to that 1v1. I can't recall if it was actually Faye and Alf at the very end, but these two teams, they slugged it out on Sanhok, and those stats really show through. And it's actually Noobs Galaxy Diamonds or is that Diamonds? I just noticed that is not Diamonds, but I noticed one thing. He's got 6 eliminations, and that is the most amount of eliminations from that Sanhok match.
Yeah, and for once, Fuego just taking a break from that top bracket here, just laying one off here. And talk about, having a little bit of room for error. BOPE, not quite at the level that we saw, from previous days, but still doing pretty strong. But yeah, they didn't place that as well this time. Still have the comfort and still have that wiggle room.
Try number 2, Diamonded. the MVP with that 6 eliminations, only 2 knockouts. So a lot of, stolen points and a lot of quick confirmations. Very good job to him. Also, will rack up a decent amount of damage. Top 3 for the match will come in the form of 3 different players from 3 different teams. So Blinded by Win, Legend pulling in work, and of course the Puppeteers and Noobs Galaxy having 2 players on here as well.
Yeah, let's not give our attention away from Legend's 9 nades here. I mean, that's pretty darn impressive, especially considering how intensive of a map Sanhok is. But if there's ever that CQC range, as I said right before the match, it's this map. Gerardo.
Sanhok. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Gerardo, just keeping up on that. He's always seems to be in that longest elimination or most eliminations. Or he's always keeping something here on the board. He's really showing a lot of heart here for his team.
Yeah, so, I mean, that Sanhok match, it went by as fast as it started. We saw some scraps, early on. 2 teams in particular that really dropped the ball. THIRDEYE, they had that top hill position. Didn't go aggressive when they needed, play too passive. Hopefully, we're with only 2 games left, nobody's making any more of those, kind of more silly mistakes, those waffling mistakes. I want to see teams make, good mistakes, such as we're committing and we mess it up, but we tried, right? Versus we kind of try and commit, no, we shouldn't commit, and then things just slowly fall apart. That's the worst to have.
Yeah, and we are kind of seeing that sort of thing with SEMPER and INVICTA. They really are showing a little bit more promise today, but that's the hesitation, man. That's the hesitation. And why, if you are at the part of the bracket at this stage, why don't you just go all out? Well, look here, Panthers. That gap is getting a little bit closed, but still, they have that wiggle room still, kind of surprisingly.
Yeah, 11 points ahead. Golden Eagles, I thought they would drop down a lot more with that 0 point, but they're still in 2nd place. Noobs Galaxy pushing up, so 161 for them. And then look at that, Puppeteers into the top 8, same with Excuse, and I thought Blinded by Win in 9th place with like 12 points would get them in that top 8, but it was Puppeteers that kind of boosted up ahead of them, and in a sense kicked them back down to 9th, because otherwise they would be up here. So it is not done for Blinded by Win yet. They're just like internally stuck, I feel like, in that 9th place position.
Yeah, them and Angry Amateurs have been sort of duking it around that 8th to 11th bracket here. But look here, Hellcrime all the way up to 11th. I'm actually kind of surprised to see that, Zoo. They've been having a lot of trouble, especially considering that they started off in 15th place at the beginning of the day.
Well, they only got 2 more games to try and make something happen, and point spread, it's still doable. It's definitely doable for Hellcrime, including THIRDEYE. The hit list, it's a little bit rough for them. They got 10 points to catch up to Hellcrime and THIRDEYE, and then they need more to catch up into that top 8. But Puppeteers, this was a team that absolutely dominated that last match, and this is their team stats for the day so far. Hey, stepping up huge today, 2,000, almost 2,500 damage. That is way more than the rest of the squad.
Yeah, and honestly, Puppeteers, if there was ever a time to do it, it's now, man. Because even if this doesn't pan out, they're sending this huge message out. They have not had a good experience in the previous days, but they are showing a complete 180 here, in my opinion. And the fact that they're able to bump themselves up like that, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, Noobs Galaxy just constantly being ever so consistent. I feel like Noobs Galaxy, all they really need right now is a huge pop-off game, right? We've seen BOPE pop off huge. We've seen the Panthers. They have these huge, massive games. Noob Galaxy has just been so consistently consistent up there that they want that first place. They just need that one game where they absolutely decimate things. And I think that would be it for them. That would be the chicken dinner that will take home the first place prize. And they can only have 2 matches left. Everybody, Red Eyes, we're coming down to it. There's only 2 games left. And luckily for them, they got Sanhok out the way. So that's at least done for now. Or for a while until they go into the next, tournaments like PMPL and upwards. But man, it comes down to Erangel and Miramar.
Yeah, and you know, Puppeteer, they showed a lot of promise here, but when we take things up to those bigger maps, it's a whole different level of gameplay, different tactics, different geography. So it's going to come down to adaptability for them as well. But you know, I still have faith. I still have hope here for them.
Okay. Well, what do you think would be the wildest thing to happen as far as, you know, the team that's going to get bumped out of the top 8 and the team that's going to, you know, bump into the top 8 at the end of the day, right? Because I don't think after the last match is done, this top 8 that we see right now is going to be the top 8 at the end of the day. I feel like 1 or 2 teams are going to lose that spot, and 1 or 2 teams from the bottom will claim that spot. What do you think? If you were to pick one to mix and match right now.
All right, well, I say the Crows, I'm going to keep a little bit of concern in their way because they've been showing a lot of promise, but the consistency is kind of where it comes down to. You know, they can place well, but it comes down to tactics and implementing it correctly. At this stage, you were saying you'd like to see them go all out. I'm going to say, you know, if you're a team like, you were saying, particularly NOOBS Galaxy, you'd like to see pop off. I don't know if that's what I want to see from them because they have been showing that consistency. And realistically, if they could risk it, it could backfire, especially if you consider like super lazy reflex or the Crows. They're right at the heels. I think I think that if you're NOOBS Galaxy, you're not going to risk that because what do you gain necessarily? You might be able to work your way up a spot or two, but brother, they're like 40 points behind the Panthers. So I don't think that first place is exactly, I mean, it's doable, but is it safe to go for that? Because they can still lose that top 8 position.
Really? You think NOOBS can drop out? Okay, well, that would require for everybody else below them to just step up insane, just like in the most perfect way possible, right?
I don't know. I'd say it would take, you know, maybe NOOBS having a really bad game and SLR and the Crows having a little bit more, you know, I don't want to say better luck, but a more effective game.
All right. Well, for me, if I were to mix and match right now, right, someone from the top 8 going to step out and someone from the... Wait, actually, hold that thought, Zute. I'm not going to mention that one certain team because, you know, like, okay, this is me setting myself up for a caster curse. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. We'll see what happens. But let's take a look at the team stats from the Panthers, Golden and NOOBS Galaxy. The Panthers, of course, with an insane amount of damage, way more than Golden Eagles and NOOBS Galaxy. The Panthers redefying themselves as the aggressive team, along with BOPE, I would have to say. But yeah, eliminations 102, knockouts 104, a very clean, good conversion rate.
Yeah, I'm actually, I guess I wasn't quite as in tune with just how aggressive the Panthers have been here, but while the Eagles are trailing significantly behind in eliminations and knockouts, and even in damage, look at how close they are.
Yeah,
they're not that far off.
Placement points.
Yeah, it goes a long way. And the Panthers aren't afraid to get aggressive, and that's fine. But when you got this money on the line and it's literally less than 10 points separating you, I don't know.
Yeah, back to the map stats once again. Now, these stats are a little bit skewed, right? Because Sanhok is not played as often. But even with Sanhok being played so little, that is a huge amount of damage right there. And yeah, I think the stats pretty much, you know, show just how often each map is played. Of course, I think on Sanhok, damage numbers is less than usual because you don't get those long-range engagements like we saw. It's close range, and you go in for the kill, you go in for the finish. And enough talk about Sanhok because we are now on to the 5th match, the second to last match of the day of the tournament. And for some of these players of the entire year for them.
Yeah.
So it comes down to this Erangel match, and lane path, it could be better, but hopefully the circle is going to be a nice circle for everybody to play in, for these guys at least. Maybe for us, we want to see something crazy.
Yeah, well, we say it time and time again, brother, that this is the map that they should be most experienced with, have the most confidence on, most synergy built on, because this is the first map ever introduced into the game. And so, honestly, I don't think this is a bad flight path at all, personally. I think it's very opportune for them, and I think that's why we might see a little bit more here from teams like, let's say, Puppeteers. I'm going to say Puppeteers, HITLIST, and I'm just going to keep it between those two. I don't want to add too many more to the mix. I don't feel too confident. Maybe THIRDEYE. And THIRDEYE,
Okay.
if they go for that military drop, now it doesn't look to be the case. It doesn't look to be the case. Excuse is going to go for it. That's a risky move at their stage.
We'll see. Maybe they'll just get blessed with their decision and get a military circle. See in the next couple of seconds here.
Ooh, Brother Zoo, if you notice, looks like
what do you
THIRDEYE jumping alongside BOPE, and this could be awful for them. You know, BOPE, very confident, very aggressive, and really still quite a bit of slack in the rope, significantly ahead of that 8th place bracket. So, yeah, I would expect that if that does happen, BOPE isn't going to waste an opportunity. They're not going to mind taking that chance to risk it to get them. THIRDEYE has everything to lose here.
Yeah, hopefully THIRDEYE just trying to stretch even further and not get into an engagement with BOPE, especially off a hot drop where things are a little bit more hectic. I think that works in the favor of BOPE. Seeing the elimination feed shortly if something does happen, but I'm looking at the map. I think they are going to be disengaging. First circle up on the western side of things. So Puppeteers, you know, this first zone really working well in favor for them, but it's only circle 1. They want that circle blessed towards the late game. We'll see which position they decide to take because they're doing a huge split on the western side of the map. See which place they go to the first zone. And many of these teams, well, we've seen it throughout the course of the 3 days. Nobody really, you know, rotating extremely fast, extremely early on Erangel, so it's probably going to be a bit calmer of a start as opposed to Sanhok.
Yeah, well, I think we definitely, to exemplify your point, we definitely saw that in round 1. I believe we were 16 or 17 minutes in with only one team out of the equation that match. I'm expecting, or hoping at least, that it'll be a little bit more quick to the punch here in this round. But, you know, as you noted, it's 2 matches left. 2 matches. The pressure's at an all-time high, and look at the zone. Look at how much water is there. You know, it's limiting their options even further. So I think, you know, with less options to choose from, we might be due for a little earlier combat.
Potentially so. BOPE, say hot start. Actually, took a lot of damage, probably from THIRDEYE actually. So it's gonna definitely push BOPE away a little bit. No hard commits from either team, of course. Everybody dropping where they want to or driving where they want to. Should be fine. I see Crow all the way in Lipovka, so they'll have a very late rotation. They haven't even started looting. They're just now getting to their loot spot in Lipovka on the far east. Yeah. And everyone else, yeah, just taking their time, looting up. Nothing too out of too out of the normal? That's not the right way to say
The norm?
Yeah, nothing too out of the norm. There we go.
Well, you know, it's interesting to see BOPE sandwiched, you know, between the likes of Dream, Puppeteer, and THIRDEYE, because these are 3 teams that can really show a little bit more consistency, a little bit more aggression. SEMPER and INVICTA, you know, what are your thoughts? You know, they got the 7th place finish. They got a couple good ones in here, but the overall ranking, I mean, why not just go out? Why didn't you drop Pachinki? Why didn't you go South George? You know, why didn't you go put some numbers on the board here? Ooh.
Yeah, I agree with that. But you're talking about SEMPER and INVICTA doing something. I think the HITLIST here are trying to do something themselves. This is definitely a targeted kind of sneak attack out of the HITLIST. They know they need the points, but they're just a little bit slow. Just a tad bit slow. They wanted to flank in from the crates to catch some players off, team rotating, but that will not work out. And Puppeteers, great game last game. Don't lose a player now, and they will get by with 1 HP.
And that would have been their undoing, potentially. Super getting them down awfully low on health here. But you know what we did just see was NOOBS Galaxy retreating from the situation, and that's my point, Zute. I think, you know, they're not necessarily prioritizing that first place spot as their number one goal.
I don't think they were retreating.
Oh, really?
To be honest, I think they were just leaving a little bit earlier than usual.
Okay.
The HITLIST was trying to do something. I don't think they even knew HITLIST would do a sneak attack there. So I mean, maybe that's a little bit of adjustment, coming into the last match or the last Erangel of the day. Teams are rotating a little bit earlier, and that helped them out a lot. Because 10 seconds later, 20 seconds later, that hitless player was going to get a knock potentially.
Yeah. Now, question: if you are, the hit list, would you say that what would be the number one thing that you would say that they would need to work on? Personally, I would say it's that second decision making. They seem hesitant. They're showing a little bit of improvement here, but they are hesitant, in my opinion.
For me, it would honestly, it would come down to the comms, because I see them do a lot of things that high-level pro teams do. That, okay, let's put it this way. Like in the PMGC stage or PMPL, the high levels of PMPL, there'll be like 4 different teams that play a certain type of split that's very difficult to play. The other high-end PMPL teams, they don't even bother doing those splits because it's just not worth the risk to them. However, for the hit list, they will try those splits. So I'm just wondering if they're able to identify their mistakes correctly. Because when you start playing split or try to mimic these high-level teams that play, very dynamic, it's hard to figure out what you're doing wrong because there's so many different moving puzzle pieces so quickly, right? So I don't fault them for trying to do those things, trying to copy or mimic the best teams in the world. But it's like, if you're going to try and mimic and copy them, you need to know when something goes wrong, what it is. So maybe it comes down to me like the comms. Are they identifying the right mistakes in a sense?
Yeah, I've said this yesterday, but that 3-1 split, that 2-2 split, it can mean so many things here. Getting those multiple perspectives on your opponent, getting those multiple angles, they can be just huge difference makers. But brother Zute, it is not an easy tactic to pull off. It takes experience. And when you're talking about those couple teams that do it, yes, we saw it from the Knights, Nova, Panthers, maybe a couple others. But it really, they make it look easy sometimes, but it is not. It's a very, very difficult position to get into. You have to get that kind of spread without being spotted, and to get those multiple angles simultaneously, it takes practice and it takes a lot of it.
A lot of coordination, a lot of team synergy, and a lot of, I think the most difficult thing for the hit list is like, in a situation like that, you need to change your roles quite often too, because teams usually have, set roles, like who's pushing, who's off angling, who's covering and all of that. But when you're playing split, you could all of a sudden be the one that needs to do the pushing because you're just in the prime opportune position to do that. And you might all of a sudden, who you're used to, covering, you need to be the one to find the off angle position, right? So I think when you're playing split up like that, that's the most difficult part. And for the hit list, it's the changing of hats quickly and understanding who should be doing what. And beyond that, the arguments, right? Like some players might not agree with one another on what should have been done. So I think that's what's limiting the hit list the most from being able to achieve all of these different splits, all of these different kind of pushes they do. So we'll see. For now, though, the hit list, they have a slim chance, a very slim chance now of making it in to the top 8 to continue their PMPL journey. So I'm not going to say they're done just yet. Maybe they still got that chance. A lot of teams rotating into this zone now. We are about 10 minutes in, and like you said, game number 1, we saw nobody go out until, or no teams go out until the 17-minute mark?
Yeah, around
this might be
16 or 17 minutes, we only had one team out of the equation, and it was pretty surprising to see. But you know what? We just caught eyes on the Eagles a second ago, and I don't blame their hesitancy, but vice versa. We got Puppeteers spread out. I don't like this at this stage for them.
Yeah, they're spread out on the far western side, so they did not want a central position in the first zone. They could have easily done so if they grouped up quickly, but it could work out for them. We have no idea where this circle is going to go. They're banking on the fact that the circle is going to shift somewhere more to the west. So this split on the far western side, it should be safe because nobody should be pushing this deep into the west side on the first zone. Everybody should just be kind of filtering in from the east and getting more central, and from there stopping instead of wrapping all the way around. Now we see some teams, some players going down. 4Bros taking a casualty right there, fighting against Dream. And here's the fight. Here it is. 4Bros. Looks like they're down to two players. It looks like they were doing a push onto Dream. Dream actually has a lot of players knocked. They need to go in for the finish.
Yeah, and as we were talking about it, getting aggressive in that last bit, Four Bros is doing it. They don't have anything to lose. They're really going to put it all out on the table, and they're going out on the aggressive, and kind of, this is the right team to do it on. Dream has been very hesitant. For the majority of the event here, and honestly, it's unnecessary at this stage. At this placement, it's not really very likely. So for either of them, you know, Four Bros is kind of up and down, and it's still in the running. But the only way it's going to happen, Zoo, the only way it's going to happen is if they make those risky decisions.
I don't think they could do it now. They've lost 2 players. They can manage a 2v3, but from there on, like, how many more points are you going to get with just 2 players left? Now, Dream Esports, they got 3. They can't lose any more. They could maybe pick up 2 more points here. So it works both ways. If a team is looking for the points and going aggressive, the team being defensive could end up getting the points themselves as well. And there could be a third party too if this fight lasts any longer. Next circle did shift. It did go to the east. So the Puppeteers betting on that western shift once again will lose all control of any zone that they've had. They're pretty much back at step 1 in terms of finding a spot in zone.
Yeah, they made that risky, not a risky decision, but they had to choose between, do we, you know, keep our backs to the water where we don't have to account for that angle, but it's on the odds of it, you know, being in the zone, they were getting pretty slim. But here we have it, Four Bros just still, it's a hesitant fight here between them and Dream. And that's probably an error on Dream's end, because they had the number advantage after they got those revives, and also Four Bros should not have let them get those revives.
Yeah, Four Bros had the advantage, I would say. It was like 3 versus 2 when we tuned in on the fight. We did not go aggressive enough, and that was Four Bros taken out.
Yeah, that's
coming in on the third party is actually Blind by Wind. They didn't get any of the points, though. It all went over to Dream.
Yeah, and honestly, that's a molly that Dream should not have been allowed to get off. They were knocked, okay? They were knocked, and those revives were, they took time. They took time that really could have been capitalized on. But getting eyes on Blinded by Wind, talk about a team that could capitalize. A third party could really, really help them out right now. They're just at the cusp, Zoo. They can taste that qualification on the tip of their tongue. But now, you know, this is where that decision making about, do we get hesitant, or do we try to get, you know, not passive but conservative, or do we go out on the aggressive? We're seeing it, you know, from Golden.
It's a push.
Yep.
It's a straight up push from the HITLIST. The HITLIST, they're the team that really desperately need the points, and they're just going to go all aggressive. Could work out for Blinded by Wind. It's a close range fight. Blinded by Wind's going to get the first one and potentially get the second one down to 1 HP. He's going to get that first aid off. Maybe Blinded by Wind did lose down one player knocked back to a 3v3. It's a lot of noise here. The team on the south could choose third party this as well.
Yeah, and even if this doesn't work out for the HITLIST, I still agree with the push. I still think that that's the right move to make given the circumstances. They need it. They need it. All to lose. They have nothing to lose, pardon me, and everything to gain. So why not? And I was talking about that difference between hesitancy and aggressiveness, and Golden Eagles and Puppeteers both being hesitant, and I think, you know, Puppeteers, it makes sense. Golden Eagles, not so much. But they're just a few points behind first. Hey, Flash, they got it. The HITLIST, this could be huge for them.
Yeah, no, the rest of the 3 players from Blinded by Wind decided to leave already. They managed to get 1 point from the HITLIST. The HITLIST knocked 1 player down. Blinded by Wind decided to leave them behind. I don't mind that at all by Blind by Wind, because that was a decisive choice. That was a quick, all right, we're leaving. It wasn't a waffle around, see maybe if we could do something. He decided, we're not taking this fight. We picked up 1 point. They're up to 4 points, actually. Wait, is that Blind by Wind? No, they only have 1. And oh no, Blinded by Wind down to 2 players now as they rotated away. Drove into another team, it seems like. I'm looking at the minimap. Yeah, they're having to drive far away. Yeah. So nice decision to at least leave immediately, but then running into more trouble.
Yeah, out of the frying pan into the fire, so to speak. But yeah, 100%. When you're around that 9th place spot, only a few points behind, and you just lost half your team, yeah, that you got to change things up a bit and try to get the placement at least. That placement points can keep them from falling out of the running. The odds of them being super aggressive at this stage, Even if they are, I disagree with it. I think, you know, if it worked out, that would be luck in that stage. I mean, obviously they're skilled, but the numbers speak for themselves. When you find yourself outnumbered, outmanned, and outgunned, that's when you kind of got to dial things back if you're in 9th place.
Yeah, the main reason why I don't mind that disengage is because they know there was a team down to the south that they themselves are shooting at, right? So if that fight ensued a little bit more heavily, you know there was a chance of both them and the hit list getting third party. So Blind by Win did not want to risk that, so they just left as quick as they could. It was just unfortunate, like you said, from the firing pan into the fire. They lost another player by the time they try to find a position. New zone, you guys can see it there. It goes back down south. And I know we just had one of these zones early on Erangel, so will this be a repeat for many of the teams? Positions are different for many of them, but they should be very familiar with how this match might play out now.
Yeah, and if you ever got your, I said at the beginning of the match, if you ever got, oh goodness, looks like Angry Amateurs are really just catching the bad end of the stick here, going up against the Eagles. That really is going to be a huge detriment for them. They were starting off, I believe they were, after round 1, they were in 6th place overall ranking. They were doing really well in terms of improvement, and that could just have been the difference maker for them in this event.
Now the Crows getting pretty close to the Panthers. I think that is one team that has yet to just fall to head-on push. The Panthers holding strong on top of the hill, on the edge. They're going to send all of the Crows back downhill to the compound, and that compound's not in zone. I think the Panthers realize they have an opportunity here to really pincer this team in and then get some exit frags at least. The Crows are going to have to leave that spot once the blue zone starts chunking them.
And this is what I'm talking about, that lack of hesitation from the Panthers, that lack of fear to get aggressive, and it shows, and it's such an imperative thing. It comes down to experience, synergy, confidence, yes. But we're at this level, Zute. I mean, if you're not already in the pro league, you've worked your way up to the cusp of it. So you shouldn't be too afraid to get into those situations, especially if you are a team like the Crows. But the Panthers, absolutely confident the entire way through. I can understand the hesitation of the Crows after not having that high ground. Oh, that third eye got closed real quick. Sing's been having a tough go this entire event, I feel like. You know, he's been very wishy-washy for his team here, but when he pops off well. But Zuko's positioning here, I love it. Even though the Crows don't have the high ground, you know, they got the compound cover, I would take Zuko's position all day.
Crows doing a peek there. I'm not sure why that player peeked. That was yeah, the Crows kind of put themselves in that situation.
This is it, Zute. Zuko pushing up, not wasting a second. He's not even bringing his team with him. I'm still for this. Given the way they played, they got that slack and they'll go for it, Zuko, and he gets Ghost. And honestly, where was the rest of the Crows?
I mean, they were leaving. They were disengaging. So, I mean, the Panthers saw the whole team leave. They left one player behind to keep some cover fire, but when you're leaving one player behind to shoot at 4 players of the Panthers, chances are you're getting knocked, and that is exactly what happened. So the Crows made a sacrifice right there, which I don't think they needed to make in the first place whatsoever. They shouldn't have ever tried to go up on that hilltop to begin with. They should have just wrapped around, but they're going to eat that mistake. They're going to go down to 2 players, and the Panthers, well, they'll pick up 2 points for them as we are about to head into the next circle shift.
And you talk about decisions that shouldn't be made. UV, he's holding down the shack, and it's the thing here. If you are going to be holding down a shack, why are you firing uphill at members of Super Lazy? You know, you're trying to lay low here to let these numbers dwindle. At this stage, you know, I believe his third eye, is it all down to UV at this point?
Yeah,
I think it is.
It's just him.
So why did he give up his positioning? Literally, the shack, in my opinion, it is the biggest undoing for teams or players because it feels safe. You get that little bit of wall, you know, cover, and you feel a little bit of comfort, but you're a fish in a bucket, Zute. One nade. That's all it takes. You don't have to aim the nade. As long as it goes through the window, you're pretty much good.
Yeah, next circle did shift down more to the south, so we're going to get that repeat of that previous Erangel game we saw where it's going to end in the farmland area. The hay bales, the shacks come into play. That one giant compound, which currently right now Excuse has full control of, but we saw how quickly the second team could just smash right in and share it. So we'll see if the same thing happens this game. Meanwhile, all the shacks are also pretty much taken and occupied. So everyone else has either full send a shack or edge in from one side of the circle.
And here again, SEMPER, INVICTA, super close by Dream Esports here. These are two teams that really you should be seeing playing at a different strategy than they have previously in this event. You know, at this stage, a match and a half left is all you got. Not even a match and a half. You gotta get aggressive. Both of those teams. SLR, however, you know, I can understand their hesitancy. You know, what I didn't see their positioning after this last match, but they started, I believe, after round 2, we're holding 5th place. But that 5th place to 8th place, they have, you know, actually a pretty decent gap, a surprising gap between 6th and 7th. I didn't realize that it was they had that much of a boost there. I kind of feel like they need to get aggressive too with that little bit of slack in the rope. SLR.
Yeah. They could do it here, but one of them gets knocked from Golden Eagles from the western side of things. Look like they want to get aggressive on Noobs Galaxy. The full man team of Noobs Galaxy did go for that shack right there, so there's 4 of them stuck inside. Luckily for them, Super Lazy Reflex don't have full control of the hill. There's a second team on top of the hill. That's the Golden Eagle, so these two teams will have to kind of conflict with each other before taking control and fighting the team stuck in the shack. And here you see Super Lazy Reflex, Cutie Pig, trying to wrap up to the west, or the west side. Yep, trying to go up that hill in the circle. That's not going to give them a lot of time. It's a hard shift back down to the south.
And I would be uncomfortable about Cutie getting that far ahead of his teammates there, but we've seen this guy in the entire event just pop off. Even when the team itself is not, you know, shining, Cutie Pig is. He is definitely keeping his team very much in the momentum, keeping the confidence up for him, and rightfully so. This guy is popping off. Not this match.
Full send rotation. This is going to be a blind one. I think they picked the shack. Maybe they picked the hard compound. They're all going to smash in somewhere. Or players all at once in vehicles. Yeah, they're going to pick the big compound. They're going to try and share it with the Excuse team. Looks like the Excuse team is not going to give it for free. They're going to fight back here as SLR slams in, and 2 of them are already down. Daddy Pig about to be shot down from the Puppeteers from the high ground on the south, and this zone is perfect for the Puppeteers, by the way. They have that hill down to the south side in zone, and they have no one to their backs that they have to worry about. And SLR down to 1 player, blinded by Win. The last 2, the duo, they're out in 13th. No points for them this one. They got only 1 game left.
Yeah, that is a huge hit to the gut for them any way you look at it. So it's going to take all-out aggression. They're going to need a lot of points on the board in this last match to have a shot at it. There's nothing to hold back for them. But, you know, catching eyes on that, what we just saw with Excuse, you know, being pushed on, they were in a 2-2 split, and I just was going to condemn them for it, but given everything that they have riding on this, holding that 6th place position, 7th place position, being in a 2-2, but it worked out for them in this favor.
2-2s can work if the players know what they're doing. It's always a little bit risky, but it does work out for them this time. They're going to control all of the compound more or less with SLR on the fringes on the outside of the walls. As Puppeteers, they control the entire map in this position. They can see everything. They probably won't get the next zone, but they'll get good control of where they need to go. Next circle as, ooh, that's a shack fight right there. Crows and I believe that's Hellcrime making a last-ditch effort to play somewhere, fighting for that shack. And Puppeteers are just raining down everywhere.
Yeah, positioning is everything. And when the Crows and Hellcrime face off in an open field, you're basically sending out a honing position for everyone else.
This is great. Great push, because look where the circle went.
Yeah.
The circle went exactly where they needed to put pressure on and where they needed to push on, so they're already a step ahead of everyone in getting into this next zone. Now, Super Lazy Reflex, the last 2 that managed to survive, has forced to take a 2v4 with the Excuse team.
Yeah, and dude, Excuse, what can you say, man? Just a terrible first day and just such a turnaround come day 2. And you know that they are just, that boost that they could, when it becomes possible again, when it becomes, the goal becomes reachable again, they came back on this last day beautifully. I think that they have the right idea. They're not too hesitant. They have everything to lose. They're holding that right around that lower position towards that. They're in the top 8, but not by a lot. And so realistically, it could go either way. You could say, oh, I'll be aggressive to try to get those extra points to secure. Oh, I'll be conservative to maintain my placement. But it's got to be one or the other. They've been really shining, and I think I might have just jinxed them right then. Did I? Yes. Are they here? I don't see them on the map anymore.
No, they're still
Okay,
in.
okay.
The Panthers are making a play right now. Puppeteers doing a nice 2-2 split, controlling their backside with 2 and having 2 close to the zone. Ooh, this is gonna work out for them. Yeah, this 2-2 split. Hopefully, oh, they're gonna lose 2, but at least they don't allow a clean flank by the Panthers. And yeah, the Puppeteers, they shut down that push from the Panthers. So you might, be like, oh, Puppeteers 2-2 split. They're gonna lose 2 players for that, and it's a mistake. But no, that was the Panthers pushing it, and they shut it down. So good job, honestly, for the Puppeteers. New zone shifts a little bit away from them. Puppeteers down to 2. Excuse still with 4 players up. This is looking like Excuse's game. SLR with only...
This just kind of goes to show how much of a difference mental can make, man. Excuse such a in their head on day 1, and look at how they're shining now. It's a different team, man. But you know what? There are still some consistencies here. We saw Noob Galaxy eliminated in 6, still holding up in that. They're never below that 8th place. They're always keeping it in the running. And as I said, I don't think Noobs Galaxy is out here for that gold medal. I don't think they're out here searching for first place. I think they just want that top 8 and playing it around that basis. And I think that's okay.
Yeah, definitely. The biggest prize is for sure making that top 8, because that opens up so much more opportunities. We still have 5 teams left for this one. This is going to be a big one for Puppeteers, right? Puppeteers, they just recently broke into top 8, so they want even more points. Same with Excuse. They're on the lower end of that, and great nade from the Puppeteers. That's going to take down Super Lazy Reflex up down to the top 4 now for this match. We got 2 from Puppeteers, 2 from Crows, 1 from Eagles. I don't know if he's in a shack or if he's just next to Haybell that smoked out, but look at that 4-man team of Excuse. This is their game to pick up more points, because they have not picked up too many elimination points yet.
Yeah, but you know what? We're going back to FaZe nade. It just harkens back to round 2. He had a clutch nade there as well. That was an absolute game changer. Oh, Beowulf is naded right out. That was going to happen. I think that was just a matter of time. He was staying
in the
still.
middle.
Yeah, he was staying still in the car. Nades were raining down, and he didn't have a lot of options at that point.
Oh, Crow getting one onto Puppeteers.
Okay.
Puppeteers down to 1, and I think Crow realizes, okay, the team we got to focus is the weak one to our right-hand side. There's a 4-man team potential of Excuse, but no one wanting to stand up, because, of course, the second you stand up, you will get easily spotted. So still a slow grind
Even
out
more
here. And
even
Excuse
more
is
so
playing
than that.
extremely cautious.
Yeah. But even more so than that, Zute, like, not just if you stand up, are you going to get picked off, but even if you're not standing up, engaging at this point is going to give your location up to the Excuse. It's a risky pull either way. Oh, and Fetty, case in point. He was shooting, and even though he wasn't visible, the sound spoke for itself. And,
1 HP? You almost got him. Betty almost went down too. And I think, yeah, it was actually the Excuse team that finds the last player, and now Excuse, it's a 4v1.
Yeah.
Take your points, get it in right now.
Well deserved.
Full send push, coming in from all angles, and the car run over for Excuse. Excuse played that tight to the book. They played that very safely. I feel like it shows in the amount of eliminations they got. They could have got a lot more, but hey, a win is a win, and they managed to keep all 4 players up in the very end. A good game for Excuse and the Puppeteers, the 2 teams that recently just made it into the top 8 in the previous Sanhok match, and 2 good performances again. That means somebody's getting bumped down potentially.
We're going to get a little change in the tide. And you know what?
Yeah.
Excuse, as I said, they've been kind of wishy-washy and stuff, but at this stage, given the games that they had yesterday and given the way they're playing today, you can make assumptions, but at this point, the stats are speaking for themselves, man. The stats are speaking for themselves. Excuse is a much more intimidating team than we may have first realized on day 1, and they're showing it in spades.
Oh yeah, day 1, they were nowhere to be seen except for the last match. I think we were 3 games in, and they had 1 point. And now look at them. Now they're in the top 8 coming into the very last match of the freaking tournament. So, excuse, that is a 180 turnaround. 883 damage, 5 eliminations. Had more in my opinion. They're doing what needs to be done to get that top 8, and you can't fault them for that.
Brother Zoo, remember you said they had 1 point after round 3. I'll take it a step further. In round 4, I believe, if memory serves correct, they only got 4 points. So coming into the end game, 5 points is all they had to their name. Are you kidding?
Yeah.
This kind of turnaround, that's confidence. That's confidence. It's keeping the right mental. It's just, it boils down to that. How do you react in the high pressure situation? Well, I think Excuse shows that when the pressure cracks down on them, they really know how to shine, but they don't put all their eggs in the basket.
No, not at all. But we still got 1 match left, so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back after this quick highlight. And we are back. Yeah, take a look at the scores. Excuse and the Crows. The Crows doing a really good job for themselves too. I think we got too focused on Excuse with that 180 turnaround that we forgot. The Crows also putting up massive amount of points, and of course the Panthers. I mean, the Panthers doing the Panthers things. This points table, look, it's looking like a lot of teams that didn't really need the points all too much got the points.
Yeah, there are few outliers in this top, I'd say the top 6 positions. I'm not really caught off guard by anything but the obvious, Puppeteer. They're the big surprise for me today. But you know what? Excuse, yeah, the team of the hour here. But Zoo, there's just 1 match left. 30 minutes and 1 match. 1 big old desert to decide who is going to take it home, who's going to be in that top 8 bracket and continue on to PMPL.
Oh, it's looking like all the teams that were desperately needing points didn't get them. Because if we take a look at the second page of things, 4 points for the hit list and downwards, it just goes 3, 2, 1, 0. So it kind of works out for some of these teams in the sense that the team that's, you know, kind of fighting for the same position as them also didn't get any points. So they get like 1 more chance to make something happen. And that 1 more chance is happening very soon. This is for the PMPL qualification for the year. So, I mean, this is huge. Taking a look at the head-to-head, we got Fetty and a Draco. Draco from Excuse and Fetty from the Crows.
Yeah, and this is an example in a nutshell here. Excuse, they're showing a lot of improvement and climbing up that bracket, but they're not doing so with this all-out aggressive stuff. So here you can see a Draco, you know, he was doing really well. Not that much damage, though. In the grand scheme of things, not that much damage, not that many elims, but what they are doing is they're securing that placement first and then really capitalizing. But I'm curious, you know, well, we have eyes on the Crow, you know, a little bit more experience there, and you can see it in the numbers. Nate, once again, Nate is the consistent here, always showing himself in there with the most eliminations. We see Alf, top traveler, 3.55, Faye. Okay, so Faye's utilities. All right, harkening back to that Miramar match we had, Faye just really being a utility monster here for his team.
I think Faye is the MVP right now for the team. It was like, just last match we were looking at the stats. Faye had like 2,500 plus damage for the day. The second most player damage on their team was around 1,200, and then it cut down to like maybe 800. So Faye, once again, getting highest damage for the entire match and getting the MVP. I think if there is one person from the Puppeteer, you gotta, put the little, the good job trophy tag on. As far as, if they do qualify, which I'm thinking they might now with another good game in the bag, you gotta give credit to Faye.
Yeah, I can't wait to have that conversation with Dave at the end of this. And look at it, man. 673 damage, 5 eliminations. Pretty good conversion rate. Same to be said about Nate, but that's no surprise. I'm not surprised to see Nate and Zuko up there. They've been rocking that MVP slot basically the entirety of the event. I'm so proud to see the turnaround in Puppeteers, man. And on the last day of all times, man, when you're up against the wall, but brother Zoo, I have a question for you.
Yeah,
with your experience in the comp scene, if you were the hit list, holding right on the out cusp there, what are you gonna do in this last match? What are you gonna do? How are you gonna play it? You gonna hold things out to that end game, or are you just gonna risk it and try to go all out?
For me, it would be, I've been in this situation before, and basically what we did was, if we really needed the points, we play like normal, but the second we see an opportunity, even the smallest of opportunities, like ones that we're not comfortable with, right? We go for it, right? So play normal, but the second you see a small opportunity, it's not, and when I say small opportunity, I don't even mean a knock. You just see one player from a different team that's in a position that you kind of have a familiar sense of how to engage that fight to take a team over, or if you've seen other teams do it, you go for it, you try it out, and if it doesn't work, then oh well.
Yeah, and the hit list, they started off after match. Oh, well, let's have a look-see at this overall.
Let's look at the
ranking.
points right now.
Goodness gracious, the Panthers at 200 even. Just consistent as all get out, man. Golden Eagles not surprising me, but look here. Once we get to round BOPE and the Crows, it starts to get a little bit thicker here. Literally only 18 points separating 5th from 8th. If you're excused, you're feeling the pressure.
There must be a point drop off from 8th to 9th, I feel like, right? Yeah, let's see. Oh, there is a... What was 9th? 8th place?
I thought it was 120. I could be wrong. I have to go back and see it just now. You can't rewind on this yet. But yeah, I think it's close between Blinded by Win and the 8th place slot. After that is where things start to get a little bit more despairing here. And I'm actually a little bit off here. When I was talking about if you're the hit list, I for some reason thought that they were going to be a little bit higher up on that bracket. But I shouldn't have said that because they were at 13th before this. But catching eyes, angry amateurs, they've been kind of wishy-washy. Right around, they were started off around 8th place, I believe, at the beginning of the day, and they're kind of losing that momentum.
I do believe. I'm a little bit in disbelief, so I'm not sure if I saw the right number. But I think 8th place was 140.
Oh, if it's 140, then...
And 9th place was 119, right?
Yeah.
I'm surprised there's such a big difference. I might be completely wrong, but it kind of makes sense if you think about it. Excuse just won a game, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Puppeteers had another really good game, and they just recently made the top 8 off of Sanhok. Now with another good game, that would explain that big gap between 8th and 9th.
Okay.
Meaning it comes down to the 9th and 10th place team to try and do something huge here. And that means 9th place, Blinded by Win, right?
Yes.
They have like 20 plus points to catch up on.
But if you have been saying and hearkening anything, it's that they can do it. Your faith in Blinded by Win has made me a believer,
It is going to be tough. It is going to be really tough, man. And head-to-head, Excuse and the Crows, man. I thought it was going to come. I thought the point gap was going to be way slimmer, right? From front page to second page.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe with the fact that everybody knows top 8 is where they need to be at, that the players or the teams that just barely made it into the top 8, they're fighting that much harder to get as many points as they can in 8th and 7th place. And, well, the overalls does show that quite indeed.
Yeah, and I agree with you 100%, man. If you are in that 9th place spot, and if you're correct about that 140 point person, so they're 20 points behind.
I am, man.
It's gotta be it's gotta be all or nothing. And I'm talking from the get-go, Zoo. That I'm being, you hot drop, you play aggressive, you're gonna
You target.
Yeah,
You
you're gonna
target
need
the
that-
8th place team, 7th place team.
Exactly.
You drop on them.
Yes, and at this stage, I feel like we have seen a lot of patterns here. And so at this point, you know, you should know where people are going, a general idea. So if you've got eyes out for somebody, I would say look for, you know, I mean, if I was in the 8th place position, I'd say, where is Dream going? Where's SEMPER and INVICTA going? And it's not, you know, it's not to bag on them. You gotta, I mean, when you're at that stage, prey on them. I mean, that's what you do.
I think when you're in the 8th, 7th place spot, like the Puppeteer's an excuse, you drop somewhere completely random. You spin a wheel, because if you don't know where you're dropping, then other teams targeting you can't possibly also drop on you. If I was blinded by wind, you asked me earlier, what would I do? Now that I see the point gap, the point difference, if I was blinded by wind, if I was competing in this sitting in 9th place, oh yeah, we definitely for sure start off with a hot drop on the 8th place team and then go from there, because 20 point gap, that is huge. That is if that team gets 0 and we do a huge game, we can catch up. And chances are, exclusive Puppeteers, they are popping off in the later half of today, so there's probably a good chance they're not going to just randomly get 0 points unless you do something about it.
See, so we're talking about what you do if you're blinded by wind. Let's flip the script. What if you're one spot up? What if you are?
Oh, you spin a
Puppeteer?
wheel.
Oh, okay.
You spin the wheel and you land in a spot that even you don't know you're gonna land at. Because if you can't predict what you're doing, if you don't know what you're doing, how can the enemy team targeting you? But in all seriousness, they should think about picking a different spot to land at. And if they don't, they need to be ready. They need to have a plan in place if they do get dropped on, for sure.
And I think if I were Puppeteer, I would be paying extra close attention to that kill feed. You know, once you see, let's say, you know, the 9th place, you see them get clapped. Got a little bit more, a little bit more.
Or not safe, but yeah.
But you know, so given the position they're at, they're not in a comfortable. I mean, they got that little bit of gap. They got that 20 points there. But you know, we've seen it. We've seen it. Just the biggest upsets in the final match. That 1 point difference maker, as that Jukes was talking about earlier. It happens time and time again. So yes, there is that point disparage. I have seen crazier things than an upset like that. I wouldn't be surprised if Puppeteer did kind of lay low. That's what I would do. I mean, it's not heroic. I would lay low, and I'd wait for that last quarter of the match. Or if I saw the 9th and 10th place be taken out, boom goes the dynamite.
Oh, see, it comes down to this very last match, man. These teams have been fighting so hard to get to this stage, and for 8 of these teams, it's gonna end right here. And for 8 of these teams, well, they're gonna get into even tougher tournaments, because this just, you know, good job, you know, made top 8, you finally did it. Maybe you made first, maybe you made second, maybe you made third. But I'll tell you one thing, man, the skill gap from this into the actual PMPL, it is a whole other story. So we'll see which teams can, you know, make it into the PMPL, and they'll be able to be in that pro league. And well, for 8 of these teams, I just gotta say, good try. And like Hot Juke says, maybe next year.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, Puppeteer. If they can hold on to 8th place, that's great. They're gonna qualify. They're gonna have to change everything up when they move up to that pro league, man. This is, you know, it's doing well here at the pro league. I feel like they'd be taken down a peg or two, and in a bad way. So if they do well, great, build on it. But you're gonna have to change up the gameplay and get more synergy and practice before that pro league kicks off, because you're not gonna be able to hang with the big boys there. But look at this point disparage. As you were talking about, you know, there's so few Sanhok matches. We only have 3 matches of the jungle for the entire event. So when you look at this point thing, I mean, it's literally half of the points of Miramar, and that we were doing, let's see, 6 Miramars. So I mean, it's pretty intensive there, and I hope to see that from the jungle. I hope to see that. But you know, as we move forward, as you said, half of these teams are going to be cracking champagne, and half of these teams are going home. And if you're going home, you know, that morale is, there's going to be some teams disbanding potentially here at the end of the night. And honestly, if I were to say one message to the participants is that you see it time and time again, don't break up just because of a bad thing. The only way you're going to get better as a team is by building that synergy. And look at two teams who have. The Panthers and BOPE. You see Fuego up here time and time again, but he is just one member of his team, and he's a team player, and they're all earning their keep here. This is a team, there are two teams that don't hesitate, Zoo. They know how to act in the moment. And look at that damage. It does not lie. Look how close they are in damage.
Yeah, very close. Quan and Fuego. This is the head-to-head. The best players that running for the MVP of the entire tournament. I'm pretty sure 34 for Quan. 30 for Fuego. Of course, the Panthers, a much more decidedly aggressive team. We see them being more aggressive more often, but we know BOPE can play the same way as well. That's why these two stats are so similar for these two. But, man, MVP aside, I mean, first place is where it's at. I think the Panthers are looking good right now in that position.
Yeah.
And it is still one match left. Who knows? Maybe somebody will hot drop the Panthers. Maybe the second place team will hot drop the Panthers and then start, you know, decimating the lobby, getting like 30 eliminations. That would be enough. 30 eliminations and a chicken. Hey, so even the first place team, not 100% safe yet. So we can't just only worry about top 8. Maybe somebody's going to try and do something crazy on the first place team.
Yeah, but we are, you know, calling you out here. Eagles, BOPE, you know. Pressure's on. You've probably got that top 8. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna are you gonna hold on to your hand, or are you just gonna gamble it and try to get that gold medal? Because at this point, I think your odds of qualifying are pretty good. So I see no real reason. If you're gonna be aggressive, be tactical. You do it intelligently. Go for it. Risk it.
There's also what Jukes was saying earlier, and I think Dave even touched on it. Maybe there's bad blood between certain teams, right? Maybe a team just purposely doesn't want a team to make it into the top 8, and who knows? Maybe somebody doesn't like Excuse. Maybe some team in the top 8 right now doesn't like Puppeteers, and they'll drop on them themselves. But of course, this is just banter. This is just talk. We don't usually see that type of toxicity happen here. At this stage with the point gap and everything, chances are we might see one team hot drop, and that should be, you know, the 9th and 10th place team on the 8th place team or the 7th place team, because both 7th and 8th so close in points. I think it's a 2-point difference, right? There should be at least one of those hot drops happening. I'd be very disappointed, honestly, if I don't see it, because you have nothing to lose. Like, literally, you have nothing to lose now at this point if you're not in that top 8, and this is your last chance, your last shot to make it happen.
You talk about, you said you don't expect that toxicity. Well, guess what, man? It's the last match, and you're saying you're expected. I mean, I see exactly why you're saying it. But if you are, I wouldn't expect it from the top 8 teams. I would expect it from the likes of Dream, HITLIST, 4 Bros, SEMPER, INVICTA. If they've got any bad blood with any of these top 8 contenders, oof, that would be the time to show it, because you're not going to take home. You're not qualifying it if you're in 16th place or 15th place at this time. It's just not happening. So what you can do is ruin somebody's day.
And this is it. This is the last match. We're on to Miramar, a very good playing path, which also means, you know, teams that drop where they normally want to drop, they could get there, and it could be a good playing path for a team to do some targeting. Keep a close eye on the Puppeteers and Excuse at the start of this match to see if they will be targeted or not. Meanwhile, everyone else is dropping out. You see 4 Bros dropping a ways right now. Not looking like they are going to land on someone. And even though this playing path is nice, we could still get a crazy first circle. There's Blinded by Wind dropping into Los Leones like they always do. So not taking matters into their own hands, targeting the 8th or 7th place team. A little bit disappointed in that for sure.
Yeah. Well, it looks like we're already getting to something here. The Crows might be trying to feast on the Bros. It's a Bros-Crows connection here. And here we see, pushing up with a DBS. Ooh, if you're ever going to have a gun right off the bat, before you get your armor, you're going to want it to be a UMP or a DBS on this map, in my opinion. And case in point, those shotguns do the work for them. The Crow didn't even have time to get equipped. No armor. It was easy pickings at that point. But you know what's standing out to me, Zoo? I'm seeing Noobs Galaxy doing a 2-1-1 split here, and a pretty big split. How do you feel about that, given their current positioning?
I think they're pretty much just chilling at this point. They're like, we don't need first place. We're top 8. It's whatever. We'll just play however we want. The Crows right now, they did lose one player early. They're not on the top end of the top 8, but I would say they're far ahead enough that they should be okay as well. They lose one player early. You can see them not just turning tail and just completely disengaging and running, right? It's because they have that cushion, they have that padding to kind of stay around and get some sort of revenge potentially. So the Crows are in a decent spot as well.
Yeah.
Excuse and the other team we're looking at, Puppeteers, I'm pretty sure they're breathing a sigh of relief that they are not getting dropped on.
Well, I think if you're Puppeteers, this is all that you've practiced for. Okay, you've done your drills, you've done your rotation practices, and now you're finding yourself at the very cusp. You're literally hanging on by a thread. So yeah, they're definitely thanking their stars. But look at the spread that Puppeteers had. If you saw it on the map earlier, they were quite spread out, and I think for a team like that, it's a gamble. It's a gamble, but I see the advantages and I see the disadvantages. Oh, well, that
What
Crow,
an angle!
Yeah, that Crow got broed, and I don't know how I feel about the spread here from the Crows or from Four Bros. Actually, I don't feel that it's a great positioning for Lar to be in at all. Ooh. And there I go, caster cursing everyone left and right. But here we have it now. Ghost, AK-47 4X. Ooh, it's not the easiest gun to pull off with a scope, but if you can manage it, that 7.62 can be an absolute monster.
Yeah, it looks like Crows are going to be the first team taken out.
Oh, that's huge.
They should be okay.
You think?
I'm going to say that.
They had a second finish, a second place after that last match. I think you might be right.
Yeah, no. I saw the leaderboards. They have cushion. They have a decent amount of cushion. They have like 3 or 4 teams. I think 3 teams below them. It was SLR, Excuse, and also the Puppeteers. So unless if all 3 of those teams jump ahead of them, and then another team from below jumps ahead of them, we should be good. But it would be a shame if they somehow missed the top 8. But the HITLIST, this is a team trying to break into the top 8. And, well, they're going to try and get some points on THIRDEYE. Both of these teams are way far down in the overall, so they're going to need to do this and a lot more. And look at this, the HITLIST. They only started this match with 3 players.
Yeah,
so
that's a bold move.
Maybe, really already giving up coming into the last match. And if you look at THIRDEYE, I believe if you look at the icons, there's only 3 helmets there, too. So THIRDEYE also one of their players kind of throwing the towel in.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't agree with that decision. I see that I see the discouragement. I see that, THIRDEYE came in at 89 points. But you know what, man? If you're not going to take it home, then, don't give up. That's not the way you get better. That's not how you improve along this line. You got to stick it out, and at the very least, send a message to this playing field and remind them how you got here.
Yeah, it does suck though when you work so hard and you're at the very final cusp and everything just falls apart. Teams and players often forget, how much they've worked and how much they've accomplished to make it to this stage, but that is just how competitive works. Even in the high levels like the Knights, for example, that's a team from NA that did so well in NA and even in Americas. They had a decent showing there too, and then you hit the PMGC stage, things are way different there and team falls apart and, well, it disbands. So happens in all stages of the tournaments. I think that's just that's a factor of competitive that's always going to be there.
Yeah, and that's my heartbreak of the PUBG Mobile year I've had is the Knights kind of disbanding there, because that was the team that I always exemplified. The reason that I think the Knights were so good, it's not because they were all heavy hitters. It wasn't all because of Coops. It wasn't all because of Xenox. It was because they stuck it out, and when they had those bad moments, they worked on it. And they worked on their errors, and they practiced, and they came back ready. And for a long time. I mean, how long were Coops and Xenox on a team together? Years,
Very
right?
long.
Yeah. I mean,
Very long time.
well, look here, excuse. I don't know how I feel about this. Very spread out. I mean, if there's ever a team that's going to want to, just get someone off the board, send a playing field, it's Dream, dude. They don't have a lot of a likelihood. They have no likelihood of qualifying, but they do have a likelihood of ruining someone's day.
Yeah, and excuse, this is the 8th place team. This is the cutoff point team. They have somewhat of a gap on 9th, but if they go down here, you can bet your butt that Blinded by Win's going to see that in the elimination feed and realize, all right, this is our chance.
Yep.
Let's see if one of the players will go down. Excuse trying to mount some sort of defense from that low ground. You can see Dream trying to do something, but one of the Dream players gets a little bit too close to James. James at 1 HP with that DBS is going to get the knock right onto them. And man, James doing a really good job by himself for now. He's going to need some support. Gets the confirmation as well, man. It does not look like Excuse is going to be bowing down anytime soon.
This is really kind of disappointing to see that Dream at this stage is still having a little bit trouble with their pushes. You can see they're hesitant, they're not all together. And I mean, James should not have been able to handle it that easily as he did. And of course, as I see it, this is the P4.
The two-piece.
That's the P4 we were seeing in the group stages. He was absolute monstrosity to the playing field in the group stages. Most eliminations, most headshots, all of it. Just didn't happen for the majority of the finals, but here we see it. When all the chips are stacked and, the hope is out there, that's when you're going to play without the hesitation. And I just wish that we saw Dream play, with a little less hesitation before. Who knows what kind of difference maker that could have been.
Oh, I was saying, somebody dropped you, some team in the 9th or 10th place spot. I didn't get that, but we are getting this. Excuse might go down very early. There's no way Dream lets the last player escape. Dream, right now, they're on a mission. They're on a mission to hunt down and get as many points as possible. So they're not going to let Draco just run away for free, right? They must be looking for him right now. They're going to look down. Do they catch the last glimpse? I don't think they did. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, everybody's playing aggressive now. This is the last match of the entire tournament. So we're going to see a lot more 4v4s than usual.
Yeah, and you were 100% right, Zoo. It was a 140-point difference to 116 points Blinded by Win. Oh, boy, Trip. This is exactly what I expected. BOPE is not going to leave it up to any sort of hesitation. These guys will go in up against Hellcrime. They'll 1v4, put themselves in that 1v4 situation in a heartbeat here. Why? Because Hellcrime has been hesitant. They've shown that they have the capability with that dub earlier today, but it just has not carried over to the other matches or any of the other days. And look, Eclipse here, they picked them off one at a time, Zoo, and BOPE should not have been able to pick them off one at a time when they're that close together.
I love seeing the aggression out of a lot of these teams, especially on the very last match of the tournament. But it's just like, if you're able to do this at the very last match, you could have been doing this all game, all tournament
100%.
long. But I mean, for BOPE, that is what they've been doing. So good job to them. But like Dream, hey, that guy with the two-piece, the 1v2, could have picked up some more of those if they were playing together as a team and went aggressive. And the HITLIST and THIRDEYE, somehow, these two must have been hunting each other down the whole time, okay?
Yeah.
We saw this fight maybe 1,000 meters, 1,500 meters to the west. And now 1,500 meters later to the east, they run into each other again. That's a little bit comical, but at the end of the day, THIRDEYE will win it out over the HITLIST. And look at that zone. We're going all the way to the east. Now, to bring things back to a little bit more serious of note, right? Blinded by Win. You confirmed the point gap. It was like 140 to
116 to 140.
Okay.
Yeah, 116, 116.
That means that's a 24-point difference?
Yeah, but that you have to add the factor of, what if Puppeteer, or excuse, I guess, pardon me, excuse,
Right.
actually
Excuse
puts
gets.
in, what if they get even,
Okay.
3 points, so it's going to take more.
So
from
it is
Blinded by Win.
doable. It is
It's
doable. 15 points for a win, right? And then you pick up maybe 8 eliminations, which comes with the win. Blinded by Win has a chance, especially with Excuse down to 1 player. Now, Excuse picked up 1 point, 1 elimination onto Dream, and Excuse managed to run away and hide, which means they can maybe pick up 2 placement points, maybe 3, if that solo player can find a good spot. All of this must be running through Blinded by Win's head right now, so we need to see them. What are they going to do with this slim chance of opportunity? Are they going to play a little bit aggressive to pick up those points early on and then go for as good as a game as they can to get those placements? Or are they going to go completely passive and get that chicken dinner and hope for the zones and hope they get enough eliminations? It's a lot.
If I was them, I would already be a little kind of kicking my feet, because I would hope to get a squad wipe right off the bat by dropping hot and getting that early confrontation, setting the tone for the match. Because
Right.
honestly, it's just
But that's
every
not what they're
minute
doing.
counts. No. And
So what do you think they should be doing now? What do you think is going through their heads now with Excuse down to 1 member?
Oh, bro. I mean, honestly, go
Aggressive?
Go wild. Yeah.
Go wild?
Yes. Why
Okay.
not? I mean, but honestly, let's also add on top of that Puppeteer. They were only 2 points ahead of Excuse, brother. And so now that they're seeing what's going on with that, I mean, Puppeteer should have a little bit more reason to kind of spice things up as well.
I think, if anything, Puppeteers play even more passive. They're just like, okay.
I think you're right. I think that's what we're going to see.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
just not
Excuse,
what I-
another point? Or, oh, this is, this Excuse picked up another point.
Yeah. But Zoo, I think that's going to be his undoing, because in doing that, he's got members of TP and SEMPER INVICTA close by, and they heard those shots, bro. There's
Oh,
no
here,
way.
here we go. 4 bros pulling up onto Blinded by Win. This is the points they need. Maybe Blinded by Win getting gifted here. A couple of these points. 4 bros. Beast OP. Last one up. Good nade by Blinded by Win. And this should be done
Money.
for them. Okay, Blinded by Win picked up, 3 points? Full team still. And there we go on the bottom left. I think Excuse just got taken out. Excuse with only 2 more points out. No
Yeah.
placement points.
Well, if you're blinded by... Well, first of all, we got angry amateurs in the likes with Dream, and all the pressure riding on poor Saint. And angry amateurs who held 10th as they entered this match. Yeah, it's not a good situation in that case. Outnumbered, outmanned, and outgunned. But if you're blinded by Win, you are thanking your stars, because if you're going to get caught up in a first early confrontation, the fact that it was with a team like 4 Bros, 4 Bros has just been having trouble finding their footing. We've seen 4 Bros really pop off time and time again. Maybe not so much in these finals, but we've seen them work their way up into that tier 1 bracket. That was a long hurdle, but if you're blinded by Win, seeing the way that they played, I think that was a blessing for you. Getting that first takedown and then just capitalizing. That's exactly what they need. Now they need to keep that momentum going, and they don't have time to waste. There's no time to sit idle.
Well, sitting idle worked out for them. They picked up 3 points onto the other team that drove by. So maybe, the saying the turtle, or something about the turtle finishing the race over the rabbit. Something like that. It might work. It might come true for Blinded by Win, but they still got a long road ahead of them. And the longer they wait, though, the more these other teams are going to fight. This is more placement points, yes, but this is less elimination points. Let's see who takes this fight. It's super lazy reflexes. Reflex versus SEMPER INVICTA, or SEMPER Invictus, sorry. And it looks like super lazy Reflex getting the better end of things here. 2 players knocked, however, take that back. It's a 3v2, back to a 2v2. The trades are back and forth. It comes down to a 1v1. Cutie Pig.
Yeah.
Down to 1 HP. Can he clutch this out?
If anyone could do it, it would be him, though.
Oh!
Case in point, baby.
What a
This
jump
guy-
shot!
This guy has been shining the entire event, Zoo. Even when the SLR is having their bad games, this guy's up on the MVP bracket. I mean, even if SLR were to, just have some miraculous, terrible luck and somehow get knocked out of that top 8, I guarantee you Cutie Pig is getting scouted.
Yeah. Check this out. 2 more teams instantly, like vultures, trying to get some points themselves, but clashing into each other. They're like, oh, okay, all right, okay. We'll back off. You could take this. Nah, the other team's also going back off. That helps out Super Lazy Reflex to get that full reset. Actually, one of the players of Golden Eagles, as they're backing off, does get knocked. Oh, and that is the Puppeteers actually looking to pick up some scraps. So I was saying Puppeteers can play super safe now, but even then, they're going to reach their heads out just a little bit to see if they could pick up any more points for their cushion.
Well, I agree with. I know we might differ a little bit on this one, but I do agree with that from Puppeteer because only because of circumstances of seeing Excuse being eliminated. Once they saw that in the kill feed, there's a little bit more reason to just get that little bit of stability into that placement.
I agree. You're right.
Ooh, SLR currently sandwiched in between the likes of Noob, Galaxy, and Golden Eagles. Ooh, talk about being stuck in between a rock and a hard place. That is not the two teams you want to be in between, and we're about to potentially see why. Jareen firing in with a 3x Scar L, aimed inbound. No connecting damage that I saw, but I actually think SLR's position here, given where Noob Gaming is, it's not terrible, but if they focus too much on Noob, we've seen Golden Eagles third party time and time again. And that could be a real bad situation for SLR.
Yeah, Golden Eagles, not a very aggressive team, but they know how to take advantage of things. So that third party by Golden Eagles can come in, like you said. It looks like teams are going to more so go down to stalemate. And Noobs Galaxy gets a knock. It's a long-range knock. Will there be a push? I don't think so.
I don't think so. No.
Yeah, wait. But then again, this is the last match of the tournament. So one knock, one push. Could be something Noobs Galaxy decides to do now, since it is a final game. They're getting closer. It's not a full push, though.
So what Noobs would need, so the Panthers currently have 1 point, so that puts them at a total of 201. So Noobs would need to come in here and put 32 points on the board minimum. That's going to mean a first place and 17 kills. And at this stage, brother, I don't think that first place is going to happen. So I think, why not get a little, you're not getting first place, but you're not going down too far on the bracket, are you? 8th place, yeah, no, it's a 48-point difference down to 8th. I'd say they're comfortable. They're comfortable.
Yeah, no. So they're going to push in, but a little bit slower and methodical approach, having 2 covering and then 2 pushing in closer after a little bit of time. So Noobs Galaxy not going to, rear their fangs up like the way the Panthers or BOPE would. That would BOPE or Panthers, if they are going to push, it's instant. No questions asked, just straight in. SLR is going to run away down to the low ground. They're going to find some crates to hide in for now. Now back to the main storyline here, right? Blinded by Win. A lot of teams are cutting themselves down. They're cutting each other down. However, Blinded by Win doesn't only just need a chicken. They need a chicken and eliminations. They're kind of running out of potential elimination points by just waiting.
Yeah, you're right, Zoo, but you know what? Like, statistically, when we look at Blinded by Win, this is a team that's gotten as far as they have by really utilizing that placement. Their placement is their strategy, because altogether, I think they only had 36 elimination points at holding 160. Ooh, P4. Now, this is what I'm talking about. Unfortunately, he just got wrecked apart from BOPE's just having that experience to comfort in spreading out. They can do that split up approach at this stage and do so with all the assurance that they're going to advance. But you know what? I don't blame him for taking that fight on. I don't blame him because there was nothing to lose. But now Noobs Galaxy, they're not being, they're not rushing anything, but that's not the Noobs Galaxy that we've seen, Zoo. They've been, I'm choking on my words right now as they go after the Eagles, but they've been, an in-game, utilize that in-game. They're not going to be the all-out aggressors. And same can be said about what we were talking about previously. They only had, Blinded by Win only had 36 points in eliminations. So yeah, they do have a hurdle to come. It would take a lot of kills. But the fact that they're hesitating, I'm not surprised. It's their undoing, but it's kind of the Blinded by Win that we have been seeing.
Yeah, it's their undoing. That's the thing, though. This is the last match. Just change it up. They must know how many points they need, right, to make that top 8. They know Excuse got 2 so far, or 3, and they are out. They know The remaining counter in the top left, 27, -4 from them, right? Because they're part of that 27. That is almost like half the lobby left that they have to eliminate, plus getting the chicken dinner. They cannot play any slower. They need to look out for some opportunity, like the way BOPE is, right? And go for it. And the thing is, right now with 27 remaining, and we're only in circle 4, that gives them wiggle room to go aggressive. Chances of them getting third party way less, because so much of the lobby is gone. If I don't see Blinded by Win do anything in the next like 3 minutes or 4 minutes in the sense of, you know, getting a knock and pushing, then they are I'm disappointed.
Yeah, it's nothing. They have nothing that they could lose. Nothing. I mean, going down a slot at this point, going down a slot means nothing. And even though it wouldn't even happen with the point disparage. So why? Why wait? Take it on. Take on every fight you can. There's only the possibility of advancing through aggression at this stage, and that's where they've lacked this entire time, in my opinion. And that's why they've been a little wishy-washy, because it's that.
Oh, nice shots from. Oh, look at that. Scar? Burst? That was clean.
Yeah, well, this is what I'm talking about, man.
Is BOPE gonna push? This might actually work out.
Yes,
this might work out for Blinded by Win. Because now Blinded by Win gets a chance to pick up some points. Because Blinded by Win got the zone there at that compound. And if no one's gonna push them, they're just gonna sit in there. And I don't know how many points you could get from that low ground compound there. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, Super Lazy Reflex finally bows out. Finally gets hunted down by Noobs Galaxy. Good fight for Super Lazy Reflex.
Yeah, and you know, Noobs Galaxy, I feel like maybe I didn't really give them enough credit. You know, they aren't engaging in the all-out aggression, and I say it's because they really have been utilizing placement and stuff as well. But here we see it; they know how to handle themselves in those confrontations. I mean, look at them go. But now up against the likes of the Eagles, now there's trouble in River City. We got 3 Noobs Galaxy members, and even though, well, actually the Strangers are bowing out.
Yeah,
What do you think
backing
about
off.
that? What are your thoughts on about them kind of bowing out from Noobs Galaxy?
Oh, Golden Eagles, it's working. They're backing up. They're trapping them in. They're luring them in, so to say. And I think it's the zone. I think they realize with that zone shift, they can have a better advantage fighting a little bit further in. So there's no need to press that. So Golden Eagles, like, they could go aggressive, but they're going to play tactical like they've always been this whole entire tournament so far.
Yeah. I see both Golden Eagles and Panthers still a full 4-person team, and I'll tell you why, Zoo. It's because they are not that far from each other. 12 points is all that separates first and second, and Eagles at this point, they want that money. They want that dollary due, and oh. This is interesting. Blinded by Win being forced into the confrontations that they need against all the wrong teams.
Yeah, no, they picked up 2 already, though. They blew up 2 on the rotation in, so this is, at least I think they were the team to blow them up. I saw in the kill feed, the elimination feed, 2 of Golden Eagles were already down on the way here. Yeah, they're down to 1 player. Question is, did Blinded by Win get those other 2, though? Oh, swing out Beowulf with the Vector. He can make it happen. There's 2 knocked from Blinded by Win. It's a 1v2 for Beowulf. BOPE on the other side has been third-partying from distance.
Yeah, and get those easy, steals. But honestly, Beowulf shouldn't have been able to heal up there. Was it really just 1 person left? Oh.
UMP. Let's try and make it happen.
Reload that UMP, brother.
They got the revive. The revive came through. Blinded by Win is going to clean that up. Blinded by Win up to 6 elimination points. And look at this. There's only 8 players left. Even if they win, is that enough? I don't know.
I don't think
Let's not try and do the math right now. Let's just keep with the action. They get a very good zone, though. They get the zone right on the ridge side, meaning they could use that ridge to their advantage for a little bit. But, oh, here's the fight we've been waiting for. The Panthers versus BOPE. Which aggressive team is stronger? And through all that chaos with Blinded by Win, looks like the Panthers are already getting cut down to 3.
All right, I'm going to be the Never mind. I was just about to bet the underdog here and say the Panthers, but then as soon as I do, I cast a curse. But Chronix, you can never rule out Chronix. He's been just a shining star for his team. And to be a shining star for the Panthers means you're on an elevated level. This whole team. And caster
nice
curse again.
piece. I mean, there was a very low chance he was making out in the
Yeah.
open when the good peeks from BOPE. Panthers down to 1. It's going to come down to a 4v4 potential between Blinded by Win and BOPE. But like we were saying, is the chicken and 10 eliminations, 11 eliminations enough? We're going to have to see once the points get tallied up. It is getting very close. And for Excuse, you know the thing with Excuses? The Excuse doesn't know this is going on. They are not in the lobby anymore. So they're probably worried sick that, what if Blinded by Win somehow, some way, knocks us out? We'll see in the next few minutes who takes this game. BOPE looking strong with 4 all up in the high ground. 1 left from the Panthers on that southern side. And Blinded by Win with 4, but they are at a huge, huge disadvantage as far as positions go.
Yeah, and Zoo, it all comes down to this, a 4v4v2, both Blinded by Win and the Panthers. And honestly, 2 of these teams we are not surprised to see here, but Blinded by Win has always had that potential, you know, and I think what we're about to be due for is a heartbreak here. You know, no matter what, if they get it and get that 8th place spot, it's going to be a huge upset for the likes of Excuse.
Yep.
But if not, then they're going to be just shy of the mark, Zoo, and it's going to just hit hard. Trip just threw a pan at Blinded by Win. That would have been the play of esports history, in my opinion, if it hit.
Yeah. There we go. Okay. Here comes the crunch. BOPE has not let the gas pedal down or slowed down on the gas pedal this whole entire match. At 1 knock, they're going to get closer. And I think they already threw all their Yuto. That's why, you know, you see them throwing the kitchen sink, everything, the pan at Blinded by Win. Blinded by Win, they get that revive. A lot of smokes down. This. Every angle has a BOPE player looking down on them.
That's experience. That's experience and synergy and practice in full effect. You know, you got the numbers and you utilize them the right way.
Here comes that push from the right side. Blinded by Win. They're going to try and focus on the right-hand side. They are getting cut apart from the angles from the surround. And that is Blinded by Win eliminated. I think it's safe to say without the chicken, they are definitely not breaking into that top 8. And the showdown now is the Panthers and Blinded by Win. I think the Panthers are just all in the blue zone.
Yeah.
They are denying every point possible because they know they're in first place. They don't even want to chance it by giving it over to any team. And BOPE will take the win, but I think Panthers ultimately take the dub, the first place, most likely. And it comes down to who made top 8. Did Blinded by Win make it? I don't think so. But we got to go to the points for the official ruling on everything.
Zoo, this is what the edge of your seat was made for, my friend. This is exactly what the edge of your seat was made for. But you know what, man? BOPE put up such an in-game performance that they really actually put themselves pretty close in the running. But they all
Wow, look at the damage number.
Whoa.
Yeah.
15 elims on top of 15 placement points. That literally puts them, I think, 9 points shy. Actually, 14 points shy as the Panthers got 5 kills on there. But what an in-game performance.
All I gotta say is, if BOPE played like this... Okay, actually, I can't even say that. BOPE has been playing very aggressive. Okay. All right, I'm just trying to find something to say here, but man, BOPE did a great job. They played the way they did all tournament, and they clutched the win. And, well, we're going to be right back after quick highlights to have everything broken down. Everyone is here. The gang is all here for the final crowning of the PMNC champion. But first, we got to look at the match rankings to see how many points were gained. And Dave, man, I know you were watching that match. Dave, what stood out to you?
What stood out to me, thanks for asking, Zute. That last match was definitely a interesting one. What stood out to me, blinded by win. Now, they had a challenge ahead of them. A lot of points, right, that they needed to acquire here this game. I'm just not sure the 16 points is going to be enough for them to reach that top 8, man. And it feels bad because, you know, this is a squad, PMCO, #1. Group stages right before this, #1. So I know for a fact, blinded by win, they have just been trying their hardest here. And, man, I'm looking forward to the overall leaderboards here, Zute.
Yeah, same, definitely. And Red Eyes, man, it was a pleasure just seeing the craziness out of that match. And with these point standings, I think Red Eyes, we might be right on the fact that they did not make it, which will be devastating.
But you know what? It can set the tone for, you know, wait, come back next year because you've shown you're right at the cusp, bro. You're right at the cusp. And that in-game performance, if you had done that earlier, who knows what could have happened. So they have the potential.
Yeah. Jukes, the head-to-head.
Man, dude, they got so much potential, but they came up just short. I don't understand their ending play style there. You know, I think they had to have known, right, how many eliminations they needed to qualify. They needed way more than a chicken dinner. I don't know, you know, but at the end of the day, hey, I mean, we have to have some people make it and some don't.
Yeah, it is tough. It is tough for everyone involved. But look at the round report. Everyone, take a look at this. Trip. It is all trip. Trip.
Oh,
After
more
3 times.
More trip for you, Zute.
Trip's got the drip, man. 8 knockouts, 7 eliminations, and he had what, most nades thrown as well. What a game for a BOPE, especially Trip, to show up in.
Absolutely impressive performance. And you know what? Even if it doesn't steal that gold medal, gosh, what a message to send to the playing field. You know, say, way to set the tone for the PMPL year coming up. It is gonna be intense, and BOPE has shown, hey, you know, we've got this on lock. But how are we gonna adjust our strategy and moving forward when we go up to the big leagues here?
Ooh, match top 3. MVP for the match. Of course, Trip is up there. Jukes. Fuego is up there. I know you've been saying Fuego like all tournament long, Jukes.
Man.
How do you feel about your boy Fuego now?
Dude, Fuego's face is like ingrained into my brain at this point. Like, this man is always on top of the leaderboards here. So it's good to see him, as well as, you know, the homie Trip showing up. Sing as well. Definitely don't underestimate Sing. Because, I mean, I've seen this man be able to pop off, and his name has definitely come up multiple times throughout this tournament. But, man, I'll tell you what, BOPE definitely stood out. But this whole tournament was just absolutely insane. You know, I thought it was going to be a little closer to the end. I'm not going to lie, right? But, hey, you know what? These squads wanted that top 8, and I'm so excited to see that Excuse, right, had such a crazy comeback.
Oh, yeah.
All the way from the bottom, Red Eyes.
Dave, you know what I'm about to say, don't you?
No, what? Hold up,
what are your thoughts on Puppeteer today, buddy?
Puppeteer.
Oh, no.
Well,
all right. Well, just to remind you, overall leaderboards, you know, we'll see them here very shortly, but I'm pretty sure Golden Eagles are at least in second place, while Puppeteers, they had to grind. You know, they had to grind to get that top 8, and when we look at PMPL next season, if it was this hard for them to qualify, you know, how hard it's going to be in PMPL. But looking at this, Quan, the general MVP out here, 30 knockouts, 36 eliminations. Quan from the Panthers was popping off over here over the last 3 days, Zute.
Yeah, a fitting general MVP. You love to see it when the MVP of the team. Now, might be getting ahead of myself, but when the MVP of the tournament is also from the first place team, it's that extra cherry on top. We don't know for sure yet, but I don't know. The Panthers, they've been killing it all tournament long as we look at the winner's stats right here from all of the maps. And Jukes, man, It is. This is it.
It's the
finally comes down
Panthers,
to this.
baby.
The
Yep,
Panthers.
there we go. The champs
Go!
indeed.
Kings
Man,
of the
you know
jungle
what?
here.
I am so excited to see the Panthers win this because I think that they have been far too quiet for far too long. You know, I'm hoping to see this right in future
Right.
stages as well.
Talk about a team that, you know, in the Tier 1 bracket has been underestimated. The Panthers have had a lot, you know, throughout the past year. You know, they've had ups and downs, that, you know, troubles with consistency, but not anymore. We've seen Chronix dominating that top of the field, man. Chronix has his picture here just ingrained in my head. And that look he's given, that confident little look he's given at the camera, I feel like he knew he was going to be on the screen quite a bit.
Yeah, look at the damage.
Look at the
the
grenades.
stats.
The grenades alone.
328.
Oh my
328.
gosh.
And they're just popping off. And this is only, what, 3 days? 18 games worth of grenades right there? That's something else, Zute.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna throw it right back at you, Dave. How
Throw it
many
at me.
grenades per match is that?
What was it? I said we had
69.
69.
This-
Yep, all day. So that's a ton of
Wait,
grenades.
that actually sounds kind of accurate. I'm pulling out my
I believe
calculator. Oh, hold on.
18.
The top 8. Here we go.
Excuse, baby.
Oh, they made it. Excuse.
They made it.
No excuses.
Wonder about how many
Puppeteer
Wow.
is 6, brother. 6. Tied with Super Lazy, but
Puppeteer.
all the way. Let's see, they began the day at what position overall? Puppeteer started off at 11th place, bro.
Woo.
Sheesh.
You know what's the
Remember,
crazier part though?
First place gets
Go ahead,
3K too. So shout out to the Panthers
Yeah.
for getting that 3K. I believe second place gets 2K. So both teams up at the top here, Hot Jukes, walking away with some nice money over the weekend.
Heck yeah, man. Easy money right there for just a few days of hard work. But I'll tell you what, one thing that really, really stands out to me on this first page is how many teams, right, that
Okay.
are not from PNPL in here, right?
Oh. Fair point.
Yeah.
Good
Look at
amount.
that. Wow, so many squads that were regulated are going to have to wait until fall, right? THIRDEYE, the hit list, right? I don't know what's going on with the hit list. I really have nothing to say about them. I'm shook.
I mean, you brought it up throughout the tournament. Like, we should expect better from the hit list. I think it's come to a time where it's not that we should expect better. I think this is just kind of, this is it. This
I
is the hit
disagree.
list
I
downfall.
disagree, and I've
Okay.
seen the hit list perform when they're confident, man. And I've paid those guys out numerous times. It's the nerves, I feel like. But blinded
Yeah.
by win,
But-
8 points shy.
I don't
Yeah,
see
blind
them
by
staying
win.
together though. I think this is the last tournament that we'll see them in as a complete team. I mean, there's only so many times you could try, and change things up like they did in this tournament, which I've commended them on multiple times. They realized they needed to make a change, but eventually, when all the changes aren't working, we tend to see the teams just separate from there and try again next time, like Zute keeps talking about. Next season, there's always a next season. PUBG Mobile Esports won Mobile Esports Game of the Year. It's just beginning. Every single event, the prize pools become even greater. So it's always a good time to hop into competitive PUBG Mobile. Zute, Hot Jukes, Red Eyes, huge shout out to all 3 of you for taking part in this event. Huge shout out to the top 8 teams going to PMPL, baby. And of
Good
course,
luck.
congrats to the Panthers. That's going to be it from us here in North America. Keep playing PUBG Mobile, and we'll see you next time.
Yeah.